In this video, we're going to see how we can use the navigation component library to navigate through our app. And the navigation component library is just that, a library which helps us to navigate more easily through our UI components. And the navigation component library is particularly useful when dealing with fragments, because when dealing with fragments, you have to if you have multiple fragments and you navigate through them, you need to manage what is called the backstack, and that can be can get very hard very easily. So this is why we'll use the navigation component library, which is a better way of navigating through our UI components. But first, let's create a new project. Let's choose empty activity. Let's call it navigation component example. Click on finish. Now a project is going to be created. Alright, so the first thing that we need to do is to add the dependencies for the navigation component. And for that, I'm going to open my browser. I'll type navigation component or components. Get here where it says get started with navigation component. And we go down here, and here we have this dev, copy this. And we also have this implementation for Kotlin, so copy those also. Now let's go inside Android Studio. Let's also paste here the dev. So let's go back to the browser, let's copy this. Let's paste it here. Not that, sorry. So let's go here. Let's copy this. And let's paste it here. Let's increase here the version number. Now if you click on sync now to add those dependencies. Alright, so dependencies were added successfully. And the first thing that we need to do is to create a navigation. So you go on the resource, right click on resource, go to new, and you choose this one, Android resource directory. And from those options, we look here at resource type, we choose navigation. And you click on OK, and that is going to create this folder navigation. And here we're going to create a navigation resource file. So I'm going to click here for one navigation resource file, and I'm going to call this nav graph, and this is going to contain the graph of our navigation. So it's going to contain all the destinations of our navigation. So I'm going to type here nav graph. All right, I'm going to click on OK. Let's go to code, and here we're going to add our fragments, and we can add our fragments either by using the XML code or using the design and clicking on this plus button here. But first, before we add the fragments, we need to create the fragments. So I'm going to create a few fragments, and what we're trying to create is this one. We want to create this thing here. So we want to have a fragment, the first fragment, fragment main, which it's connected to those three fragments here, and this fragment in the middle is connected to this fragment, and this fragment is connected to this fragment. So this is what we're trying to create. But first, let's create those fragments. So the first fragment is fragment main. So I'm gonna go inside Android Studio. I'm gonna right click, go to new, choose fragment, blank fragment, and let's call it main fragment. That is going to create a fragment, and you can delete this because you don't need all of this. We don't need the companion object with the function. We can delete this also, and we can also delete the one create. Don't need this, and also the variables. We only left this here. Now let's create the next fragment. Let's create the fragment view transaction. So let's go inside Android Studio, right click, go to fragment, blank fragment. Let's call it view transaction fragment. Sorry, not with underscores. Click on finish. Let's create the next one, and the next one is let me see, what is that? Is the fragment choose recipient. So let's go inside Android Studio, right click, and we go to fragment, blank fragment. Let's call it choose recipient fragment. Alright, so we have a fragment now created. And next, let's create the next fragment. Let's create the fragment view balance. So let's create that fragment, new fragment, fragment blank, and let's call it view balance fragment. Press enter. I'm gonna take care of this immediately, but let's create first the fragments. The next fragment is fragment specify amount. So let's right click, fragment, specify amount, specify amount fragment. Next we have the fragment confirmation, blank fragment. Let's call it confirmation fragment. And what we need to do now, let me look here. We have you have 6 fragments. So let's go in each of those fragments and let's delete this code because we don't need this code. Let's delete the args, the one create with the private and all of that, the companion object, and let's do the same in the confirmation fragment. So let's delete all of this. Let's delete all of this because we don't need this. The companion object also. Let's bring this up. Here we're gonna do the same. So delete all of this. This also. Delete the companion object. View balance fragment. Gonna delete this. The companion object also. Push this up a little bit. And the last one. Not that, sorry. Let's delete the companion object. Now we need to take care now of the layouts of those fragments, and we're gonna start with the fragment main. And to save time, I already created the XML code, which is gonna be here. And I will put this XML code into the course, into the description of this video. So let's start with the fragment main. So I have it here. I'm gonna press Ctrl A and Ctrl C. I'll go inside Android Studio and I will paste it here. So if you look at design, as you can see, we have 3 buttons here. And I did this because in this way we save time, so we don't type this ourselves. Again, I'm gonna put this code inside the description of this video. Next, we're gonna take care of the choose recipient fragment. So let's see, fragment choose recipient, this one, Control A, Control C, go inside Android Studio, choose a recipient fragment, code, paste it. Then we're gonna have fragment confirmation. So let's see what is the fragment confirmation. This is the fragment confirmation. I'm gonna copy this, Android Studio, fragment confirmation, go to code, delete all of this and paste it here. Then we're gonna have fragment specify amount. So let's see where is the fragment specify amount. This one, and we're gonna copy all of this, Control C, go to code, let's paste it here, and we have fragment view balance. We also need to copy there, fragment view balance, not transaction, fragment view balance. I'm gonna copy this, let's paste it here, and then we have fragment view transaction. Let me look at this. I'm gonna take this one, fragment view transaction, not balance, sorry, fragment view transaction, this one. So Control A, Control C, and let's go here, and we have fragment view transaction. So let's paste that code here. Again, all of this code is going to be put inside the description. ID, title, utility. Let's delete this. Or let me press Ctrl Z. Okay, it's fine like this. Alright, so now we have our fragments set up, we have the layouts of the fragments set up, and everything is ready to. And now maybe you may be thinking that we should define our navigation inside main activity, but that's not the case. We're going to define our navigation inside the main fragment. So I'm going to double click on the main fragment. I'm going to type here on view created, and first I'm going to go up here. I'll put here view dot on click listener to implement that interface. And what we need to do now is create a private latent var nav controller, and here we're gonna type nav controller equals navigation dot find nav controller, and you pass the view. So this now connects the buttons that we have in our main fragment with the navigation controller that we have here. All right. Now let's change this to view. I don't like this name here. Let's delete this. And what we need to do next is to go here and type view dot find view by ID. It's gonna be a button, and it's gonna have the ID. Let's import this button, r.id. Let me see what is the ID of the buttons. So first we have three buttons. We have view transaction button, view balance button, and send money button. So we type here ID send money button dot set on click listener, and we're gonna pass this, and I'm gonna paste this 2 times. I'm gonna change this to view transaction button, and the next one it was, I think, let me go to fragment main, transactions and money and view balance. So let's go back here and let's type view balance dot id view balance button, and here I'm gonna type when view dot id, and let's put the Elvis operator here, r dot id dot, and it's gonna send money button. Then I'm gonna execute this code. I'm gonna type nav controller dot navigate, and now here we need to pass an ID, but first we need to do something here, and we need to go inside our navigation graph. So go navigation graph, and here you can now type our fragments, or you can use the design, because we have a very handy tool here, which is this which you can click on this plus button and you can add the destinations here like you saw them in this photo. So let's click on this plus button, we wait, and we have our fragments. So let's put first fragment main. So let's see, there's the fragment main fragment. I don't find the main fragment. So for whatever reason I can't find the main fragment, but first let's open our browser, and let's go down here, and let's copy this. Maybe this will solve our problem. So I'll go inside our main activity, and I'm gonna add this fragment container. So I'm gonna go inside our main activity, so activity main, go to code, and we're gonna paste that here, and this is gonna contain our navigation graph. As you can see, it's referencing here the navigation graph, and it has this default nav host to true. So what this basically is doing is making sure that the main activity is delegating all of its navigation to this navigation graph that we have here that referenced. So now if I go inside the navigation graph, and let's say that I try to add a main fragment again, that's all that now is showing here. For whatever reason I can't find the main I can't find the fragment and the main fragment. Let me delete this to see. Let's go to navigation graph again. Let's click here. So it's not showing for whatever reason. Alright, so I solved the problem by going inside build.gradle, and I changed the target SDK to 33 because previously it was 32, and here compile SDK also to 33. And now if you go inside here nav underscore graph, if you click here on this plus button, now we have our fragment main. So if you click on fragment main, you have a fragment main here. Let's add the next fragments, fragment view transaction. Let me look at the picture to see what we have. Transaction, choose recipient, fragment, choose recipient fragment. Let's put it here. Let's make this smaller. Let's put it here, 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 down here. And let's look at the photo again. Then we have fragment, choose recipient, fragment, this should be here. And fragment view balance. Let's click on this button, choose on fragment view balance, we go down here, we put it here. it looks okay. Let's look at the next fragments. So we have specify amount and fragment confirmation. So we have specify amount and fragment confirmation. So this is the last fragment. Now what we can do, we can click on this fragment and click on this, and we can connect this fragment to this destination. So we can do the same here, connect it to this one. So drag it here, and we can do the same here. Let's go here, and we can also put it here, and also here. Alright, so now everything looks fine and is beautiful now, because you can see where you can see visually the destinations of your fragment. So this fragment has it can go on 3 destinations. In this fragment, which is the view transaction fragment, the choose recipient fragment, and the view balance fragment. And this one can go at this fragment, specify amount fragment, and these fragments can go at the confirmation fragment. So you can see visually how it is. And if you look at the code, as you can see, now you have all of this, and this maybe seem hard at first, but it's not that hard. And let's add a few spaces between them. Now what we need to reference is the action in our main fragment. You're gonna see immediately why. So if you look at our main fragment, as you see, it has the action main fragment to view transaction. So you can because in our nav graph here, let's look at design, you can see that we can go to this fragment, but what button we need to click to go on this fragment? So what button we need to click to go to this fragment? What button we need to click to go at this fragment? So this is what we need to do next. So this is why you need to see the navigation graph, the code here, because this is the action that is going to take us to the fragment that we want to go. So let's say that I want to go from the main fragment to the view transaction fragment. I'll go inside main fragment, and I'll type here when view Elvis operator id r.id.send money button, or let's start with the view transaction button. When that is the case, we're going to type here nav controller dot navigate, and we're going to type r.id.action, and type main fragment to view transaction fragment. So this one. So this is what we're doing here. Let's press Ctrl D. Now let's change this to send money. Send money button, and let's see where our send money button is going to take us. So view balance. So let me look at the photo. So let's look at the navigation graph. All right, so we have can increase this. No, let me look at the photo. So we have the view balance and send money, and send money is gonna go to the choose recipient. So we go inside our main fragment, and we're gonna change this ID to action main fragment to choose recipient fragment. And this one, so we have a problem, we need to put parentheses here, and here I'm gonna change this ID to view balance button, and that is gonna take us, let's look again at the navigation graph. The view balance fragment is gonna take us to this view balance fragment. So we're gonna type here action main fragment to view balance fragment with only one view here. Alright, now let's run our app to see how it works. Let's wipe the data and let's run our app. Alright, so our app open. Now if you click on view transactions, as you can see, we are taken here. Let's hide this. If we click on send money, we are taken here, this fragment. If I click on the back button, we are taken back. If I click on view balance, you can see the balance. And the next thing that we need to do is to add the navigation control also for this, I think this is the choose recipient fragment. So let's go inside choose recipient fragment. Let's define a nav controller here. So I'm going to type private latent var nav controller and we override the one view created. So on view created, go down here, let's hide the emulator and we type nav controller equals navigation dot find nav controller and we pass our view. Then I'm gonna type here, let's see what buttons we have in the choose recipient fragment. So we have the next button and the cancel button. So let's go back inside choose recipient fragment. I'm gonna type here a view dot find view by ID button r dot id dot send button dot set on click listener. I'm gonna pass this view dot find view by ID button r dot id dot cancel button dot set on click listener. I'm gonna pass this. Let me check again to see if this is the ID of the button. So let's go inside choose recipient. So it's not this is the next button ID. So let's go back. Let's change this to next. Then I'm gonna implement the on click listener here. View dot on click listener. Gonna implement the function. And I'm gonna type here when view, let's change this to view dot id is r dot id dot next button. I'm gonna type nav controller dot navigate to r dot id dot choose recipient fragment. Action choose recipient fragment to choose recipient fragment to specify amount fragment, this one. Then I'm gonna pass r dot id dot cancel button. Gonna type here activity dot on back pressed. So let's put here the Elvis operator. Now let's go inside specify amount fragment and I'm gonna copy this code that we have here. and let's go inside the specify mount fragment. Let's paste that code here. Let's create a private latent init var nav controller of type nav controller, and let's implement the view.on click listener, and I'm gonna change this from next to send. So send button, also send here, send button. Now let's run our app. Alright, so our app open. Let's see how it's working. Let's click on send money. We're taken to the choose recipient fragment. Let's click on next, and then we are taken to this fragment, the specify amount fragment. Let's click on send, and when I click on send, it crashed, but I don't know why. Alright, so it crashed because here you need to change from the action choose recipient fragment to specify amount fragment to, let's delete this. I'm gonna type specify amount fragment to confirmation fragment. This is why it crashed. So let's run our app again. Let's try again. Let's click on send money. Let's click on next, and let's click on send. So now it says one was sent to Mitch. Now let's click on the back button. Let's click on cancel, let's say, and then we're taken back to the specify amount fragment. Let's click on cancel also, and we're taken back to the main fragment. So this is our fragments, and this is how we can navigate to them using navigation controller. But we're not done yet, because the next thing that we need to do is to add animations where we go from one fragment to another, and we're gonna do that in the next video because this video is long enough. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can add animations when we navigate to our fragments, because right now when you navigate to a fragment from another fragment, there is no animation when you go to the fragment and when you go back from the fragment. So as you can see, there is no animation, and in this video we're gonna add animations. The first thing to do is to create a new resource file. Go to new, and you choose this Android resource directory, and create a anim folder. Click on OK, and I'm gonna have a few animations in. The first one is gonna be called fade in, fade in, fade out, and I have the code for the animations here, and I'm gonna put this code inside the description of this video. So let's copy the code for the fade in animation first. So let's copy this. Let's go inside our fade in and let's paste it. Let's go inside fade out now. Let's copy the code for the fade out. So fade out, copy the code, go inside Android Studio, paste it here. Now let's create two more folders called slide in left, slide in the right, slide in right, and two more, slide out right and slide out left, slide out left. Now let's copy the code for those. So let's start with the slide in left. So we have the slide in left. So let's copy the code. Let's paste it here. Now the code for slide in the right. Let's copy. Go to Android Studio, slide in right. Let's paste it here. Now slide out left. Slide out left. Let's copy this. Let's go inside Android Studio. also slide out right, I think. This was for slide out right. Let me check again. So slide out right. I get confused. Let's paste it here, and slide out left. Let's go again here. Let's copy this. Let's go inside here and slide out the left. Let's paste it again. Now we go inside our navigation graph, because here we're gonna add our animations, and gonna add the animation to the actions. So I'm gonna type here pop enter animation. I'm gonna explain immediately what this is. Pop enter animation, sliding left. So I'm gonna type sliding left, and pop exit animation. And this is gonna have slide out right, slide out right. Then I'm gonna type enter animation, and I'm gonna have slide in the right and exit animation, slide out left. So let's copy those and let's add them to our action. So let's copy those, go here, paste it here also, and I'm gonna explain immediately how this works. So what is the difference between the pop animation and the non-pop animation? The pop animations refer to what happens when you navigate backwards. So the pop animations are for what happens when you go backwards. The non-pop animations are the ones for navigating forward. So those are for navigating forward, those two animations that we have here. Now let's run our app to see how it works. Now let's click on view transactions. As you can see, there is one animation for entering the view for this fragment, and there is one animation for exiting the view for that fragment. Now if I click on the back button, we have a problem. And what is the problem? Probably I didn't copy the code correctly, so let me go back here. So I'm gonna pause this video. Alright, so the problem is that if you go inside sliding and left, as you can see, there is no code here. So let's copy the code for the sliding and left. This is why you don't get anything there. So let's copy this, go here, and let's go in slide and left, and let's paste this code. Now if you run our app again, click on terminate. Now if I click on view transactions, we have the animation. We have one animation for this coming into the view, and one for the fragment coming out of the view. So if I click on the back button, now this is gonna go out of the view, and the main fragment is gonna come into the view. So if I click on the back button, now as you can see we have the animation, and now it works fine. So now if I click on send money, if I click back, here we don't have animations. Actually we have animations here also. If I click on send money and I click on next, here we don't have animations. So here we need to also add animations. And to do that, I'm gonna go inside our nav graph, and where we have action, simply copy this code, and we go where we see an action. So you have an action here. Let's paste the code. Here we do have no action. Here we have an action, so let's add it here also, and that's all, I think. Let me hide this, let me look a little bit. Now if you run this, if I click on send money, if I click on next, as you can see, now we have animation. Click on send, we have animations. If you click on back, we are taking back, and everything works fine. And there are two animations: the transition for getting the fragment out to the view, and the transition for getting the fragment into the view. So those are the animations that are at work here. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we're gonna see how we can use the pop-up and pop-all inclusive to remove fragments from our backstack. And the backstack is basically a list of all the destinations, of all the previous destinations that you go through. So in our case, we have send money. This is one fragment in the backstack. This is choose recipient is another fragment in the backstack added, and this specify amount is also another fragment which is added to the backstack. And this backstack is like a list of all of our previous destinations. So now when I click on the back button, I go back to the specify amount fragment which is in the backstack. And if I click on the back button again, I am taking to the choose recipient fragment which is in the backstack. Then what we try to do with the pop-up and pop-all inclusive is to remove the destinations, because let's say that I want to go from this confirmation fragment when I click on the back button directly to the main fragment, and so I don't need to go through all of our fragments from the backstack. So, and in order to do that, first thing we need to do is to go in our choose recipient, and we type here pop up, and you type choose recipient. So what you're saying now, but in order for this to work, we also need to add pop up all inclusive. Then the fragment defined in the pop-up 2 will be also removed. So I'm going to type here pop all inclusive true, and let's see where is the specify amount fragment. So here, and here I'm going to type again pop up. So gonna remove this from the backstack, specify amount, and pop up all inclusive, and that is gonna remove this from our backstack. So now if you run this, if I click on send money, I click on next, then I click on send. Now if I click on the back button, I am taking to the main fragment, as you can see, because we removed those fragments, the specify amount fragment and the choose recipient fragment from the backstack. And now the problem is that if I go to send money, and if I go here where I have the specify amount, if I click on cancel, I am taking to the main fragment because the choose recipient was also removed, and this is not what you want to do. But this is just to show you how you can use the pop-up and pop-up inclusive to remove fragments from your backstack. So this is how you can do that. And you want to do this in a scenario where you have a login screen, and after the user is logged in, you want to remove the login screen from the backstack, so that the user cannot go back to the login screen, because it doesn't make sense after the user who has logged in to go back in to go back to the sign in fragment. In that case, you need to remove that from the backstack, and this is how you can do that. You just add pop-up, pop-all inclusive, and that's going to be removed. So when you press on the back button, like let's say I press here on the back button, that is going to take us out of the app, and is not going to show the login screen. So this is how you can do that. I'm going to end this video here, and see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to see how we can send data to our fragments using a bundle. So we're going to send data from the choose recipient fragment to the specify amount fragment, and finally to the confirmation fragment. So let's open the emulator to see what we'll try to do. So we're going to click on send money. We're going to pick a name here. I'm going to click on next. That name is going to be displayed here. So it's going to say here sending money to Alex, and we're going to specify an amount, and then I'm going to click on send, and here is going to say a number like 1 was sent to Alex, or a different number, 50 was sent to John or to Maria. So now let's go back, let's hide the emulator, and the first thing to do, I created a new package called model, is to create a class which is gonna model our money for the specify amount fragment. So I'm gonna type here money. So I'm gonna create a new Kotlin class file. I'm gonna type here data class money. It's gonna have a val amount, and it's gonna have as the type big decimal for storing the amount. Now, if you want to send your own custom object through the bundle, you need to implement the parsable interface. Otherwise, it will not work. Because previously in our videos, we only send text, numbers, but if you want to send your own custom class through a bundle, you need to implement the parsable interface. So I'm going to implement the parsable, curly braces. I'm going to click on the money class, and now it's going to say add parsable implementation. So click on that. And here when it says this to do, let's delete this. Let's type here big decimal, and let's pass 0 as the default value if no value is passed. Now I will go in the navigation graph, because here you need to specify now the arguments. So, but we're gonna specify the arguments only for the fragments which are gonna retrieve the data. So I'm gonna go to code, and we're gonna start with the first one, which is gonna be the specify amount, because that is gonna receive the recipient. So specify amount, and here I'm gonna type argument. It's gonna have a name, recipient, and it's gonna have a default value of none. Next, I'm gonna go inside confirmation fragment. I will type here argument, name, recipient, default value none. I'm gonna type again argument. It's gonna have a name, amount. Then I'm gonna press enter, and I will type args type. And here we need to go inside our money class. We need to copy this package. So copy that, go inside navigation graph, paste that here, and put that money. So we reference our class. Now let's close this, the closing tag. Now let's go inside our choose recipient fragment, because here you're gonna retrieve the recipient. So the first thing to do is to go up here, and let's type private later need. Let's call it recipient of type edit text, and I will type here view dot find view by ID, edit text. I'm gonna type here r.id.input recipient, and I'm gonna put here recipient equals recipient equals to that. So that is gonna reference now our edit text. So let's press Ctrl Alt L. Now what we need to do next is to go up here. Let's put curly braces, and I'm gonna type here if, and I will type not text utils that is empty. So if it's not empty, so I'm gonna pass here recipient dot text dot toString. So if it's not empty, then I'm gonna send that to the bundle. So I'll type here val bundle equals to bundle of. So we go inside here, and we type here, I'm gonna put first recipient 2, and I'm gonna type here recipient dot edit text dot text dot toString. So that is going to be sent to the bundle, and I'm going to copy this. So copy this, let's go up and go inside our if. I'm gonna paste that, and for the second argument here I'm gonna put a comma, press enter, and we're gonna pass our bundle now here. So type bundle. Alright, so we have our bundle now. Now we go inside our specify amount fragment. So we have, so in the side the specify amount fragment, and here you need to also get the amount. And here I'll go up here, I will type private later init var recipient of type string, and another private later init var. We type here amount of type edit text, and before we create the view, before we have the onView create function called, I'm gonna get the recipient. So I'm gonna call the onCreate function, which is called before those two functions that we have here, and we're gonna get the recipient. So I'm gonna type recipient equals arguments dot get string, and we're gonna have the recipient default value none, and we need to use the save call here, but we still have a problem, so let me see why. Press use save call, and let's put an empty string, let's say, if it's null, but it will not be null. Now I'll go down here and I will type here val message equals sending money to $sign recipient. Then I will type here view dot find view by ID text view r.id.recipient dot text. So we're gonna set the text with the message from above. Next I will go down here, I will put curly braces, and I will put if not text utils dot is empty, and I will type here amount dot text dot to string. So if it's not empty, I'll type here val amount equals money. Let's import that. I'll type here big decimal, and I'm gonna type here amount dot text dot to string amount dot text dot, so we have a problem, amount dot, let me try to type it again, money big decimal amount. So let's clean the project because for whatever reason it's not working there. So let's type again amount dot text dot to string then I'm gonna type val bundle equals to bundle of, and I'll type here recipient to recipient and amount to amount. Then I'm gonna copy this. Now I'll go down here and I will paste it here, and I'm gonna put a comma here, press enter, and I will pass the bundle. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Alright, let's clean our project to make sure that it's working. Now let's go inside confirmation fragment, and here we're gonna type private, first private later init var recipient of type string, and private later init var money type money. Let's press enter. Then I'm gonna call the onCreate, and I'm gonna type here recipient equals arguments dot, let's put this dot gets string recipient none, but for whatever reason this is not working. Let me see. Again, we have that problem. Alright, so I put at the end. Next, I'm gonna type money equals arguments that get parcelable, and it's gonna be amount, and I'm gonna put here amount, and I'm gonna put here 2 exclamation marks to get rid of. So this is deprecated, but we're gonna still use it. So let's put a Elvis operator here, amount. Next we're gonna override the on view created. So on view created, view created, and I'll type here val amount equals to money dot amount, and val, let's type confirmation message equals you have sent $sign amount. I put $2 because $1 is for showing that it's a dollar. $sign recipient. So recipient. Then I'll type here view dot find view by ID of type text view r.id.confirmation message dot text equals to the confirmation message from above. And that should do it. That should work now. Now let's run our app. Now let's click on send money. Let's pass a name here. Let's say Mihaela. Let's click on the next button, and we have sending money to Mihaela, so our logic works. Let's type an amount. Let's say $100, $1,000 I put there, no problem. Let's click on send, and we have a crash. Let's see why we have the crash. Right, so the problem was that we didn't initialize the amount property in our specify amount fragment. So I need to go down here, type amount equals find view by ID, not find nav control, find view by ID, view.find view by ID, r.id.input amount. Now if you run this, click on send money, let's type Mihaela again, let's click on next, let's specify an amount, $1,000 let's say, and let's click on send. Now you have sent $1,000 to Mihaela. So now everything works fine, our logic works fine. So this is our discussion about navigation component. I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next videos. Now it's time to start the discussion about shared preferences, because as you start building your app, you'll need to store data and you'll need to preserve that data even when the user leaves completed app. And what tools you're going to use to store data depends on the amount of data that you want to store. So if you want to store just primitive data like an integer, a name, you will use shared preferences to store that data. But if you want to store a large amount of data, like a list of contacts or something else, you'll need to use a SQLi database, and we're gonna use the SQLi databases in the next videos. And now we're gonna start a discussion about shared preferences. And first I'm gonna go inside activity main. I will change this constraint layout to a linear layout. I'm gonna pass an orientation of vertical. I'm gonna delete this text view. I'm gonna type gravity center, and here I will put an edit text, match parent, wrap content, and it's gonna have an ID, edit text, let's say edit text message. Then I will go down here, I will add a button, match parent, wrap content for the height, it's gonna have an ID, save button is gonna be the ID, and for the edit text let's also pass a hint. So hint, enter a message. Let's extract the string resource, and for the button text I'm gonna put the text save, and also gonna extract the string resource. So we're gonna create the string resource, and down here I'll put a text view. We're gonna display our message. Text view, wrap content for the width and height. Let's put a text size of 20 sp, and it's gonna have an ID, text view, message. Now I'm going inside main activity. I'll create some variables. So I'm gonna type it private, later init var. The first one is gonna be edit text message of type edit text. The next one is gonna be private, later init var, save button of type button, not bundle. And the next one is gonna be private, later init var, text view. Let's type it actually like this, text view message of type text view. And we're also gonna create our shared preferences. I'll type here private, later init var, shared pref of type shared preferences, and down here I'll type edit text message equals find view by ID r.id edit text message, save button equals find view by ID r.id save button, and text view message equals find view by ID r.id text view message. I'll type save button set on click listener, because we're gonna here we're gonna add our logic, and here I will type let's call it my prefs. So let's change this name to my prefs, and I will type here my prefs equals, and here I will type get shared preferences, and choose this one with the name and the string, and the name is gonna be, let's create a name above here. So I'm gonna type here private, later init var, actually let's call it private val, let's call it pref name, and it's gonna be my pref, and I will put here pref. This is gonna be the file, the name of the file. This is what we are passing here. So I'm gonna type pref name, and next we need to pass the mod, and 0 means that this is accessible. So I'm gonna put 0. Next we need to type, and I will type here val editor equals my pref dot edit, and the editor is going to be used to add our data. So I'm going to put here editor, and the data is put using key value pair. So I'm going to put dot put string, and it's going to have the key message, and the value is going to be edit text message dot text dot to string. And next we need to type editor dot commit, and down here inside I'll type here val prefs equals, because we need to retrieve this data, get shared preferences, the name prefs name, the mod, which is gonna be 0, and down here I'll type if prefs that contains message, only then we're gonna get our message. So I'm gonna type val message equals prefs dot get string message, and a default value, which is if let's say if the message doesn't exist, I'm gonna put here not found. Then I'll type text view message text dot text equals to message. Now before I do this, let's comment this code. So let me see. So let's comment all of this code. And let's go to device manager. Let's wipe our data to make sure that the emulator is gonna work. Let's wipe data for the second emulator. Now if I run our app, because I want to show you how the data is not preserved when we leave our app, and then I'm going to show you how data is preserved using the shared preferences. So now we wait a little bit until our emulator starts. But first let me uncomment this code. So let's uncomment this code, and let's comment only this code. And let's type here, let's press Ctrl Z, and let's type here, I will type text view, wait for suggestion, message dot text equals to, and here I'll type edit text message dot text dot to string. Now if I run our app again, I will type here a message. Let's say my name is Alex. If I click on save, we get the text view, my name is Alex. But if I leave this app, so if I leave this up, let's first try for using the back button, and I go back, our data is gone. So the data is not conserved, because when we leave our app, the data was wiped out. So this is why we didn't preserve data. But if I delete this, and if I uncomment this code, and this code also, let's make the button wrap content because it's too big. So let's put wrap content. So now let's run our app now using the share preferences to see how data is preserved now. So I'll type here, my name is Alexandru or Alexander. And if I click on save, we didn't got anything. But if I leave the app and if I open the app again, you get my name is Alexandru, because now this code is called here. So you get my name is Alexandru, and now the data is preserved. If I leave the app, open the app again, the data is preserved. If I completely remove the app from the app list, and if I, so let's run the emulator again. For whatever reason it disappears when I scroll up. Let's try to with the second emulator. But you got the idea. The data is preserved when you use share preferences, even if you leave the app, even if the app is completely destroyed. Alright, I will type here, my name is Alexandru. Click on save. Now let's leave the app. Now let's open the app back. Now we have the text, my name is Alexandru. And if I remove this app from the app list, and now if I search, actually for whatever reason when I scroll up, the emulator disappears. But the idea is that data is gonna be preserved no matter what we do with the app. So if you leave the app completely from the app list, it's gonna be, the data is still gonna be preserved because it's preserved in these shared preferences. Now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video and in the next videos, I'm gonna show you how to create an SQLite database to store data in our Android app. Therefore, I'm gonna create a new project. I'm gonna choose empty activity, click on next. I'm gonna call it contacts because we're gonna store in our database data about contacts. I'm gonna type contacts. Click on finish. And our project is going to be created in a short time. Alright, now on the left hand side on the project pane, I'm going to right click on the com.example.contacts package because we are going to create a few packages. Go to new, select package. The first one is going to be called data. Here we're going to put our database. The next one is going to be called model. Here we're going to put our model classes. And the next one is going to be called utils. And here we're going to put our utilities like our constants or code that you need to use in your code. So I'm going to type utils. And I'm going to go first in the model because what we are trying to do is to create a contact which has, as you can see in this image, an ID, a name, and a phone number. So I need to create first a class which represents that. So I'm going to go to model, right click, go to new, select Kotlin class file, contact, sorry. And here I will type data class contact, and here I will type val ID of type int, val name of type string, and val phone number of type string. Then I'm going to put curly braces, and I will create another constructor which is going to have only the name, the phone number. Now I'm going to pass those values to our primary constructor. So for the ID I'm going to put, let's say, -1, and now I'm going to pass the parameter name from our secondary constructor, and our phone number, as you can see, is gray out because it's not used, but when I press now enter, it's no longer gray out. Alright, now I'm going to go inside data. Here we're going to create our database. So I'm going to create a new Kotlin class file, and I'm going to call it database handler, because there are a lot of, as you'll see, there are a lot of functions that we need to write, like to create the database, to insert data in the database, to update the database, to get data from the database, and all of that is going to be in this database handler. So we type database, let's database handler, press enter, and here I will type class database handler inherits, so let's put a primary constructor here, inherits from SQLite open helper. And now this expects some parameters. First, it's expecting a context, a name, you have this factory, you're gonna see what is, and have the version. But I'm not gonna pass those yet. I'm gonna pass those first. I'm gonna create some constants, and after that I will pass what is required here. So I will go inside our utils, and now I'll create some constants, because we are going to use a lot of queries, and let's say you want to select data from the database. You're going to use the select from and the name of the database. And instead of typing those names every time, the name of the columns, to type those names every time we run a query, we create constants to avoid errors, because you can have a typo and that is going to generate, it's going to crash our app. So I'm going to create a new Kotlin class file, call file, select file, and it's going to be called constants. And here I will type object. So object, sorry, constants, curly braces, and here I will type companion object. No, here I will type constant val. And first, I'm going to type database underscore version. And it's going to be equal to 1. Then I'm going to type constant val database name. So I'll type database name. So here I type database. So or contacts.db. Then another constant val table name. Now table, so the name of the table. Name of the table is going to be contacts. So these are the constants for our database. Now down here I will create constants for our columns. So I'll type here const val key underscore ID is gonna be equal to ID, const val key underscore name gonna be equal to name, and const val key underscore phone number equals to phone number. Alright, so now we have our constants. Now what we can do is you can go inside our database handler. Now here I can type now val context, and I'm gonna type context is gonna be. Now here I can pass, so let's type again SQLite. open helper. So now we're gonna pass the context that is in our primary constructor, the names, and now I'm gonna use our constants dot so somehow no context, I type constants, sorry, constants, so constants dot, and now I'm gonna pass the database name. Next we have this thing called factory. Here we're gonna pass null. And next you have version, and here I'm gonna type again constants dot, and I'm gonna pass the database version. Now I'm gonna put curly braces and press enter. Now, as you can see, this is underlined because you need to implement some functions. So I'm gonna right click on this bulb, implement members, and I'm gonna choose those functions. Click on OK. And we have to do not yet implemented, to do not yet implemented. Alright. Now, I'm gonna end this video here, and in the next videos we're gonna create our database, and I'm gonna also see how we can add some functions to our database. But this is no longer the recommended way for creating a database by creating a database handler and inheriting from the SQLite Open Helper. And as you will see, to add queries to create the database, and to add functions to get data from the database. There is something new called from the Android architecture components called Room. But I'm showing you the first how we did things in the past to see the contrast of how this library called Room is doing things better, like in contrast with this that we have here to inherit from the SQLite Open Helper. And as you'll see, we'll have a lot of code when we will try to update, to delete, or to get data. And with this new technology called Room, everything is much easier. But we're gonna get to that after we finish this part. So I'm gonna end this video now, and see you in the next video. In this video we are going to add the SQL statement which is going to create a table inside the onCreate function, because here we are receiving the database instance. So let's change the name of this parameter to db to be more precise. Also this to db, and this to old version, and this to new version. And here I'll type val, and I'll type create table, because we're gonna add a statement which is gonna create a table. Create table contacts equals, and here I will type. And this is not case sensitive, so you can type in lowercase letters or in uppercase letters, but I'm gonna type in uppercase letters to make it more clear. So I'm gonna more clear. So I'm gonna type create table $, constants dot table name, so the table name. Then I'm gonna put here opening parenthesis. I will press enter, and here I will type ID. So I'm gonna type again $, constants dot key underscore ID, and next I will type integer primary key auto increment, and I put a comma. Then you go to the next line, and here now I'll type $, again, constants dot key underscore name, and this is gonna be text for the type. Put a comma, you go to the next line, and here I'll put $, constants dot key underscore phone number, and this is also gonna be a text. and we're going to, gonna be, sorry, not here, outside the curly braces. This is also gonna be text, and we're going to close our parentheses. So now this statement is gonna create a table, but in order to create a table, you need to use our database instance. So we're gonna type db dot execute is equal, and here we're gonna pass our string create table contacts, and now that is gonna create a table, and this is nullable. So let's put the else operator here. So this, as you can see now, this is colored because it recognizes that this is a SQL statement. So you have create table, the name of the table, then you have the structure of the table. We have the ID, which is an integer primary key auto increment, so it's going to be auto incremented. Then we have the name, which is going to be a text, and then we have a constant key, that phone number, which is going to be also text. And when it's set here db dot execute SQL, is going to create the table when we're going to use this database handler. Next, let's go in on upgrade, because on upgrade is called when you're going to upgrade our database. And here we need to type also db, our database instance, so db dot execute SQL. I'm going to type here drop table if exists, and here I will put $sign. So let's go back. $sign constants dot table name. So what this is gonna do is gonna delete our table, and it's gonna create a new one. So this is why you have this old version and new version, because this probably under the covers is checking to see if the old version is equal to new version. If it's not equal, it's gonna delete the table and it's gonna create a new one. But to create a new one, you need to go down here, and we need to type on create. So we're calling the on create function, and we pass db. So we pass our db. Alright, so as you can see, now we have our table created. Local variable should start with it says that it should start with a lowercase letter. We can ignore that. And we have our statement, which is going to create a table. We have db.execute SQL, so it's going to execute that, and then it's going to create a table locally in the database, locally in your phone, or in your phone. And also we have an upgrade, and drop table if exists. What it's doing is deleting the table. So this command here, specifically this from here, is going to delete this table with this table name. So I think I'm going to end this video here, and in the next video I'm going to look at how we can add functions to add data in our table, how to get data from our table, how to edit data from our table. So we are going to do all of this in the next video. Therefore, I'm gonna end this video now and see you in the next video. One more thing, you can delete the val here because this is not used in our class, so it can be declared only as a parameter, not a property. So now I'm gonna end the video and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can create certain CRUD operations. And CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete. And those are the main operations that we're gonna operate on our database. So I'm gonna go down here. And the first one is gonna be to add a contact to our database. So I'll type here fun add contact. It's gonna have a parameter contact of type contact. Put curly braces, and here I will type val db equals, and I will type this dot, and I will use this writable database. So this stands for get writable database. And what this is gonna do is gonna create an instance of the database, which is gonna allow us to call functions like insert, update, delete. This is what this line of code is basically doing. Now, down here we need to create something called content values, and a content value is simply a data abstraction that we can use to add key value pairs like maps, for example. So I will type here val values equals to content values, Then I will type here values dot put, and here you need to pass the key, so I'll type constants dot, and then I'm gonna choose key underscore name, and I will type here contact dot name. So this is the key, and this is the actual value, contact dot name. Then I'll type values dot put constants dot key underscore phone number equals contact dot phone number. Next, I will type, you need to insert this into a row. So to insert this into a row, let's put a comment here, insert into, so insert to row. And I'll type db dot insert. Here we need to specify the table, constants dot table name, so the name of the table. Here we need to pass null column. Here you can pass null, and now here I will pass values. So this is gonna add now our contact inside our database. And very important, you need to close the database. I'll type here db dot close. Now down here I will create another function, and this is gonna get the contact. So I'll type here fun get contact. We're gonna have an ID, so I'll type here ID of type int. So we're gonna get the contact based on the ID, and it's gonna return a contact. Curly braces. This I'll type again val db equals, and now I will type here this dot readable database, because now we're gonna read to the database. So that is gonna give us access to all the read functions that are disponible for this DB, that are provided by this that are provided by the database. Then I will go down here and I will type val cursor, and a cursor is a class that allows us to go through or iterate through our database data. And I will type db.query. Now we need to pass the table on which you want to perform the query, constants.table name. I'm gonna use that. Then I'm gonna type array of. So now we're gonna type what data you want to get back. So I'm gonna type constants dot key ID, comma, constants dot key name, and constants dot key phone number. Then I'm gonna put here a comma, and I'm gonna go to the next line, and you can push this also on the next line. And here I will type constants dot key ID, and then I will put plus, I'm gonna put equals, question mark, and I'm gonna put a comma, and then I will type array of, and here I will type ID. Then I will put here null, null, and null, and also null. And we have a problem here because we need to put ID dot toString here. All right, so now our data. So let's talk about what we have here. We have a query on our table, on our contacts table. We want to get from that table the ID, the name, and the phone number, and we want to get the data for this particular ID that is passed here as a parameter. So this ID that is passed here, for this ID you want to get this data that we have above. So this is what this thing is doing. What we need to do next is I'm gonna type here cursor question mark dot led, so we're gonna check for null, and I'm gonna type it dot move to first, and that is gonna move the cursor to the first. And here I will type val contact equals, actually let me do it like this, return contact, and here we need to pass now the values and the data that we get it back, and the data is inside the cursor, so we need to use the cursor in order to get the data. So I'm gonna type here cursor dot get string. I'm gonna put 0, and I'm gonna put dot to int. So we have a problem. So we have a problem here. So let's delete this code. Let's type return contact, and here I will type cursor dot get string as 0 dot to int. Then I'll put a comma. I'll type cursor dot get string at 1. Another comma. Cursor dot get string, and I'm gonna pass here 2. Now everything works fine. Now this is gonna return our contact, which again we query for this specific table, we query for those specific columns, we get the data, we get the data for this particular contact which has this ID passed here as an argument, and then we check to see if it says remove let call because it's redundant. Anyway, we check to see if this is not null. We move to first if it's not null, and then we return a new contact. So return the contact back. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to create a function which is gonna return all the contacts from our database. So I'll go down here and I'll type fun get all contacts. And it's gonna return a mutable list of contacts, curly braces, and here I'll type val db equals this dot get readable. Now I'll create here a list, so I'll type val contact list equals to mutable list of contact, and now I'll type the statement which is gonna get us all the contacts. So I'll type here val select all equals to select asterisk, let's put a space from, and I'm gonna put $, contacts constants dot table name. Then I'll go down, I'll create a cursor, so I'll type val cursor equals, I'm gonna type here db dot row query, I'm gonna pass our select all and null for the second argument. Then I will type here if cursor dot moves to first, so if there is something there, I'm gonna type do while cursor move to next, so while there is something to the next. And here I will type val contact equals to contact and I will type here contact dot id equals to cursor dot get string 0 dot to int. We have a problem here. Let's change it to var. Alright, then I'm gonna type contact dot name equals to cursor dot get string 1, and you also need to change this to var. Then I will type contact dot phone number equals cursor dot get string 2. Also need to change this to a var. And here I will type down here, I will add, so put a comment, add contact to the contact list. So I'll type here contact list dot add contact, and I will go down here and I will type return contact list. So here you have the select from, and this is gonna return all the data from our database, and we have the cursor. We will check to see if the cursor moves to first something, if there is data. Then we do this do while, and while there is so here while cursor that moves to next, we are saying while there is data, then move to the next and get the next data, and we're gonna put the data in our contact, and we're gonna add after that that contact in our contact list, and at the end we return the contact list. So this is what this is doing. Now let's go inside main activity, and here I will type val db equals to database handler. We need to pass the context. I'm gonna type this. Then I will type db, and we're gonna add some contacts. Add, and here I will type contact, and I will pass, let's say, the name Alex, and the phone number, let's say some random number. Let's press Ctrl D, 1 2 3 4. So let's change this to John, Maria, and Anna. And let's change the number. Now I will go inside activity main.xml. I will go to code. I will delete this text view, and I will create a linear layout. I'm gonna put orientation vertical, and I will type here text view, but I will put first nested scroll view because I'm gonna display our contacts here. I'm gonna put match parent for the width and wrap content for the height, and here I will put a text view, match parent for the width, wrap content. Actually, let's put wrap content for both. So let's put here wrap content. It's gonna have an ID, text view, data. Go inside main activity. I'll type private, latent it var, text view, data of type text view. And here I'll type text view data equals to find view by ID r.id dot text view data. And we have the underline. Let's go to build. Let's clean our project to get rid of the underline. Alright, now here I will type val contact list equals to db dot get all contacts. And here I will type for contact in contact list, and here I will type text view data dot append \n, and I'm gonna type name $, contact dot name. Then I will type, press enter, I will put again a \n, phone number, and put $, contact dot phone number. So this is what we're gonna append in our text view data. Now, if you run our app, but let me first wipe the data to not get into problems. So now if you run our app, alright, so we have our app open and everything works fine. As you can see, we have our data display here, but it's very small. So let's change the text view size. So text view size to 20 sp, and let's change gravity to center horizontal. Let's run our app again. Alright, so now we have all of our data and everything works fine, because we have name, phone number, John, and we have Anna, Alex, John, Anna, and we have it 2 times because I put their text data pen, so it appended the previous text. But that can be changed by not putting append and put it simply here text equal to. So now but let's put this in the middle. So let's delete this parenthesis. I don't know. So let's layout gravity center. Let's run our app again. I don't remember which one was layout gravity. I always forgot this, or simply gravity to put our text in the middle. So we have now only have Anna phone number for 422. So now we have another problem. So let's reverse this code. Let's create here a variable called var data equals to and let's take this So let's copy this. Let's delete this. Let's type here data equals to, and here we're gonna put contact dot phone number. And we have an underline. Alright, so and at the end here outside the loop I'm going to type text view data dot text equals data. So now if you run this, we also get only Anna and the number. And to get only that, because here we need to put plus equals. So plus equals. So let's run this again. Click on terminate. So now we have our data, all of our data. Now let's go inside activity main.xml and let's delete this nested scroll view, because as you can see this is scrollable, but I think this is because of this we can't center our data, but it's okay like this. I mean, it's looking fine. And let's put gravity center. So let's run this again. And we have more data than the data that we added, because when our as you can see now was centered, because when this on create is called, it's gonna add those contacts again and then again and again. So this is why we get here multiple times. But anyway, the point is that our app works fine and we have our data and everything works fine. So I'm gonna go inside activity.xml. I'm gonna delete this. Let's press Ctrl Z to put back the nested scroll view to make it scrollable. And I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we're gonna see how we can get one contact passing the ID to our get contact function. Therefore, I'm gonna go inside main activity. I'll comment this code. I'll go down here and I'll type val contact equals, and I'll type db.getContact, and I will pass 3. So I'm gonna get the third element. Then I will type text view data dot text equals quotation marks. I will type here name $, contact dot name, a \n to move to the next line. I'm gonna type now phone number, $, contact dot phone number, and we should uncomment this. So let's go inside the activity main.xml because I want to change something. So let's delete this nested scroll view. Let's put gravity center, it's okay, and let's put the size to 30 sp. Let's go back inside main activity. Now, if you run this, alright, so our app opened and we have name Maria, phone number 324434, and we got our contact using db.getContact. Now I'm gonna go inside database handler. I will go down here and I will add a function to update a specific contact. So I'll type here fun update contact. It's gonna receive a contact as a parameter, and it's gonna return an integer. And here I will type val db dot this dot writable, because we're gonna write to our database. Then I will type values. We're gonna use our content values again, content values, and here I will type values dot put constants dot key name. I will type contact, our parameter dot name, values dot put constants dot key underscore for number. I'm gonna type contact dot phone number, and then I will type return. So now we're going to update the row, so I'm gonna put a comment here, update row, and I will type here return, and I'll type db dot update. I'm gonna pass the table, so constants dot table name. Then I'm gonna pass the updated values. I'm gonna put a comma, and then I will type constants. Let's hide the emulator to make things more clear. Dot key ID. I'm gonna press enter. Key ID, and I will put here a plus, and I will put quotation marks, equals, and question mark. Then I will press enter, and I will go to the next line. We need to put also a comma here. Let's put a comma, and I will type here now array of, and I'll type here contact dot get ID, so ID dot toString, and that is gonna update our contact. Now if you go inside main activity, I will go down here, and I will type val new contact equals to our contact from above, and should be contact here. And down here I will type db dot update contact, and I will pass new contact here. Then I will type val, let's go down, updated val updated contact equals to db dot get, and we are going to get the contact which was updated, so which is at the position 3. Then I will copy this text view.text, and I will paste it down here, and I will change this to updated contact also here. And you can also put here updated name and updated phone number. And so now let's run this. But we should update our contacts. I'm going to type here new contact dot set name equals to Alina. Let's stop our app. Alright, so we get updated name Maria, updated phone number, we get 3244. So we get this because we didn't change here the values of our contacts. So I'm going to type here new contact equals new contact dot phone number equals, and I'm going to pass a random number here. Now if you run this now, you'll see the updated name and the updated phone number, because previously I forgot to put here the name and the phone number updated. So we get updated name Alina, updated phone number, and we get our phone number that we pass here. So this is how you can update a contact in your database. I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now we are going to add two more functions to our database handler, and those are delete contact and get contact count, which is going to return the number of contacts in our database. Therefore, I'm going to go down here and I'm going to create first the delete contact. So I'm going to type here fun delete contact. It's going to take as a parameter a contact. It's not going to return anything. And here I will use this val that writable database. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here. And down here I will type db dot delete. Here I'm going to type constants dot table name, comma. I'm going to type constants dot key ID. Constants should be there, dot key ID. I'm gonna put here plus, quotation marks, equals, and question mark. Then I'm gonna put a comma. I'll go down here and I'll type array of, and here I will type contact dot id dot toString, and this is gonna delete our contact. Now I'm gonna go inside main activity. I will uncomment this code, and I will delete this code because I don't need this code. So let's uncomment why it didn't uncomment our code. Alright, now I'll go up here and I'll type val contact 1 equals, I'm gonna type db dot get contact 1, val contact 2 equals db dot get contact 2. Down here I will type db dot delete contact 1, and let's press Ctrl D, db.delete contact 2. Now, if I run our app, you should see the Alex and John being deleted, so they're not going to be displayed in our database. Because when get all contacts is going to be called, it's going to get all of our contacts, and because before we are deleting those two contacts, those should not be visible in our text view. So we wait a little bit. Alright, so our app opened, and we have only Maria and Anna, and our Alex and John contacts are deleted. So our code now works well. Now let's add another function, and we're gonna add the get contacts count function. So I'm gonna go inside database handler. I'll type fun get contacts count. It's gonna return an integer, the number of, which is gonna be the number of the contacts. I'm gonna type here val count query equals to question mark select from, and here I'm going to put plus, or I'm going to put here $sign constants dot table name. I will go down and I will type here let's hide emulator val db equals to this dot get readable, because it's gonna read. And then I'll type val cursor equals db dot row query. I'm gonna pass our query, and I'm gonna pass null for the second parameter. Should be a comma there. And then I'm gonna return cursor dot count. Cursor dot count. All right. Now if I go inside main activity, what I will do, so I will go down here and I will type text view data dot append, and here I will type db dot, actually let's put it in quotation marks, the number of contacts colon, and I'll type I'm gonna put first $db dot get contact count. So that's gonna get us the number of contacts that we have in our database. Now if I run this, and this string that we added here is gonna be appended to the end of our text, to our text that is displayed. Alright, so you get an error. Let's see why you have an error. So click on logcat and let's go here. Oh, sorry, that's this because instead of an activity, db.get contacts count. So why it's logcat? It's telling that here is the problem, but we didn't call that function. Alright, I think I know where is the problem. The problem is that after I deleted the contact 1 and contact 2 respectively, I deleted Alex, John and their corresponding phone number. Those contacts become then the contact 1 and contact 2. And when I try down here to get db.get contacts count, that's gonna return nothing, because we deleted all of our contacts when we run our app for the second time. So what we need to do is to delete this line of code, and let's run our app again. So you get Maria, Anna, Alex, John, and but let's put this in an nested scroll view. So let's put here to see our contacts count, nested scroll view, match parent, wrap content, and let's put this text view. So we'll go to main activity, let's run our app again. Alright, so we have Maria, Anna, Alex, John, and we have this multiple times because we run our app multiple times, and db.contact is called multiple times. So if I go scroll down, you get the number of contacts is 18. So this is the number of contacts that we have in our contacts database, and we have 18 because we run our app multiple times, and when those lines of code were called, it added again those contacts. So this is why I have 18 of them. Alright, now I'm gonna end this video and see you in the next video. So, what are Android architecture components? Android architecture components are a bunch of libraries that are supposed to help us build more robust and maintainable apps. But what does maintainable means and why you need an architecture? as beginners, we write all of our code into activities and fragments. And for smaller projects, that's not really a problem. But when an app gets bigger, this tightly coupled code can turn into a problem, because it gets harder and harder to make changes to it without having a ripple effect on the whole code. And managing the activity and fragments life cycles becomes harder and harder the more stuff we put in there. And architecture components are there to help us build more isolated components where each part of the program has a well-defined responsibility and ideally can be modified or removed without touching any other component. The architecture component that we are going to use is a library called room. And this is the structure of the room. First, we have entity. Entity is a class which is annotated with entity that is used to describe a database table when we are working with rooms. So an entity is a table. Next we have DAO. DAO stands for data access objects, which is used for mapping SQL queries to functions. So here we're going to define our queries. Next we have the room database, and the room database is an improved version of SQLite database. It encapsulates all of it encapsulates the entity and the DAO and creates all the code necessary for creating the database. So you don't need to write SQL statements for creating the database, as you'll see. You just I'm not gonna go into that now, but the room database basically encapsulates the DAO and the entity and creates the database for us. And it's a better version of the SQLite database that we use in the past. Next we have repository, and repository is a class that is mainly used to manage multiple sources of data, as you can see in this diagram. You can have the room, you can have the SQLite database, or you can have the web service as the source of the data. Next we have a view model, and the view model acts as a communication center between repository and the UI. And the UI no longer needs to worry about the origin of the data. The view model instances, and this is very important, survive configuration changes. So the activity and the fragment, if there is a configuration change like rotating the screen, the data is going to be preserved, and this is very important. Next we have live data, and live data is a data holder class that can be observed. It can be observed by some observer, which can be the fragment or the activity. It holds as well as catches the latest version of the data and notifies our observer, which can be the activity or the fragment, whenever the data is being updated. And in turn, the data which is being displayed is changed immediately by the observer. And live data automatically manage all of this, since it's aware of the relevant lifecycle status changes while observing. So it's lifecycle aware of the life cycles of our observer. So these are the components, and the big takeaway from all of this is that what we are having now, it's a structure, and we have modularization. This is a word which is hard to say. And basically we have a structure where we have components separated which interact with each other and don't have all the code tightly up in the same place like we have in the past into an activity or into a fragment. Now we have a structure. Now we have a way of separating our code, a way of putting our queries and all the data that we're going to get into a separate container. And then we have repository, we have the view model, which holds our data and forwards the data to the activity or the fragment, and the data is wrapped into this live data, which basically observes the data in the database, and whenever there is a change, it will bubble up the change to the activity, and the activity or the fragment, it will update the data which is shown on the screen. And very important, this structure that we have now, it's survive configuration changes. So if you rotate the screen, or if you leave the app and you come back 5 hours after, the data is going to be preserved. And previously the data would not, in order to preserve the data previously, you have to use the save instance state to get all the variables before, and we have to manage all of that in the correct life cycle of the functions. So you need to call functions, and you don't need to do any of this now, because now we have modularization. So the data is separated in containers, and is separated in each and each has a well-defined responsibility, and it knows what to do, and each component knows only about the component below of it. So this is the introduction into Room database, and see you in the next video. In this video we are going to add the Room dependencies and also going to create our entity class. Therefore I'm going to open my browser. I'll type Room dependency in the search bar. Press enter. We click on this result, Room Android developers. We go down here and we copy this dev room version 2.4.3 and the implementation and the annotation processor. So let's copy all of that. Let's copy that. Let's close our browser. Now let's create a new project. Choose empty activity. Click on next. I'm going to call it room. And I'm going to click on finish. Now our project is going to be created in a short moment. Alright, so now our project is created. Now let's add the dependencies in our app, and to add our dependencies in our app, we just click on the greater arrow in front of Gradle scripts, and make sure to click on this build Gradle model app room app, and we go here and we add our dependencies inside here, the dependencies. And now you may be wondering what those dependencies are and why you need to add them. Let's press Ctrl V to add them, and I'm going to explain. So by adding the dependencies here, we make available all the code which those dependencies, the room library contains. So you make available all of that code in your code by adding the dependencies here. This is how you make use of that code. So let's change this version here because it's saying that there is a new version. Now after I added the dependencies, you need to click on sync now. So that is going to integrate the dependencies. Is going to make the code that the room provides available in our program, in our app. So now I'm going to go inside main activity. Let's click the build. Let's close the build.gradle. Let's right click on the com.example.room, and let's create a new Kotlin class file. Let's call this file node, and here I will type data class node. Press enter, and here I will type val title of type string. So now we are going to create our entity, and our entity represents our table in our database description, and the properties that we define now they represent the columns in our table. So we have a title, a description, and as you'll see, you can change the name of those columns. But for now, let's type here string and val age of type int. And we also need, as you know from the previous videos, we need a unique identifier for each row. So we need an ID, and to add the ID, I'm going to type here val ID inside the curly braces of the class data class node equals to 0, and I will annotate it. So I'll add an annotation at primary key in parentheses auto generate equals true, and that is going to make sure that every time we add a new row in our table, the ID is going to be incremented. Now we're not finished. Now we need to annotate our class in order for our class to be treated and when we compile our code to create our table, we need to annotate our class with entity, and we put parentheses, and here we're gonna type table name, and I'm gonna call this table name node underscore table. So now all of this code that we type here is gonna create is gonna create the table, and it's going to create the corresponding columns for our table: title, description, and age. Now, those are the names of the columns: title, description, and age. But you can change them by putting at, and you type here column info, and you can put parentheses, and you type here name, and you can provide a different name like title note. So you can change the name of the columns in your table using this annotation if you want. You can do the same thing for the next ones. So this code that we have now here is going to create a table, and as you can see, we don't have to type any kind of code because we only use these annotations, and the code that is going to create the table is going to be generated by it's going to be generated at compile time by row. So now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Alright, so in the last video we created our entity, and in this video we're gonna create our DAO, our data access objects, and the DAO is an interface that defines all the database operations we want to do on our entity. Therefore, let's open Android Studio. Let's right click on the package, go to new, let's choose Kotlin class file, let's call it node.dao, press enter, and this is gonna be an interface. Let's call it node.dao, curly braces, and now here we're going to define our functions. So I'm going to type here first insert, so I'm going to type fun insert, and it's going to insert a node of type node, and I'm going to put above the annotation insert. Then I'm gonna type fun delete. I'm gonna delete a node of type node. I'm gonna annotate it with delete. So by annotating with delete and don't providing the actual body, the actual body is gonna be generated by the room for us. So this is why we don't provide the function body here. Then I will type here fun update, also node type node. Alright, let's call it, let's put update. So now all of those, by not providing the body, as I said, is going to be generated when we compile, when we run our program, and it's going to be generated automatically by the room database. Now, let's say that I want to delete all nodes. For this, we need to use a query. We don't have already pre-built annotation for deleting all nodes. So what I can do here, I can type fun delete all nodes, and I can type here at query, and here I'll type delete in quotation marks, delete from node table, and that is going to delete all the nodes from our node table. Now we also need to get all the nodes from our table, so let's see how we can do that. Therefore I will go down here, I'll type fun get all nodes, and it's gonna have a return type, and the return type is gonna be a live data. So I'm gonna put here live data of type mutable list of, and that is gonna be a node. So I'm gonna type a node, and down here above I will put a query. I'll type query, and I'll type here select from, so select all from. As you can see, if I don't provide the letter and I just type fro, I get immediately an warning, unlike the SQLite Open Helper where you can type that and you not get an warning, but here you get an warning. Delete from, select from, table node, order by priority. Alright, so there is a problem here, and the problem is that instead of priority, when I created the entity, I typed age. So let's change this to priority. Let's go back here, and now the error disappeared. Now, as you can see here we are returning live data of mutable list of node, and the room can return live data out of the box, as I said in the first video. And the difference is that you can observe this object. We can observe this object here. So as soon there is changes in our node table, our data is going to be automatically notify, so you'll get immediately in real time the data updated when there is a change in our node table, and that's going to be sent to our UI, to our main activity or to our fragment. Alright, now let's create the database. One more thing that we need to do is to mark our functions with the suspend keyword, because we're going to call them from a coroutine. So let's make them suspend only for those three. Now let's create our database. I'm gonna right click, select Kotlin class file. Let's call it and I will type here node database, and I will type abstract class node database inherits from the room database, parentheses, and above I'm gonna put an annotation, database entities, and I'm gonna pass our node class. Let's put actually this in an array of node class. Then type version. So this is similar to the SQLite Open Helper. Export schema to false. And inside I'm going to put curly braces. I'll type abstract fun get nodes DAO, and it's going to return a node DAO. And then I will type here companion object, because we're going to create a singleton, only one instance of our database. And I will type here private var instance. It's going to be of type database, node database. That's going to be nullable, and I'm going to assign null to it. Then I will type fun get instance. It's going to take a context, and it's going to return, let's import that, and it's going to return a node database. And here I will type, so let's put a comment, if the instance is null, then return it. again a comment, if it is, so if it's not null, so if it is not, if it is null, then create the database. And here I will type return instance, the Elvis operator, and here I will type synchronized on this curly braces, and here I will type val instance equals to room database, room dot database builder. I'm gonna pass the context dot get application context, get application context. I'm gonna put a comma, and here I will type node database, so our node database class Java, and here I'm also gonna pass the name of the database, node database, and I'm gonna put dot build dot, so that it should be here, sorry, so let's put this dot build, and here I'm gonna type instance equals to instance, and I'm gonna return the instance. So let's put a comment here, return instance. So I'm gonna type here instance. Alright, so what this is gonna do is gonna return an instance of our database if the database doesn't have an instance created, and if it has an instance created, it will return the already existing instance. And synchronize means that this can be accessed by only one thread, because threads can have multiple threads trying to access the same database, and by making synchronize this block of code, you make sure that only one thread at a time can access the database, so you don't get in a scenario where, let's say, the database let's say the database is null, so we didn't create a database, and one thread tries to access that database, it's null, and then another thread tries to access the database, and meanwhile the first thread created the database, but the second thread still has the information that the database is null. So you get in those kind of scenarios where it's where you can get easily in trouble. So by making this synchronized, we make sure that only one thread can access this code at a time. Alright, so now we have our database ready, and it's abstract because this all the code that is necessary for creating the database, it will be generated automatically by the room database, so you don't need to type ourselves all of that. Alright, so I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Alright, so now we have our entity, our DAO, and our room database created. Next, we need to create the repository. And the repository class basically abstracts the access to multiple data sources, such as the room database or the web service. And to create a repository class is very easy. Just open Android Studio, right click on the package, go to new, Kotlin class file. And I'm gonna call this node repository, press enter, and I will create here a class, and I will type class node repository, and it's gonna have a primary constructor, a private val nodes DAO. That is gonna be our DAO, curly braces, and here I'll type val all nodes equals, let's put live data of type here, so live data of type mutable list of type node. We need to import that. Then I'm gonna put equal node DAO, the property defined above, dot get all nodes. And that is gonna return all the nodes. Next, I'll type a suspend function, so suspend fun insert, and it's gonna take a node of type node, and I'm gonna type node DAO, our node DAO that is defined in the primary constructor, dot insert node. Then I'm gonna have a suspend fun delete node of type node, node DAO dot delete node. Also for update, suspend fun update, it's gonna take a node node DAO dot update node. So we type here node, and that's basically it. That is all for the repository class. So I'm gonna end this video here, and we are going to continue our discussion in the next video. We're gonna look at the view model. Now it's time to start a discussion about view model, and the view model is basically used for providing data to the user interface. It acts as a communication layer between the repository and the UI. But in order to use the view model, let's first add a dependency. So I'm gonna open my browser. I'm gonna type room lifecycle dependency, press enter. We click on this lifecycle Android developers, and we go down here and we copy this lifecycle dependency. So we copy this with the implementation and with the define lifecycle version, and then we go inside our Android project to build that Gradle, and we add that dependency here. But I already added that dependency, as you can see here. I will just add the version here. So def, let's change this to $, lifecycle. Alright, so now let's sync this. I already had this dependency added here, but if you don't, and you probably don't have, just add it here and click on sync now. Now let's create our node view model. So I'm gonna right click on this package room. I'm gonna select Kotlin class file, and gonna be a file node view model. Press enter, and here I will type class node view model. We're gonna have a parameter application, and it's gonna extend from Android view model, and we're gonna pass the application to the constructor of the Android view model. Then I'm gonna put curly braces, and now I'm gonna create variables for our nodes and for the repository. So I'll type here val all nodes of type live data, because it's gonna retrieve live data, of mutable list, live data should be here, of mutable list of node. And then I'm gonna type val repository, node repository, I'm gonna type now init, and here I will type val DAO equals node database dot get instance. I'm gonna pass the context application, and the application is a subclass of context. This is why you can pass, even though the get instance expects a context, we pass the application, it works. Dot get node DAO, so we get our DAO, then we type repository equals repository, node repository, and we pass our DAO to the constructor because it's expecting a DAO. Then I'm gonna type all nodes equals repository dot all nodes. So we're getting our all nodes. Now down here I will type fun delete node, and I'm gonna put parentheses, I'm gonna type node, and I'm gonna put equals, and here I'm gonna type now view model scope data line. So I'm gonna create a coroutine because the delete, the add, and the update operations on our database needs to be done on a background thread. So I'm gonna use coroutines here. So I'm gonna launch, and I will type here repository dot delete, and I'm gonna pass our node. So we're doing now this on a background coroutine. Then I'm gonna type fun update node. I'm gonna type here node equals again view model scope dot launch. So we're launching a coroutine, repository dot update, and I'm gonna pass a node. Then I'm gonna type again fun add node, I'm gonna take as argument a node, and I'm gonna put equals to view model scope dot launch, and here I will type repository dot add node, repository dot insert, and I'm gonna pass our node. So this is with our node. It says here that we can make this private, also this. Alright, so now we have our node view model ready. Now let's go inside main activity. Let's go here, and I will go up here. I will create a variable private latent it var node view model of type node view model. Then down here I'll type node view model equals view model provider. So view model provider, we put parentheses. Then I'm going to type here this for the first argument. For the second, I'm going to type view model provider dot Android view model factory, and I'm going to pass here application. Then I'm going to put here dot get, and here I'm going to type node view model : class Java, and this can be replaced with the index operator. So let's replace it. Now I'm gonna go down here and I will type node view model dot all nodes. So we have all nodes because I changed all nodes from private to, I deleted the private access modifier to make it public by default. So let's go back in main activity. I'm gonna put dot observe, and I'm gonna choose this one, observe. I'm gonna pass first this, and then the observer. And the observer is a lambda function. So I'm gonna put curly braces, and here we're gonna we can type list, arrow, and press enter. And here you'll see when we're gonna create the recycle view, here we're gonna add our data from this list. So here we can add the data to our recycler view. Alright, so I'm gonna end this video here, and we're gonna continue our discussion in the next video when we're gonna create our recycle view and we're gonna add our nodes. Now we have everything in place, so let's recap what we built so far. We created the class and annotated with entity, so Room can create SQLite table for it. The repository uses the node DAO to retrieve all the data entries from our node table as a list wrapped into live data. The view model receives the same live data from the repository and sends it to the main activity. The main activity doesn't store the data itself, but it observes the live data that is in the view model, and it automatically receives an updated list of nodes whenever the data in SQLite table changes. So whenever happens down here, it should immediately be sent up to the activity or to the fragment. So this is what we built so far. Now let's create a recycle view and an adapter. So I'm gonna open Android Studio. And first we're going to create a layout, which is going to be the individual item of our recycle view. It's going to be the node item. So I'm going to type here layout, new layout, node underscore item, and we choose card view. Card view, choose this Android X, click on OK, go to code, and here we're going to type margin end 8dp, margin start 8dp, and margin top also 8dp. Then I'm going to create down here a relative layout. So I'm going to type relative, match parent, wrap content, opening tag, and inside this tag I'm gonna put a text view, wrap content for width and height. I'm gonna have the ID text view underscore priority. It's gonna have a text appearance, add style, text appearance dot app compat dot large. And let's put a text. Let's put here text 1. So let's see how it looks. So we have our text here. Let's also add a padding to our recycle view of ADP. I will go down here, and here I will type align parent end to true. So now is at the end, you have the priority there. Go to code. I'm going to create another text view, wrap content for width and height. It's going to have the ID text view title, and I'm going to go here. I'll type text appearance, also appcompat.large, and I'm gonna type here to start off text view priority and align parent start to true. Let's put a text like title. So text, title. Let's look at design. So we have our text here now, here, as you can see. But we have, it should be wrap content for the here. So wrap content, design. So we have our card now. Next, I'll add another text view down here, and you can also add here a max lines. So the maximum lines, max lines 1, and we can also put ellipse size. So when we so let me show you actually what I'm trying to do here. So this is the title, and let's say that I set the max line to 1, and if I increase the text, let's put something here, go to design. As you can see, it overlap with the text that we have here. And another better way is to put some dots here, meaning that there is some more text. And we're gonna do that with ellipse size. So I'm gonna put here ellipse size, and so now if I go to design, now as you can see we have title AAA and dot dot dot. So that means that we have more text there. So let's delete this. Let's create another text view. So I'm gonna go down here, I'll type text view, wrap content for the width and height, ID, text view description, and it's gonna be below text view title. Let's put a text. Let's type description. Let's go to design, and now we have our title and our description. Let's go to code. Now let's go inside activity main.xml. Let's go to code. Let's delete this text view, and let's put here a recycle view. So I will put here a recycle view. I will type recycle view, Android X, match parent, wrap content, or also match parent, closing tag. And now I will add here tools, list item, aron, layout, note item. Now if I go to design, you can see how our items are gonna look. So we have title, we have and it's looking very beautiful. So let's go back to code. Now let's create a new package. We'll go to new package, and let's call this package adapters. Here we're gonna put our adapters. So I'll go inside adapters, go to new Kotlin class file. Let's call it note adapter. So I'm gonna type here class note adapter. It's gonna extend recycle view dot adapter, and I'm gonna put angle brackets. Let's put curly braces, and I will type here inner class node view holder extends recycle view dot view holder, and here is expecting a view. So let's create here a view of type view, of type view, and let's pass it here curly braces, and here I will type And here I will type private text view, private latent var text view title of type text view, private latent var text view description, text view description. And you can actually delete this, and you can put here text view title equals view, find view by ID, r.id.text view. Let's import the r.id.text view title as text view, and let's remove the latent. Let's change it to val. Let's do the same here, and let's change it to val. Gonna type equals view, find view by ID, r.id text view description as text view. I'm gonna cast the text view. Let's put private here. Then I'm gonna type again private text view, private val text view priority equals view dot find view by ID, r.id text view priority. I'm gonna cast it as a text view. Now you're gonna pass context. So context, let's create a val context, type context, and a val mutable, let's call it notes list, type mutable list of type note. Alright, and here I'm gonna type node adapter dot node view holder. Now we need to implement some functions. So let's click here, implement members, and we have our functions. Let's put this below. Let's delete those to do. Here let's return, let's put equals nodes list dot size, and here I'll type return node view holder layout inflator dot inflate dot from. I'm gonna pass context dot inflate r dot layout dot node item. Then I'm gonna pass parent here. No, not here. So here I'm gonna pass, put a comma, parent, and false. Down here I'll type val node equals to nodes list. I'm gonna get the item at this position. So position. Then I will type holder dot I should make those not private. So holder dot text view title equals node dot title dot text should be there. Holder dot text view description equals node dot description dot text again, sorry. Then holder dot text view priority equals to node dot priority, and here we need to put again that text. Node dot priority dot to string, because that's an integer, so I need to convert it into a string. So now we have our node adapter ready. The problem now is that we don't have a way of adding items to our recycle view, and we're gonna do this in the next video. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now let's continue our discussion, but let's make some changes to our node adapter. And the first change is to delete this from the constructor, also the context. And now we'll have a problem here. And instead of context, I'm gonna pass here parent dot get context. Alright, and I'll go inside the class and I'll type private val nodes list of type mutable list of node equal to mutable list of. And what I will do, I will create a function down here, fun set nodes mutable list. So it's gonna receive a multiple list of nodes, and I'm gonna type here it should be node, and here we're gonna type nodes list equals to nodes, and we have a problem. So let's change it to var. Let's go inside main activity. Now let's create our recycle view. Let's give an ID to our recycle view, because now it doesn't have an ID. So let's give it an ID, recycle view color recycle view, and we go inside main activity. I'll type private latent var recycler view private latent var adapter. Let's call it nodes adapter of type nodes node adapter, and down here I will type recycle view equals to find view by ID r.id.recycle view. Then I'll type recycle view dot let's create the adapter here now. So let's type nodes adapter equals to nodes node adapter. Then I'll type recycle view dot adapter equals to nodes adapter. Then I'll type recycle view dot layout manager equals to linear layout manager, and we have a problem. Let's pass this here. Alright, now inside here where we are observing the data, where we're observing the nodes, we're gonna type adapter nodes adapter dot set nodes, and we're going to pass it. So it means this list, this mutable list that is observed. And right now we don't have any data because we didn't add any data, but we'll add the data in the next video. So let's go to code now. Let's clean our project, or to build clean project, to get rid of the underline from there. Alright, so in the next video we're gonna create another activity which is gonna be responsible for adding nodes in our SQLite database, in our room database. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video we are going to create an add nodes activity which is going to be responsible for adding nodes to our room database, and we're also going to display those nodes in our recycle view. Therefore, let's create a new activity. Let's create first a package. Let's go to package, let's call it activities, and inside this activity I'm going to right click, go to new, select activity, empty activity. I'm gonna call it let's say add edit activity. Now let's go inside the activity underscore add underscore edit.xml. I'm gonna go to code. Here I'm going to change the constraint layout to a linear layout, but we have to wait a little bit until the Gradle project syncs is finished. So it's finished now. Let's go and put here a linear layout. Linear layout. Orientation vertical. A padding of 16 dp. And we are going to add an edit text here. We choose this one, match parent, wrap counter for the height. It's gonna have an ID, edit text title, ID, edit text title. It's gonna have a hint, title, and the input type is going to be text. Then I'm going to create another edit text, match parent, wrap content. It's going to have an ID, edit text ID, edit text description, input type, text multi-lines, and also going to add a text view here, text view, wrap content for width and height. It's not going to have an ID because we're going to not use this in our Kotlin code. It's going to have a text, priority, margin top of 8 dp, and the text appearance, at Android style / text appearance dot medium, not material. So now if I look at design, we have this, it's very big. So let's change this match parent height to wrap content here. Also wrap content here. Let's go to design, and now it looks like this. Now let's add our number picker, which is gonna be responsible for picking the priority. Gonna have wrap content width and height, and it's gonna have an ID. Number picker underscore priority. Now let's create some vectors, because we're gonna have some icons on the top right hand side of our add edit activity. So I'm gonna go to vector asset. The first one is gonna be add. We wait a little bit. Add, choose this one. Next, click on finish. I'm gonna create another vector asset. Save. IC underscore save. And another vector asset, which is gonna be exit or close. So let's choose this one. Let's change the name to close. Click on next, and then on finish. Now let's create a menu. So I'm gonna go to resource, Android resource directory. We choose menu, click on OK. Right click, go to new menu resource file. Let's call it let's say add edit. Actually, let's call it save menu. And it's gonna have an item here. It's gonna have an ID, save menu item, a title, save, and show as action if room. Let's close this. Let's see how it looks. Let's go to code, because I don't like, so let's delete this text. Let's change it to never. So let's choose if room. Let's add SR icon, and let's type save. Let's look now, but we also need to have the text. So text, title, save. So now I have our icon here. Now let's go inside our add edit activity. Now here I'm going to import the R. So let's import the R. Now let's go inside activity main, because I am going to add a button here. So it's going to be a floating action button, wrap content for the width and height. But let's put first this, let's change the constraint layout to a coordinator layout, so we have more flexibility with our widgets. And now I'm gonna type here layout gravity bottom vertical bar, and let's go to design. Now we have our button there, and let's put an icon, src add, and let's also add the margin of 32 dp. So now if I look at design, we have our add button there. Let's go inside main activity. Let's reference our button. So I'm going to type here private later need var add note button of type button, and down here I'll type add note button equals to find view by id r.id. Let's give an id to our button. So let's go inside activity main, go to code, let's give it an id, add note button. Let's go back main activity, and I'm gonna type here add note button. Alright, let's go to build, let's clean our project to get rid of this underline. Now let's go inside add edit activity, and here I'll create some variables, private later need var edit text title of type edit text, private later need var edit text description of type edit text, and private later need var number picker, and I will go down here and I will type here edit text title equals to find view by id r.id dot edit text title, edit text description equals to find view by id r.id edit text description, and number picker equals to find view by id r.id dot number picker priority. Then I'll go down here, I'll type get support action bar dot set home as app indicator, and here I'm gonna type r dot drawable dot ic close. Let's put Elvis operator here. Now let's create our menu here. So I'm gonna type on create options menu, and I'm gonna type here delete this, return true, and I'm gonna type here menu inflator dot inflate. I'm gonna pass menu, here need to pass r dot layout, r dot menu dot save menu and menu. Alright, so now I have everything set in place, and I will also add here a title. So title equals to add note. Then I will go down here, I will type on create on options menu item selected. I'm gonna type here when item dot item id r dot id dot save menu item. I'm gonna call a function save note. So I'll go up here, I'll type fun, save note, and I'll type here val title equals edit text title dot text dot to string, val description equals edit text description dot text dot text dot to string, and val priority equals to number picker dot priority. And here we need to type number picker dot get value. And here I will type number picker dot set mean value. Let's put it to equals to 0, and number picker dot max value equals to 10, let's say. Alright, now down here I will type if title dot trim, so to remove the space, it dot is empty, so if it is empty, or description dot trim dot to string without to string dot trim dot is empty, then we're gonna return. I'm gonna put a toast first, toast dot make text this, please insert title and description. I'm gonna say please insert title and description, toast dot length toast dot length long dot show, and return. So we're gonna return if we're gonna leave the function if it's empty. Else we're gonna go down here. Now we need to go inside main activity, and I will go down here, and I will type add note button that set on click listener, and here I will type val intent equals intent this add main activity, and add, so where you want to go, and add edit text, add edit activity class.java. But in order to do that, I'm gonna go up here, I'm gonna type val get result, because we're gonna start an activity for result. I'm gonna type here register activity for result. Here I'll type activity result contract, so activity result contract, so we choose this one, dot start activity for result. I'm gonna put curly braces, and I'm gonna type here if, but we have a problem. Oh, we need to put parentheses here. If, I'm gonna type here it dot result code. Now we need to create a result code, so let's create a package first. Let's go here, package constants. Let's type it, call it utils actually, utils. And here we're gonna put our constants. New Kotlin class file constants object constants const val extra, let's call it request underscore code equals to 1-on-1. Now let's go back inside main activity. Again, here I'm going to put equals constants dot request code. Then we're gonna get the data, and we're going to get back first val, and we need to create some also some constants. Let's type here const val extra underscore title equals to title, const val extra underscore description equals to description, and const val extra underscore priority equals to priority. Then I will go inside main activity and I'll type val. First it's gonna be gonna get first the title equals get it dot get, or we type here title, we type it dot data dot get string extra. Let's type constants, so constants dot extra title. Let's press Ctrl D a few times. Let's change now this to description. Elvis operator here, Elvis operator here, and Elvis operator here. From extra title to description and to priority, and let's change this to priority. And what we need to do next here is type val note equals to note. I'm gonna pass title because we're gonna create now an object, description, and priority. But we have a problem. Alright, so the problem is that it thinks that those are nullable. So let's put those title, description, and also here, because they're not gonna be null, because we checked here with the lay Elvis operator that it's not gonna be null. Priority found in the required string dot to string. And actually let's change it to get int extra, and here I'll type priority. Alright, then, and I have a problem here. So I need to put a default value. Let's put -1. Then I will type here view model, node view model dot insert or add or new node. Alright, so now everything looks fine. Let's go inside add edit activity, and here we're gonna send the data back. So here I will type intent But before that, let's go back, and here we're gonna type here get result, dot launch our intent from above. Right, now let's make sure that we send that data back from our add edit activity. So we're going to create here an intent. So we type here intent dot apply, and I'm going to type put extra constants dot extra title. We're going to have the title. Then I'm going to post control D 2 times, extra description, and extra priority. Then down here I'll type set result, and we need to pass the result code. So I'm gonna type here first constants dot request code and our intent, but our intent is this one. So let's copy all of this and let's paste it here to see if it works. Alright, so it works. And then I'm gonna type here finish to leave this activity. Now if you run this, also you have a problem with the SDK. So let's go inside Gradle. And let's change this to 33. Click on sync now. So let's look at run to see if you have any problems. Let's look at Loadcat first, because it didn't open our app. Let's go inside build.gradle again. Let's change this to 33. Let's click on sync. Now let's run our app again. Alright, so but it didn't open our app again. Let's see why. Alright, so the problem is that this should be a floating action button, not a button. So let's type floating action button. Let's run this again. So it crashed again. Alright, so I solved the problem by adding this code here and delegating our node view model to view models, and we pass to our lambda here the factory, the one that is created here above. So this is what solve our problem with the view model. But after I solved this problem, I got another problem from the database, and the problem was because instead of making this a var, because this will be incremented, because this represents our table, and when you add a new row, this is going to be incremented. I declared this as a var, so this should be a var. And also I forgot to add the annotation here to DAO. I forgot to add the annotation DAO here, add DAO. So you should add that here. And in the add edit activity, I also add here support action bar, set display home as app enable, and that's gonna make sure that we have the icon on the left hand side on the top. Now everything works fine. Well, one thing that we need to do is not adapter. After we set our nodes, we need to notify our adapter that something was changed. And in the next videos, we're going to look at more specific functions which can notify when an item is inserted at a specific position, because notify dataset changes saying that a change has happened and it should redraw the whole layout. And with notify with more specific functions like notify item insert and notify item remove, you can get you can also get animations only for those specific for specific positions in your recycle views. Instead of redrawing the whole layout, it will only update that particular item that you removed or deleted or updated. Right, so add notify dataset change for now here. Now let's run our app to see how it works. So let's run our app. Right, so we have one item because I added this item previously. Now let's click on the add button, and that's going to take us to add the edit node activity. Let's add here, let's say exercise. Let's type you should exercise daily. Priority, let's put it to 1, and let's click on the save button. And now when I click on the save button, as you can see, it's added immediately here. And with the notified dataset change, as I said, the whole layout is redrawn, but we're gonna use more specific functions like notify item remove, notify item inserted, as you'll see in the next videos. But now our app is working. We can add nodes to our app, can set a priority, we can leave our app by the back button. And this works because I go inside the manifest and I set for our add edit activity the parent activity main. So when you click on the button, when you click on this close button, it's gonna take us back to our main activity. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. We're gonna continue our discussion. Alright, so while I was recording this video, there was a problem with creating the view model, and the way I tried to create the view model using this code that you see here didn't work for me. So I searched for a solution. I found this solution on the internet, and you basically create this factory and you delegate then the node view model to the view models, and you pass the factory here. But this is prone to errors, and you no longer need to use this. You can delete all of this, and this is what I suggest to you to do, is to create your node view model here, private latent var node view model of type node view model, and keep it in this way. So create your node view model using this code that we have here. So delete the factory method that we created there and the delegation, because that is not gonna work. It's gonna generate errors. So just create it in this way. I did that because there was a problem and I couldn't find what was the underlying problem, because I didn't was able to create the view model. But now it's working, so you can use this code that you see here. So use this code and delete that code that I showed you. Now I'm gonna end this video and see you in the next video. In this video we are going to add a swipe to delete functionality to our app, and also gonna add an option to delete all the items from our list of of nodes. So let's go down here, and to add a swipe to delete, to type item touch helper, because there is a class which is going to help us with implementing this thing. Parentheses, and inside the parentheses I'm going to type object. You're going to put colon to inherit from item touch helper dot simple callback parentheses, and now you have two parameters, the drags and the swipe directions. And for the drags I'm going to put 0, because that is for dragging or dropping. So I'm going to put 0 there, and for the swipe I'm going to put item touch helper. So item touch helper dot left. I want to swipe on the left. Now then I'm going to type or item touch helper dot right. Then outside the parenthesis of the item touch helper dot right, I'm going to put curly braces and press enter. So now we need to implement those functions in our anonymous inner class. So and we have first the on move. This is trigger when we drag our items, but we're not going to implement that, so I'm going to return simply false here. And here on the on swipe, here you have this view holder, and with this view holder you can get the position, because this view holder that is here is the view holder which was swiped. So you can type here view holder dot adapter position. But the problem is that in our node DAO we can delete a node by passing then the node, not an ID. And to solve that, we go inside node adapter, we create a new function, fun get node add. It's gonna have a parameter position of type int, and it's gonna return a node. Let's close this. It's gonna return a node, and here I'm gonna type return, and we type node list square brackets, and we pass the position. Now I'm gonna go inside the main activity, and here I will type adapter, nodes adapter. Let's actually use that directly. So I'm gonna type here nodes view model to delete the items. So I'm gonna use the new nodes view model dot delete, and here I'm gonna type adapter, nodes adapter dot get node add, and you pass view holder dot adapter position. So we're getting the view holder which was swiped at this particular position, and then we delete that, we get that node using the adapter, using the function that we created previously, and then we delete that node from our node view model. So now if I run this up, let's bring the emulator. We have our two items added from our previous video, and now let's add a few other items, like let's say title. Let's add again another one. Now if I try to swap this, I can, oh actually I forgot to attach it to the recycle view. So let's go down here and put dot attach to recycle view, and pass our recycle view. So let's run this again. So now this is now gonna be attached to our recycle view, this item touch helper. Click on terminate. And now if I try to swipe, let's wait. If I try to swipe, now it's working either on the left or on the right. So if I swipe it, it's gone. If I swipe it, it's gone from the list, so it's deleted. And let's add a few nodes back. So now ABC, description. So we can swipe it and it's going to be deleted. So the emulator disappeared. Now let's also add an option to delete all nodes from our nodes from our recycle view. And to do that, first I'm going to create a new menu, because we need a new menu. So I'm going to go to new menu resource file. This is going to be main menu, because we're going to add menu for our main activity, main menu. I will go to code, and here I will type item ID. Gonna have an ID. Delete all nodes menu. Title, delete all nodes, and show as action never. So let's go to design. So we have here. Now let's go inside main activity, and inside here I will type on create options menu, and I will type here menu inflator dot inflate r dot menu dot main menu. I'm gonna pass menu, and here you can return true, not super. And let's also add on options item selected, and here we're going to type when item dot item ID r dot ID dot delete all nodes menu. Gonna delete all the nodes, so I'm gonna simply type here node view model dot delete. I should delete. There is a problem. Alright, so the problem is that I forgot to call our function delete all nodes in our repository. So go to node repository, make sure to declare this function delete all nodes, and then call the function for using the node DAO delete all nodes. Then go inside the node view model, and let's add that function here. So I'll type here fun delete all nodes, and repository dot delete all nodes. Now if I go inside main activity, now I can type a node view model dot delete all nodes. Now it's gonna call the function. Now if you run this, let's try on the next emulator, because the previous has disappeared, I don't know why. Alright, so our app opened. Let's add some nodes. Right, so you can delete them by swiping, as you can see, and you don't have this beautiful animation here now, because we're using notify dataset change, and that is gonna tell to the recycle view to redraw the whole layout. So this is why you don't get this nice animations, but we will get to that in the next videos. Now I can click here, and I can click on this delete all nodes, and we get a problem. Alright, so I solved the problem by going inside node DAO and making the delete from node table suspend function. Then when you call from our repository, also make a suspend function. And when you call from our view model, we launch a coroutine. So we're deleting on the background thread, this on the background coroutine, because this is why you get that error. So you should do this thing in order to avoid that error. Just mark your function with suspend, in the node repository also suspend, and in the node view model simply launch a coroutine and do the work on the background. So now if I add multiple nodes here, and let's add another one, and another one, and another one, and now if I click on delete all nodes are deleted now from the recycle view, from the room database, and so this is it. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can edit a node in our app, and for that I will go inside node_item.xml and I will add some attributes here to make this card view to have a ripple effect when you click on the card view, when you click on the node item. Because what I want to do is to click on the node item, and that is going to take us to the add edit activity. This is the reason why I call that activity add and edit, because we're going to use it also to edit our node, and it's going to take us to that activity, and then we're going to edit our particular node on which we clicked. And here I'm going to add some attributes to have the triple effect, which is clickable to true, focusable to true, and for the foreground we pass this one here. Let's press Ctrl Z because I messed up the code. Now I'm going to go inside the main activity, because now I need to declare this get result as a property, because I want to use it in a code later. So what I will do first is to see what type is this expression, the whole expression that is here. So I'm going to press Shift Control P and we select the whole expression, and as you can see it's an activity. Let's press again Shift Control P. It's an activity result launcher. So what I'll do, I'll go up here, so I'll declare it as a property. So I'll type private latent it var. I'm gonna type get result. It's gonna be an activity result launcher, and we're gonna have an intent for the type, and I'll go down here and I'll delete the val, and I'll just simply put get result equals to this one. Now what I'll do next, I'll go inside node adapter. I will create here an interface, so I'll type interface on click listener. It's gonna have a function on click item, and it's gonna have a parameter, a node. Now what I'll do, I'll go here, because here we're gonna handle our clicks on the item inside this node view holder, because this represents our node node XML. So I'll type here view dot set on click listener. And here I will type, I'll go first up here, I will create a property, I'll type val listener of type on click listener, and I will type here if, I'm gonna type get adapter position, so get adapter position is not equal to recycle view dot no position, and that's a constant which is -1, and we're checking for this because it may happen that we are in the process of swiping, of deleting something, and that in that moment the item has the position position is changed to -1. So when you click on that, it will generate an error, because you try to add you try to click on the item while it is being deleted. So this is what we're checking here. I'm going to put curly braces, so we're checking to see if we're not in that scenario. And if that is correct, I'm going to type listener, the property that we created, dot on click, and here I will type nodes list get, so I'm going to put square brackets, and I will type get adapter position. And that is going to return our node. Now I will go inside main activity, and now we'll have an underline here. Let's see where it is. So now our adapter expects to pass that property here. And now I will do what I will do. I'll type here this, and I will go up here. I will put a comma, and I will type on click listener from com.example.room.adapters. Now I need to implement that. Implement members, implement that function. And what I'll do here, I'll type val title equals node.title. Val description equals node.description. Val priority equals node.priority. And val id equals node.id. Then I will create a node. I'll type here val node equals to node, and it's gonna have a title, a description, a priority, and I'm gonna type node dot id equals id. So I'm gonna set also the id. Then I will type here. Alright, so actually let's delete this object because we don't need this. And I will type here val intent equals to intent. I'll put this at main activity and add. So we want to go in add edit text activity. And here I will type intent dot put extra, and here I will type extra let's type constants dot extra title, and pass the title. Let's press Ctrl D. Extra description, extra priority, and extra, I created a new constant ID, and pass the ID. Alright, next I will type here get result dot launch, and we're gonna pass our intent. Alright, now let's go inside add edit text activity, and here we need to change it to add request code. What we need to do now is to check here if get intent. So if intent dot has extra constants dot extra ID, then we're gonna put the title to title equals to edit node. Else I'm gonna set the title to add node. Alright, next, if this is true, what we need to do here is to type edit text title dot set text, and here I will type intent dot get string extra we're gonna type constants dot extra title. Let's press Ctrl D a few times. So I'm gonna type here extra description, extra priority, and extra ID. Alright, so I'm gonna set the edit text, and now let's change this to edit text description, priority, oh, so we need to type here number picker to set the priority. Number picker dot set value equals to intent get int extra, let's type constants dot extra priority. Let's delete the last one because we're not gonna set the ID. Now I will go down here, and what I will do here is I will check to see if intent dot has extra constants dot extra ID. Then I'm gonna type here alright, so let's change this to if to I'm gonna type here val ID equals to intent dot get int extra. I'm gonna type here constants dot extra ID, and I'm gonna pass a default value of -1. And I'm gonna type here if ID is not equal to -1, so we have an ID. Then I'm gonna type here intent dot apply, so intent so let's put actually set result, and I'm gonna type here constants. I created a new constants for the edit request code, so let's go there to see. So I created those new constants here. So edit request code, and here I will basically copy this, but we're gonna put also another one, put extra the ID, because in order to update the a specific row from our room database, we need the ID. So the SQLite room database needs the ID. So I'm gonna type here constants dot ID extra ID. I'm gonna pass here ID. I'm gonna type here ID, the ID that we got from above. Else I'm gonna execute this part. So let's put this, and I'm gonna let the finish here, because no matter what branch is executed, the finish is gonna be called and it's gonna leave the activity. Now we have an error. Let's see where. Oh, so I need to pass a default value there. Let's put -1. Right, now let's go inside main activity, and now we need to do something when we get that data back. So I'll type here else if gonna type it dot result code equals to edit to constants dot edit request code. Then I'm gonna copy this code that we have here. I'm gonna copy this code also. Ctrl Z, copy, let's paste it here, but we also need to get the ID, so I'll type here another one, val ID equals it dot data dot get int extra, let's type constants dot extra ID, and let's put a default value of -1. And so we're gonna type here note.id equals to ID. Let's separate those two to make it more clear. So we have a problem. Alright, so let's push it. Let's put here. Alright. Next I'll type view model. So note view model dot update node, and I'm gonna pass our node. Alright, let's wipe data to make sure that our emulators are gonna work. And let's run our app to see how it's working and if it's working. Alright, so our app opened. Let's add an item. Let's type title, description, and I'm gonna let the priority to 0. I'm gonna click on the save button, and we have title, description, and the priority 0. So now if I click on this, it automatically takes me here where we have the edit node now, and we have title, description, and let's type title updated, description updated. Let's click on save, and we have title updated, description updated. So our code works fine. If we add new items, let's type reading daily, priority to 2. Let's save it. Now if I click on reading, I can change it. Reading is fun, and I can save it and get reading is fun, so it's updated daily. Now I can change the daily to when you have time. If I click on save, we have reading is fun when we have time. So now our code works fine. Everything works as expected. The only thing that I don't like is this icon is not white. So let's see why. Let's go inside IC close, IC add, and IC save. And let's change here. Let's press Ctrl Alt L. Let's change the color to white. And to do that, I'm going to use the hex code FFF. So I'm going to type here FFF. And now it's white. So now let's, if you run this again, if I click on this button, now the icon, as you can see, is white. So I can add the new item here. New item. Let's click on save, and now the item is added. And you also have this ripple effect, as you can see when you click on the item. Alright, now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we're gonna see how we can add animations when we delete an item or when we insert an item in our app. Because when I delete now an item, you don't have that smooth animation. And to have that animation, I'll go inside the node adapter, and we'll use a class which basically is gonna calculate where the change is made, and then it's gonna add the animation on that particular location. And if I go inside node adapter, as you can see here, we have this notify dataset change, but notify dataset change is basically saying to redraw the whole layout, so this is why I don't get those smooth animations. And if you hold Control and click on this, wait a little bit, as you can see there are other functions like notify item change, notify item inserted, notify item removed, but in our main activity we don't get, because as you can see that takes as a parameter an integer, but in our main activity we only get a list, so we don't get the position or where that element was deleted or was added. And for that reason we use a list adapter. So let's go inside our node adapter, and I will change this recycle view adapter to a list adapter. So let's delete this. I'm gonna type here list adapter. I'm gonna type here node, and here I will type node adapter node view holder. Now I'm gonna delete this because I'm gonna pass the list to the superclass, and here I will type private. Actually, first I'm gonna create companion object, because we will need to pass our diff callback here before we create an instance, and the only way to do that is to put it inside a companion object, so that it will be available to the class and not to a specific instance. So I'm gonna type here private val diff underscore callback equals object. I'm gonna extend from diff util dot item callback. Let's hide the emulator. Node. I'm gonna put curly braces and parentheses there. Now we need to implement some functions here. Those one. And here we have our items the same, and here we have our contents the same. Our items the same basically checks to see if the items are the same, so it doesn't care about the structure equality, so if their content is the same, it only cares about if they are the same. So in other words, if they have the same ID. So I'll put here old item. I'm gonna put return old item dot ID equals new item dot ID. And here now I'm gonna check for structure equality to see if they are the same structurally. So return old item dot actually equals new item, and that is gonna call the equal to function which was which is generated here because we made our class a data class. Alright, now we have some problems here, so let's change this to get item. So let's put it there because we no longer have. I'm gonna delete this because that is handled by the superclass. I'm gonna delete this set nodes, and here I'm gonna put get item parentheses. And I will go down here also. I will put here get item. Let's put another parenthesis there. Alright, so now everything looks fine. We still have this because we need to pass the diff callback here. So I'm gonna type here diff callback that we created. Again, I put this in a companion object because if I don't put this in a companion object, I cannot access it here. Let me actually show you. So if I delete the companion object, as you can see, you get an error because this now can be called only when you create an instance of the class. So we cannot call it here. So let's put back the companion object. All right, now let's go inside main activity. And let's also, I'm going to show you how to add undo functionality to our app. So I'm going to type here val to get, because I want here to get the removed item. I want to save it in a variable before, so I'm going to type here notes adapter dot get item get note add, and here I'm going to pass view holder dot adapter position. Then I will type down here snack bar dot make. I'm gonna pass this on main activity. Then I will pass the recycle view as the view. Then I will pass a text, so I'm gonna say deleted note. Then I'm gonna pass the duration, how long this snack bar is gonna be displayed on the screen, long, and then I'm gonna type dot set action, and I'm gonna put the text undo and curly braces, and here I will type view model note view model dot insert dot add, and I'm gonna add our remove item. So if you click on the undo, it's gonna add the remove item back. Now we have a problem. Let me see where. So yeah, we have a problem here because set nodes now is not. I'm gonna type submit list, and this is a function from the super class, from the list adapter. Now if we run this, let's actually wipe the data to make sure that it's working. Right, let's choose this one and let's run our app. Now let's delete an item. As you can see, now we have this smooth animation. And if I update an item, let's say title updated, description updated, as you can see, that flash out very, very quickly. So now if you delete an item again, as you can see, we have this smooth animation now. But we don't have the snack bar showing us to that because I forgot to put here that show. So let's run our app again. I forgot to put that show to show the snack bar. Right, so now I have our items. Now if I delete on all the items, we get an animation and the snack bar. And if I delete this item, let's say, and we get this, click on undo, it will add the item back. So if I delete this, it will show the snack bar, click on undo, and it will add it back. So if I delete this, click undo, and it will be added back. The same here, if I delete this, click undo, and it was added back. Alright, so this is how we can add the animation and how we can add the snack bar to undo our deleted item. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next videos. Now it's time to start a discussion about JSON. So what is JSON? JSON stands for Java Object Notation, and it's a lightweight data interchange format that is easy for humans to read and write and easy for machines to parse and generate. JSON is a text-based format that uses well-structured data to transmit data object consisting of key-value pairs. The key-value pairs in a JSON object are separated by commas and are enclosed within curly braces. The key is always a string, while the value can be of various data types, including numbers, strings, arrays, and even other JSON objects. Here is an example of a JSON object. In this example, the JSON object represents a person's information, with the person's name, age, address, and the phone numbers being stored as key-value pairs. The address is stored as a nested JSON object, and the phone numbers are stored as an array of JSON objects. JSON is used for a variety of purposes, including as a data format for server-to-client communication in web applications, for storing data in NoSQL database, and for exchanging data between different applications. Due to its use and support in a variety of programming languages, JSON has become a popular alternative to XML as a data interchange format. Many popular web APIs such as Twitter, Facebook, YouTube use JSON as the data format for their APIs. Now it's time to start a discussion about JSON. So what is JSON? JSON is a Java library that can be used to convert Java or Kotlin objects to their JSON representation and vice versa. It is developed by Google and it's widely used in the Java or Kotlin community for serializing and deserializing Java or Kotlin objects to and from JSON. JSON provides simple to use APIs for performing those conversions, which can be especially useful for working with RESTful APIs and for storing data in a compact and efficient format. With JSON, you can easily convert Java objects to JSON, and you can parse JSON strings to create Java objects or Kotlin objects. JSON is highly customizable and it offers many advanced features such as serializing and deserializing null values, handling generic types, and defining custom serializer and deserializers. Overall, JSON is a simple and flexible library for converting Java or Kotlin objects to and from JSON, making it a popular choice for many Java developers. And in this video, I'm gonna use the debugger. And now you may be wondering, what is the debugger? The debugger in Android Studio is the tool that allows you to inspect the state of your application while it's running. It provides you with the ability to set breakpoints, step throughout code, and evaluate expressions. This can be very helpful in understanding what is happening in your code and why certain issues are occurring. With the debugger, you can inspect the values of variable, evaluate expressions, and monitor the call stack while your application is running. This allows you to understand how your code is executing, so you can identify and fix issues, problems quickly. Additionally, you can also use the debugger to inspect the state of your application and view logs, system information, and network activity. In short, the debugger in Android Studio is a powerful tool that can help you to diagnose and resolve issues in your code, make it an essential tool for any Android developer. Now, to use JSON in our code, you need to add a dependency. So I'm going to go inside Gradle. I already copied this from the internet, and I'm going to put the link for this dependency in the description of this video. And I will add here the dependency for the JSON. So I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to sync now. You can update this if you see those kind of highlights. Alright, now let's create a class. So Kotlin class file, let's call it employee. It's gonna be a data class, employee, and it's gonna have a few properties. It's gonna have the first name of type string, and it's gonna have an age, val age of type int, and it's gonna have a mail of type string. Alright, let's go inside main activity. And now to use JSON, I'm gonna type here first I'm gonna create an object of our employee, but first let's actually create the JSON. So I'm gonna type val JSON equals to JSON. So val JSON equals to we wait. Alright, so we have this JSON, and that's all you need to do to add the JSON. Down here I'll create a val employee equals to employee, and I'm gonna pass the first name Alex, age 23, and the male Alex in quotation marks, Alex at gmail.com. Then I will go down here and I will type string val is gonna be a string. I'm gonna type JSON equals to, and I'll type here JSON dot to JSON, and I'm gonna pass our employee object, so employee. So this now is gonna convert our object into a JSON format. And let's put a breakpoint here and let's debug our code. And what is the debugger? So let's click on this. Alright, so I have to sync the changes because I changed here something and I forgot to sync the changes. Now I'm gonna go here and you click on this debug icon. So click here, not here. So you click here and we put a breakpoint on our JSON. Now we wait a little bit. Alright, so we have a problem. Let's change the SDK version to 33. Let's click on sync now. Now let's debug this again. So let's click on the debug. We also have the debug here. We're not interested in the app. So let's click on debug. Click on debugger. Alright, so for whatever reason I can see the JSON in the debugger, but there is no problem because we're going to use the logcat. So I'm going to type here log.d. You need to pass a tag here, JSON, and here I'm going to type JSON. Now let's run our app. Alright, so our app open. Now let's go inside logcat. Let's type here JSON. I already have typed here JSON. Let's type it again. JSON. And we have here JSON, and we have our JSON as you can see here. So we have our class converted into a JSON. Let's copy this. So let's copy this. Let's put it inside the file to make it, to see it clearly. So let's right click on the package, go to new, file. I'm gonna type here employee dot JSON, and I'm gonna paste that there. It should be with curly brace. So copy, paste it again, and let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now, as you can see, we have our class in the JSON format. We have the key and we have the value, and this is interesting. Now let's go the other way around. So to convert the JSON into a class, so let's go inside main activity. Let's go down here. Let's comment this code. I'm gonna put here so I comment that, and I'll type here val JSON equals, and I'm gonna paste this code here because so I paste this code here. Let's hide the emulator, and I put those back slashes because we have to use backslashes, otherwise it will interpret our quotation marks as the end of the string. So by putting backslashes, we are ignoring that. Now to convert this to a class, we just type here val employee equals JSON dot from JSON, and I'm gonna not that one, so from JSON without curly braces, and I'll type here JSON and the class employee dot class dot java. Now let's add a log cat also here. So let's copy this, paste it here, and let's look at our employee. So our employee. Now let's run our app. Have a problem. Employee dot. So I have a problem here. So I can't output this because this is converted into a class. So let me think what I can do here. And here I will type employee dot toString to get the string representation of the class. Now let's run this. Let's go inside the logcat. Let's hide the emulator. Let's type JSON here. And as you can see, we have from the previous run, we have the JSON format. So we have age, we have the key and the value, and then we have the object. So it's successfully converting the JSON that we have here into an object, as you can see here. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'm gonna continue our discussion in the next video. So see you next. Alright, so in the last video we saw how we can serialize and deserialize simple Kotlin objects, and in this video we're gonna see how we can serialize and deserialize nested objects. And first, let me show you something, and that is that if let's say that I change this I change the first name to m first name, so m first name, and I change this variable down here also to m age, so m age, and m male. Now the problem with this is now that the name of our variables don't match the keys inside the JSON, and if they don't match, we'll have a problem. So the JSON will not recognize our variables that are named my first name and my email as keys in those as keys in the JSON. And in order to make those work, I'm gonna type here, let's put parentheses in front of the variable. You type serialized name at, so you put at serialized name, and you pass the name of the key, and the name of the key is first name in the JSON. And now this will work. Let's copy this, let's put it here, let's change it to age, and this to male. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now let's create another class, because we're gonna nest an object inside our class. So Kotlin class file is gonna be a file. Let's call it address, and it's gonna be a data class. Address is gonna have a val. Let's type val country of type string. Let's call it m country, because I want to use serialized annotation also here. M country, comma, val m city of type string. Let's put the serialized name here also, because we need to have the same name. The name of the variables should match the name of the keys in the JSON. So serialized name, let's type here country, and here also at serialized name, parentheses, quotation marks, city. Now let's go inside main activity, and I will comment this code that we have here. So let's comment. Alright, and I will comment this code. Alright, let's put parentheses here, and now I will go inside the employee, and I will add another field called address. So I'm gonna type here val address of type address, so the class that we created with two D's here. And let's also use serialized name, because I'm gonna call this m address, and I'm gonna type serialized name, so you need to put a comma here. So serialized name, let's call it address. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Let's go inside main activity, and now it's expecting here an address to be passed for the constructor, because we defined that. And I'm gonna type here val address equals to address. Let's pass Romania for the country, and Bucharest for the city. And now let's pass this address here. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code, and now we turn this nested object, which is the employee, we turn this into a JSON, and we log that into the logcat. So let's run our app to see how it's looking. Alright, let's look in logcat. We have JSON, and as you can see, we have our JSON, we have our address, and we have curly braces, and curly braces are indicating that we have another object. So we have the main object, which is the employee, and inside the employee object we have another object called address, which has a city and a country as the keys, and for the values have Bucharest and Romania. So it's working fine. Now let's go the other way around. So let's comment this code. No, actually let's comment this code, all of this code. So let's put here let's delete this. Let's push this. Let's uncomment this. And now here I will bring a string. So I'm gonna paste it here. Not this. So let's delete this. So I'm gonna paste this string that I created. Alright, it's a long string. And now we log our employee. And now we are going the other way around. Take the JSON, as you can see that we have here, and we convert that JSON into an object. But first, let me show you how this looks inside our file that we created. So let's copy this. Let's go inside employee and let's paste it here. Let's press Ctrl Alt L. And as you can see, we have our JSON here. Alright, so we have our JSON. We have an object inside our JSON which has two keys, city and country, and two values, Bucharest and Romania. And then we have our main object, which is so whenever you see curly braces, that means that we have another object. Alright, so let's go inside main activity. Now let's go the other way around. Let's convert the JSON, the nested with the nested object, into a class. So let's run this to see how it's looking. Let's look inside the loadcat. Let's wait. Now let's go down, and as you can see, now we have the object. So we have first we have the from the previous loadcat, we have the JSON, and then we have the object, as you can see here, and we have the address, and has the country, the variable, and the city and city. So this the code works fine, and everything is okay. Alright, so I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. So in this video, we'll see how JSON handles arrays and lists, and for that I'll create a new class called family member. So select Kotlin class file, I'm gonna call it family member. Data class, and it's gonna have a val role of type string, and val age of type int. And let's push this on to the next line. Let's press Ctrl Alt L. Let's call it mrole, and mage. So now we need to use the serialized name. So I'll go here, and I will put the annotation at serialized name role, also here at serialized name age. Now we go in our employee class, and we type here val family of family member. We're gonna have a list of family members. So I'm gonna use an array first. So an array of family members. Let's put serialized. Need to put a comma here. So serialized name. Let's call it family, and here let's call it mfamily. M family members. So M family members. Alright, now let's go back in main activity and let's uncomment this code that we have here. Now we need to create a list of family members. So I'm gonna type here val members or family members equals to array of and I'll type here family member parenthesis role wife, age let's say 35, another family member role daughter, and it's gonna have the age let's say 7. Then we need to go down here and pass our family member list, family members. Alright, now I have a problem here. Let me see why. Oh, because we need to comment this code. So let's comment this code. Alright, so we have our JSON. So we are now converting this class that is defined here into a JSON. So let's see how it looks. So let's run our app. Alright, our app opened. Let's look inside Logcat and search for JSON, and as you can see here we have our JSON. So we have it here. We have this JSON, and we have you have the address, which is an object. As you can see here, we have the age, and we have the family, and we have as you can see square brackets. Let's copy this. Let's go inside our employee JSON and let's paste it here. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code, and let's see what we have here. So first we have an object here, address, which has a key called city and a value Bucharest. Then we have the country and Romania, and then we have the age, and then we have the family, and we have square brackets, and then curly brackets, and curly braces. And we have this because this is an array which contains two objects that are defined here. So we have an array, a JSON array, which contains two objects. Because we have here a square bracket, this indicates that here we have an array again with two objects. So our code works. It successfully converted our array into a JSON array, as you can see here. Now let's go back in main activity. Let's go the other way around now. Let's try to convert our JSON into an object. So let's comment this code, and let's uncomment this code, and I'm gonna paste here some code. I created this string, so let's delete this string and let's paste it here. Let's go here. Now let's run our app. We don't need to change here anything. I'm gonna leave it like that. So now we are converting the JSON format that we have. So we have a problem. I need to put a comma here. So we have a problem here. Alright, so I need to delete this and put a comma there. Right? This is what I need to do. Let's run our app now. And now it's going to convert our JSON format that we have here into an object of type employee. Click on terminate. We're not interested in the app. Let's go inside the Logcat. And as you can see, we have our employee here. You have first name, age, mail, address, which is an object, and then we have family members, and we have two objects. We have one family member, as you can see here. So we have the list family members, which contains one family member, as you can see here, and we have square brackets, and our second family member, the daughter, as you can see here. So it successfully converted our JSON into object, into a class object. So everything works fine. Now, the next thing that I want to do is to convert the family members into a JSON without the employee object. So let's see how we can do that. So let's delete this. Let's delete this. Let's comment this. Alright, so actually I need to use this code. So let's press Ctrl Z. And I will paste here some code. The code containing our the content which represents our array and which contains our two objects. So let's delete this. Let's paste it here. Now if you run this, alright, so we got a problem because we try to convert this JSON array into an array of objects, and here we define only a class. So we pass for the second parameter a simple class, and this is not working. In order to work, we need to create a type. So I'm gonna go up here. And I'll type val family type, val family type of type, that sounds funny, equals to object, but let's import that, object, I'm gonna put extends, and I'll type here type token, and here we're gonna define array, or you can type here mutable list of type family member. Then I'm gonna put parentheses dot type. This is basically the syntax for creating a type. That's all. So expecting, it says, oh, or we need to put curly braces here. So this is the syntax for creating a type, a custom type. So because here you passed family member and you want to get an array, it's not working, because here is saying that you want a class of type family member, or a simple class, not an array. So this is why this is not working. In order for this to work, I will go down here and I will change this to family members of type, I'm gonna type here mutable list of type family member. Then I'm gonna go here JSON, from JSON, and I'm gonna pass here family type, the type that we define, which is an array, which is a mutable list of family members. So let's type here family type, and now the error disappears. We just need to take this now, family members. So if you feel confused by this line, of course, specifically, don't worry, because this is just the code that we have to type to create a custom type when needed. So now let's run our app. Let's look on Lotcat, and now we should get our class, and we have a family member, and we have our second family member. As you can see, they are surrounded by square brackets. So we have square brackets, family member, comma, family, and we have a family member too, daughter and age 5. So everything works fine now. So this is how you can create a custom type when you need, using type token. So I'm gonna end this video now and see you in the next video. Let's hide the emulator. So see you next. Now we know how serialization and deserialization works, and as you saw in the previous videos, in the serialization are included all the properties defined in the class that you want to serialize. And in this video I'm going to show you how you can exclude a certain property from the serialization or the deserialization process. And for that I'm going to go inside employee, and here I changed the class. I got rid of the annotations, and I changed the name of the variable to first name, age, male, and I added this additional property called password. And let's say that you don't want to display this password in the serialization or deserialization because this is sensitive data. In order for us to achieve that, we need to annotate this with transient. So we type at transient, and now this is not going to be included into the serialization. So let's go inside main activity. Let's type here val employee equals employee parentheses. Let's type Alex 23. Let's type an email, alex@gmail.com. Let's hide the emulator. And the password, which is going to be a random string. Then I'll go down here, I'll type val json equals json dot to json employee. Then I'll type here log dot t. I'm going to type json and the json. Now let's run our app. Alright, so our app opened. Let's hide the emulator and let's look in Loadcat. And we have JSON, and as you can see, the password is not included here. You have the age, the first name, and the mail, and the password is not included here because we annotate this with transient. And this can go in both ways. So if I have here the JSON, so if I type here val, let's call it this one JSON result. So we have conflicting names, result, and let's call this JSON val JSON equals to, I'm going to paste this string, and we have a problem. Alright, everything is fine. Let's pass here JSON result. Alright, and then I'm going to type here val employee equals to JSON, so JSON, we wait for the suggestion, dot from JSON. I'm gonna pass here the JSON and the class employee colon class.java. Alright, and we have a problem. Let's put here employee. So we still have a problem. Alright, so we have a problem because this should be called employee 1 because we already have an employee here. Now let's type log.d. Let's call it JSON, and let's pass employee dot to string. And now the value of the password is going to be null because this is going to be converted into a class. So if you run our app, so let's look inside the Loadcat. So we have our first JSON, which doesn't contain, and as you can see here, password, we have ASDS, so this should not be included. Right, so the problem is that I called here employee, which is the object created here, and not employee1, which is this object deserialized. And what we need in order to change that, I'm going to put here employee1, and I'm going to run the app. Let's hide the emulator. Let's go inside Loadcat. Let's go down and have age, first name Alex, mail, and the password. It's missing because we have the transient keyword, which says to not include this in the serialization. And then we have employee, first name Alex, mail, and password equals to null, because this works in both ways. So the deserialized object that we have here does not have the password included, because we set it to transient here to you set here the annotation transient, so that it's working. All right, so the next thing to do is to see how we can have either a serializable property or a deserializable property. So how we can achieve this. So next, let's see how we can have serialized or deserialized properties. So I'm going to go inside the employee.kt, and in order for this to be achieved, I'm going to put the annotation expose. So expose. And by default, the serialized and the deserialized for the expose are set to true. And if you want to change them, you put parentheses and you put here, let's say, serialize equals to false. So we set the serialization for the first name to false, so it's not going to be included in the serialization. Let's get rid of the transient, and let's add expose here also. So expose, also here expose, and for the mail, let's put deserialized equals to false. So when we deserialize this into an object, the mail is not going to be shown. Alright, now let's go inside main activity, and in order for this to work, we cannot create just a simple JSON. We have to type here delete. We first need to delete this, so let's delete this JSON, and we type JSON builder parentheses dot exclude fields without expose annotation. And what this exclude fields without expose annotation is going to do, because for the password we don't have an annotation, this is going to be excluded in both serialization and deserialization. This basically this is what it's going to do. So I'm going to put dot create. So now let's run our app to see how everything works. Let me look again at what we have here. So we have serialized to false, deserialized to false for the email. Now let's look in Loadcat. Let's go down here. And as you can see, we have for the serialized first name, it's not appearing here because we have only the age and the mail. And the password is not showing because it's not having the expose annotation. And then we have employee, and we have first name Alex, age, and mail is set to null because it's set here deserialized to false. So this is going to be excluded from deserialization. So, and you can also put here if you want serialization and deserialization both to false, and run your code. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now it's time to see how we can create a custom exclusion strategy. And let's say that you want to exclude all the properties which start with a particular letter, like F or A or whatever letter you want. In that case, you need to use a custom exclusion strategy. And for that, I'm going to type class my exclusion strategy. It's going to extend exclusion strategy, which is an interface. Now we need to implement two functions. And in this function should skip field, this, as the name implies, is going to skip the field based on a condition that is going to define here. So I'm going to type here return f dot name dot starts with, let's say, f. So it's going to skip the fields which start with the letter f. In our case, it's going to be the name, but let's delete the expose to make sure that this is working. So let's delete the expose, also this. Let's press Ctrl Alt L. Alright, and let's delete this nullable. Don't have problems there. And now I'll go up here and I will delete this exclude fields, and I'll type exclude set exclusion strategies, and here we need to pass our exclusion strategy, my exclusion strategy. Now the only thing that we need to do is to run our code. So let's run our code, and now the fields which start with the letter F should be skipped. So let's click on terminate. We got into a problem. Let's see why. Alright, so I have this problem because we didn't implement this. So let's return here false. So return false. Let's run our app again. Let's look at loadcat. Let's go down here, and as you can see now the first name is here is set to null, and here is not appearing at all because we use our own custom exclusion strategy, and it's going to exclude all the fields which start with the letter A. Now if I put here M first name, and let's put also here M age, for the male I'm gonna let it to, actually let's put M male and M password. Alright, now in our exclusion strategy, let's change now the letter to F to M. Let's run our app. And because all of our fields start with the letter now M, all are, as you can see here, we have only an empty JSON here. So, and for the object, for the class, we have null and 0 and null for all, because all the fields which are starting to M, we define here the logic, they are gonna be skipped. So this is what a custom exclusion strategy allows you to do, and it's very powerful. Alright, so I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now it's time to start a discussion about retrofit. So what is retrofit? Retrofit is a type-safe HTTP client for Android and Java or Kotlin that simplifies making network requests. It was developed by Square ENC and it's widely used in Android app development to consume RESTful APIs. Retrofit provides a high-level interface for interacting with the RESTful APIs, and in this sense is similar to the Room library, in which you define the interface, you define the functions, but you don't define the actual code. The actual code is handled by the Room. In this case, it's our functions that we're going to create are also going to be, we're not going to add the code for them. The code is going to be generated by the retrofit. And it handles much of the low-level implementation details, such as network requests, as I said, JSON parsing, and threading. Retrofit uses annotations to describe API endpoints and the expected response data types, making it easy to create an interface that defines the API. It supports several serialization formats, including JSON, XML, and protocol buffers. It also allows you to define custom converts if you need to work with a different serialization format, custom converters. To use retrofit, you need to add its dependencies to your project build.gradle file. You can then create an instance of the retrofit class, which requires a base URL for the API and a converter factory. Here you're going to use JSON for serializing and deserializing data. You can then define an interface that describes the API endpoints, including the HTTP method, the endpoint URL, and any parameter or headers. When you make a network request using retrofit, it returns a call object, which you can use to enqueue the request asynchronously, so not on the main thread, and receive the response in a callback. Retrofit also supports RxJava, but no, in our case, we're not going to use RxJava. If we need, we're going to use coroutines, which are better, which allows you to use reactive programming to handle the response data. Retrofit has several features that make it popular among Android developers. It provides automatic network state handling, so you can easily handle network connectivity errors. It also supports multiple authentication methods, including OA authentication, and it can automatically refresh access tokens when they expire. Additionally, it provides built-in support for caching response, reducing framework usage, and improving performance. In summary, Retrofit is a powerful and easy to use HTTP client for Android and Java or Kotlin, because we're going to use Kotlin, that simplifies making network requests to RESTful APIs. It provides a high-level interface for defining API endpoints and handles much of the low-level implementation details. With its many features, Retrofit is a popular choice for Android app developers who need to consume web services. So this is what Retrofit is. And in this video, in the next videos, we're going to see how we can work with Retrofit to parse data. But before we implement Retrofit in our app, let's clarify some words that I used. So what is a RESTful API? A RESTful API is a type of web service that allows different computer programs to communicate with each other over the internet. It uses a set of rules and conventions to define how requests and responses should be formatted and sent between the client and the server. Now, next, an endpoint. So what is an endpoint? An endpoint is a specific URL within a RESTful API that corresponds to a specific resource or action. When you make a request to an endpoint, you make a request to a specific URL, and the API returns a response containing the data or the result you requested. Retrofit is a library that simplifies making networking requests to RESTful APIs in Android and Kotlin applications. It provides an easy-to-use interface for defining API endpoints, handling low-level implementation details like network requests and JSON parsing, and managing authentication and caching. With Retrofit, you can quickly and easily communicate with RESTful APIs to exchange data and perform various actions within your app. So the first thing that we need to do is to add the dependencies in order to use Retrofit. Therefore, I'm going to scroll down here. And here where it says converters, I'm going to stop because we need to add a converter to our app, because we need to convert the JSON array which contains objects into Kotlin objects that can be used in our program. Therefore, I'm going to use JSON because we have other options here, but I'm going to use JSON because we talked about JSON already. So just click on this link, and that is going to take us to GitHub, and copy this implementation. We go to Android Studio and paste it there, and we click on Sync Now, and that is gonna add the JSON converter to our app. Now let's go back to the browser. Let's click on this back button, and let's go down here because we need to add the dependency also for the Retrofit. So I'm gonna copy this. We go inside Android Studio, and here I already defined the latest version of Retrofit, which is 2.9.0 at the time when I'm currently recording this video. But if you watch this in the future, there is probably a newer version, so you should use that newer version. Now I'll go down here and I'll add a Retrofit dependency. I'm gonna click on Sync Now, but we need to change this from latest version to R latest version. So put here R latest version, which is this from here. So let's run our code again. let's sync our code. And that is going to integrate retrofit and the JSON converter in our program. Now, let's go inside activity main.xml. Let's go to code. And what we need to do, I'm going to go up here and I will type here nested scroll view, because we're going to display our data in a text view. And as the data, if the data is bigger than the screen, we're going to scroll. We're going to be able to scroll down. So this is why using a nested scroll view here. So I'm going to choose match parent wrap content for the height, opening tag, and we copy this text view. Let's paste it here. Or let's choose match parent. So in this way it will be, don't need to add constraints. Alright, I'm going to change the text. It's going to have an ID, text view, result. Alright. Next, we need to go to a fake RESTful API from which you're going to get the data. Therefore, I'm going to type here JSON placeholder, because this is a fake RESTful API that you can use. So click on this link. You can use another JSON, another RESTful API if you want, but I'm going to use this because it's very easy to use. We click here where it says guide. We go down here. And as you can see down here, we have some links, and those links represent destinations from where we can get the data. And if I click on this link, let's say, as you can see, take me here. But I want to get to the link which says posts. So I'm going to delete that part. Let's press Ctrl Z to see again. So I'm going to delete this part with comments, and I'm going to have only this link here that we have here with posts, because I want to get all the posts. As you can see, now we have the post. So this is I already talked about what is a RESTful API. It's simply a site or a website. As you can see, it's a JSON array here with JSON objects from which we can get data. Nothing too complex. We just take data from this RESTful fake API. Now, I'll go inside Android Studio. Let's go inside main activity. No, actually, the first thing that we need to do is to create a class which is going to model our objects. So let's create a new package. So where is the package? Let's call it model. So our model class, and our model class is going to model that what we have here on this JSON object. We have a user ID, an ID, a title, and a body. So let's create this class on our model. Kotlin class file. Let's call it post. Type data class, post, and here I will type val user ID of type int. Let me check to see if it's an int. It's an int. Then I'm gonna type val ID, which is an int. Then I will type val title, which is going to be a string, and val, but I'm actually going to use text because it's reflecting better what we are having. It's going to be of type string. And for this I'm going to use serialized name. So I'm going to use here serialized name. Let's put a space, and I'm gonna type here body because the name of this field here is body. So we need to type. They need to match. So this is why you're using the serialized name there. So right. So we have our class now with post. Now let's go inside the main activity. Next, we need to create a Kotlin interface which represents the API of our web service in our app. Therefore, let's right click on model, go to new, choose Kotlin class file, select file, let's call it JSON, placeholder API, press enter, and we're gonna type here interface, JSON placeholder API, curly braces, press enter. Now, in order for what I'll do next to work, you need to have those dependencies, as you can see here that I have here. So we have this dependency, which is for the JSON, then we have the retrofit dependency, and then we have this retrofit converter. So we have the JSON dependency, the converter JSON dependency, and the retrofit dependency that we have here. So this you need to have those in your build.gradle in order for the what I'll do next to work. What I'll type here is fun get post, because this function is gonna get the posts from the fake API, and then it's gonna return a callback. So I'm gonna type call. We wait for the suggestion, and we choose this one, retrofit, and it's gonna be of type mutable list of post. So I'm gonna type post, and that's all. Because now retrofit what is gonna do, but in order to do this, we need to tell to retrofit what we want to do. So I'm gonna type here at, so we put the annotation at get, and have the suggestion retrofit to, and we put inside the parenthesis post. So if you think about this, is similar to the way we did the way we create functions for our room database. We just annotate them with DAO, and the code was generated by the room. In this case, the code is going to be generated by the retrofit. So we tell to the retrofit, hey, get the posts, and it's going to generate the code that is necessary for getting those posts from the service. So this is what this is going to do. Now, here we pass what is called the relative URL, because if we go here, you have this post that I passed there, and then we have this URL, and this is called the base URL, and this is going to be passed in a different place. And this is called, as I said, the relative URL, because here we're going to get this is the destination from where we're going to get our data, which is this data here. And again, this base URL is going to be passed in a different place. Now let's go inside Android Studio. Now let's go inside main activity, and here we're going to add some code. And here I will create first a text view. So I'm going to type private latent init var text view result of type text view. Then I will type here text view result equals find view by id r.id.textViewResult. Now I'm going to create an instance of our retrofit. So I'm going to type val retrofit equals to retrofit dot builder parenthesis. I'm going to put dot base URL, and here we need to paste the base URL. So let's copy it from here. Let's go in Android Studio, inside double quotation marks, we put our base URL, and the post URL that we passed to our JSON placeholder API is going to be appended here. So this is what is doing. This is what that is doing. Then I'm going to type dot converter factory, add converter factory, and here I will type JSON converter factory dot create, and this is going to take our JSON arrays with objects, and it's going to convert them in Kotlin objects and Kotlin lists. Then I'm going to put dot build, and with this retrofit object now we can create our JSON placeholder API. So I can type here val JSON placeholder API equals to, and I'll type here retrofit dot create. Then I'm going to pass here JSON placeholder API colon class.java, and that is going to take care of creating the implementation for the function that we defined inside our JSON placeholder. Now next we need to create a call to get the data back. So I'm going to go down here, I'll type val, let's call it call equals to JSON placeholder API dot get post. And now this function, even though we didn't provide the code here to get the post, the retrofit is doing all of that hard work of creating the implementation for this function, and we just we can call it here and use it. So now we need to type here call to get the data dot, and we have execute or enqueue, and the difference is that if you use execute, it's going to execute the code synchronously, and that means that it's going to execute the code on the main thread, and that is going to freeze your UI, so we don't want that. Instead, we're going to use enqueue. So I'm going to type enqueue, I'm going to type object extends, and here I'll type callback of type mutable list of post, and we put curly braces and press enter. Now we need to implement those two functions here. So let's implement members, let's implement those two functions, and we have this one failure. This is going to be called if something went wrong with our request. So maybe you have a typo in the base relay or in the relative relay, or maybe you try to convert a JSON array into a simple object, Kotlin object. So in that case, this one failure is going to be called. So let's put a toast here. Let's pass this main activity, and for the text, let's type error. And I'm going to put $, throwable dot to string, and we're going to leave the rest like it is. What we need to do up here, I'm going to type if response. So if response that is successful, so the response is successful, you get the data. We need to put here this, and we have a problem. I don't like this, so let's try to remove those to see if it's working. Alright, to don't have those nullables. If response is successful, I'm gonna type here val post equals to response dot body. And if you look closely here, and when you type response.body, this returns a mutable list of posts. This is what that is returning. Now I will type here for post in post. I'm gonna type here. I'm gonna create a string. I'm gonna type val content equals to an empty string. Let's make it a var because we're gonna add data to it, var, and I'll type here content plus equals, I'm gonna type first id colon plus, I'm gonna type here post $, post dot id, and I will type here plus quotation marks \n to add a new line. Then I'll type Ctrl D, and I'll type user ID here, so let's delete this. Let's type user ID post dot user ID title post dot title, and let's press Ctrl D, text, and I'm gonna use post dot text, and I'm gonna add 2 \n here because So then I'll type text view result dot append, because an appended the data to the data that we already have. We're gonna add new data because we don't want to remove the data to replace it completely. So I'm gonna type append content. Alright, let's look at the if. Then I'm gonna put else. I'm gonna type text view result dot text equals to response dot code. And we have a problem. Dot to string, let's say. And now it's okay. Alright, if everything is fine, we should get our data being displayed. So let's run our app. We have here redundant string template. So we can remove this. Alright, let's run our app. Alright, so we have a problem. Let's see. Alright, so I need to add the permission. We forgot to add the permission for the internet. So go up here inside the manifest and type use this permission internet, this one. Let's run our app again. Alright, so our app opened and we have our data being displayed here beautifully. The text is kind of small, so let's change it. Let's give it a text size of 20 sp. I think is enough. Let's run it. Let's also add the padding of 10 dp. Let's run our app again. Alright, so now we have our data being displayed. The text now is a little bigger and it's beautiful. Everything works fine. Alright, I'm gonna end this video here and I'm gonna continue our discussion about retrofit in the next video. See you there. Welcome back. In this video we'll see how we can get data from different endpoints or URLs, because in the previous video we got our data exclusively from this URL that you see here. And in this video we're gonna see how we can get data from more dynamic URL, like this URL that we have here, this relative URL. We have /post /1 /comments. And what this URL is gonna get us back is all the comments for the post ID 1. So if I click here, as you can see we have post ID 1 and we have comments. So this is what we're gonna do in this video, see how to get this data. So let's copy this relative URL. Let's click on back button. Let's open Android Studio. And the first thing to do is to create another class called comment, because we're gonna retrieve our comments. So Kotlin class file, comment. We type data class, comment, press enter, and here I'll type val, post ID of type int, val, ID also of type int, val, name of type string, and val, email of type string, and let's type here val, text of type string, and I'm gonna annotate this with serialized name. So I'm gonna put here serialized name, parentheses, I'm gonna put here body. Alright, so this is the first thing that we need to do, is to create this class. Next let's go inside main activity, and let's copy all the code that we have here. But first let me delete this val, and let's declare this JSON placeholder up here, so we can use it as a property in our code. So I'm gonna type private latent it JSON placeholder API of type JSON placeholder API. Alright, so now everything works fine. Let's control Alt L, and let's copy all the code that we have from here to down here. So let's copy all of this code, let's cut it, and let's create a function called get post, and this function is going to get the post. So I'm going to type down private fun get post. Let's put curly braces and let's paste our code here. Now I'm going to create another function, but first let me check here, because it seems that there is a problem. Alright, so we have this, you don't need this also here. Alright, so next let's go inside our JSON placeholder API, and I'll type here get, because we're gonna get data, and we're gonna paste our URL here. I'm gonna paste our URL, not this. So let's copy the URL again. So this relative URL. Let's go in Android Studio and let's paste it here. Let's type fun get comments, and it's gonna be of type call, of mutable list, of type comments. Right, now let's go inside the main activity. Now I need to create a function for this. So I'm gonna type here private fun get comments, and here we're gonna type val call equals to JSON. So we wait for a suggestion, JSON placeholder API dot get comments. Then down here we type call.enqueue. So call.enqueue object extends callback of type, let me go up, mutable list of comments. Let's put curly braces, let's press enter. Let's implement those functions now, those callback functions. So let's implement those. Let's add a toast here. Let's copy this toast that we have here. Let's paste it here. And here I'll type val comments equals to response. But first we need to check. So let's check first if response, so response that is successful. I'm gonna type here val comments. Let's delete the nullables from here, and here. Let's put equals response dot body. Then I'll type for comment in comments. We wait for the suggestion. curly braces. And here I'll type val content equals to an empty string. Let's make it a var. And now I'm gonna speed this a little bit because it's gonna take some time to add the string here. So I'm gonna type content. And finally we type take view result dot append content. And this is gonna take care of. And let's go up here. Let's comment this get posts. And let's type get comments. And let's run our app. Alright, so there is a mistake in our code. We need to type here JSON placeholder API equals to retrofit dot create, and I'm gonna pass JSON placeholder API. Let's hide the emulator. Colon class.java. Alright, so we need to add this before we attempt to get any kind of data. Alright, let's run our app again. Alright, so our app opened, and as you can see, we have all the comments for the post ID 1, as you can see here if I scroll down. But now, what if you want to get all the comments for the post ID 2 or 3 or 4? I can't create a function for each of those. And what you need to do is to pass somehow this ID programmatically. So to do that, I'm going to put here, instead of 1, I'm going to put what is called the replacement block, and I'm going to type ID. You can give it whatever name you want because that is going to be replaced anyway. Now, in order to pass the ID here, where we had 1 previously, I'm going to type here, I'm going to type post ID of type int, and in order for this to be passed here, so in order for the post ID to be passed to the replacement block where we have ID, we need to type here path. So we type path, we need to annotate this, so path, and we put inside parentheses ID. So those need to match. So here you need to have ID here, also ID here, and that is gonna take the ID that we pass here and it's gonna replace it here. So let's see how we can do that. Now we have an error here down here. Let's hide emulator because now it's expecting a parameter here. So let's put, let's say 4. So now if you run our app, now we have all the comments for the post ID 4, as you can see here. So everything works fine now. Next, there is a second way of getting data besides our path annotation, and that is using a query string. So let me show you what we'll do. So let's open this. And what I will do, I will click on this link, and we will get data using a query string. And if I type here question mark user ID, so we're gonna pass user ID equals, let's say, to 4. So as you can see, this part that we have here, this is the thing that we're gonna pass to our function. So let's press enter to see that it's working. So user ID 4, and we get all the posts for the user ID 4. Now let's go in Android Studio and see how we can do this. And we're gonna do that. We're gonna do this to using our get post function. Let's comment our get comments because we're not gonna get the comments. We're gonna get the post now. So let's uncomment get posts. Let's go inside JSON placeholder API, and here I'm gonna type at query. So we type query. So we type query, and we type user ID. So the thing that you saw previously, and I'm gonna type here user ID of type int. So now it's gonna use the user ID, and it's gonna automatically put the question mark in front of the user ID that we passed here, and it's gonna put equals to the value that is passed to this parameter. All right, let's go inside main activity because now we have an error here. Now it's expecting us to pass a user ID. Let's pass user ID, let's say 6, and let's run our app. Alright, so we get now all the posts for the user ID 6, as you can see in the output here. So everything works fine. We can go up again. We pass the user ID text, the question mark is added automatically, and the value 4, which is, in our case, we pass 6 to the JSON placeholder API. So here we have our user ID, it's gonna put the question mark, then it's gonna put the value that is assigned here equals to 6, and you get the post ID, the post for the user ID 6. Now let's see how we can pass more than one query parameter. Therefore, I'm going to open the browser because I'm going to show you what I will try to do. And I will put here an ampersand sign, means that we're adding another query parameter, underscore sort equals to ID, another ampersand sign because we're going to use another query parameter, underscore order equals descending order. So we're going to sort our posts by the ID in descending order. So if I press enter now, we get our posts sorted by the ID in descending order. We have ID 40, ID 39, and so on. So let's see how we can achieve the same thing in code. So I'm going to open Android Studio, and I will put a comma here. And I will go here, I will put add query, and I will put here sort inside the quotation marks, sort underscore sort, and I will put here sort of type string, comma, another query, so query, and I will put underscore in quotation marks, order, and I'm gonna type order of type string. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now let's go inside main activity because now we have a problem here. Now it's expecting us to pass those parameters. So I'm gonna put a comma, wait for the suggestion. We have query sort order. Let's choose for the sorting order the ID. So I'm gonna put here ID, sort by the ID. Let's hide the emulator, and descending. So let's run our app to see how this works. Click on terminate. So now we get our post by, and they are sorted by the ID, as you can see here, in descending order. So everything works fine. Now let's see how we can get the post for the user ID for another user ID here. So what we can do is to add here another user ID, another query. So we put here query, and we're gonna type query should be another user ID, and here I'm gonna type user ID 2, of type int, and the comma. Let's go inside main activity, and now let's pass another user ID here. Let's pass, let's say 3. Let's put a comma here. Now let's run our app again. So now we are getting the data, the post for the user ID 6 and the user ID 3. Okay, we have user ID 6, and if I scroll, user ID 6, and if I continue scrolling, now we have user ID 3. So we have the post for the user ID 6 and the user ID 3, and they are sorting in descending order by the ID. But what if I want to pass another user ID? What I can do is to define here a var arg. So I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna delete this, and I will take this, copy it, cut it, and let's define as the last parameter. So let's type here, put the keyword var arg. Let's go inside main activity. Now we need to delete those, and let's pass some values for the var arg, like 4, 5, 9, 2, 1. Now let's run our app. Alright, so now we pass here multiple user IDs. So now we have 4, 5, 9, 2, and 1. And if we scroll down, as you can see, you're gonna see them here. So if we scroll, if we continue scrolling, we have 5. And then if we continue scrolling, have 4, and so on. So everything was fine, 2 and 1. So this is how we can pass multiple user IDs to our JSON using the var arg keyword. Now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now if you want to pass any query parameters and you don't want to define them in the function declaration, you can use a query map, and for that I'll overload this function. So I'm gonna copy this, paste it here. I'm gonna delete those queries, and I will put add query map parameters of type map. For the key is gonna be a string, and for the value also string. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Let's go inside main activity, and here I'll type val parameters equals to mutable map of, I need to specify now here the key, which is gonna be a string, and the value also string. And here I'll type parameters dot put, and we have the key. Let's pass for the key user ID, and for the value let's pass 1. Let's press Ctrl D. Now let's change this to sort order, and let's delete this one, and let's put here sort by the ID, order descending. And now we can pass this here the parameters. So parameters, now it's going to use our parameters. Let's add a space here, and we can change this from put to put assignment. So let's change it also here and also here. Now let's run our app. Alright, so our app opened, and we have the user ID 1 and we have the post. But as you can see here, now we can't pass multiple user IDs. So this is a downside of using this approach when you define your parameters before the function declaration. So this is the downside of doing this thing. Next, let's see how we can pass the entire URL at runtime, because sometimes you'll want to pass the entire URL at runtime. So maybe it's a complicated URL. And for that, I'm going to go inside the JSON placeholder API. I'm going to copy the get comments function. So I'm going to overload it. So let's copy it, paste it down here. I'm going to annotate it with simply get without parentheses. And I'm going to delete this path, and I'm going to type at URL. And I'm gonna call this URL of type string, URL of type string, and it's gonna return a call of mutable list of comments. Now let's go inside main activity. Let's go down here. Now we have our function get comments, and let's pass here posts /2/comments. So we get the posts for the ID 2, and we get the comments for the ID 2. Now let's go up here and let's call this function. So let's uncomment and let's comment this. Let's run our app. Alright, so as you can see, now we have the post for the ID 2, as you can see here, because we passed here too. And you can put the entire URL. You can take the whole URL that we have here, so this URL, and you can put it here. So let's paste it here, /posts/ let's say 5/comments. And if this URL is different, it's gonna override this URL that is defined here. Alright, so let's run our app to see if this works. Alright, so we have ID 5 and we have the posts, everything works fine. Alright, I'm gonna end this video now and see you in the next video. So far in our videos, we only did GET requests with our fake REST API. In this video, we'll learn how to do POST requests, which means sending data to a server. And the first thing that we need to do is to go inside our POST class, and we're going to take this ID because this is going to be automatically generated by the API. So let's put curly braces here and let's define the ID inside the curly braces, and let's put a default value of 0. Again, this is going to be automatically generated by the POST request, the value for the ID. Now let's go back to JSON placeholder API, and to do a POST request, so to send data to specific URL, just annotate your function with POST. You define the relative URL, which is going to be POST, and I'm going to call it fun create post. Now I'm going to type here body, add body, and I'm going to define here post of type post, and this is going to return a call of post. So it's going to return back our post, so what we send to the fake REST API. This is what this is going to return. Now let's go inside main activity and let's create a function called create post. So let's go here, let's type private fun create post, and here I will type, let me go up here, I will type first val post equals to post parentheses user ID, let's put let's say 20, title, new title, and text, new text. So this is going to be our post. Then I'm going to type call val call equals to JSON placeholder API dot create post, and I'm going to pass our post that we define above. Then I'm going to type call dot enqueue object extends callback, so callback of type post, because we're going to get the individual post back. Let's implement the functions. On failure, here let's copy this code. And here we're going to type if response that is successful, but let's remove the nullables from here. Gonna put here else, but if the response is successful, I'm gonna take this code that we have here and I will paste it here. And I'm gonna type up here content we wait for the suggestion, content plus equals code plus response dot code plus \n. And inside the else part, I'm gonna take this code and paste it here. Now let's go up. Let's comment get comments function. Let's call our create post. Now let's run our app. I forgot to put here text view result dot append content. So let's stop our app and run it again. Alright, our app opened and we got our data back. As you can see, we have the code 201, the user ID 20, the title, new title, and the text, new text. And I should mention here that because JSON placeholder API is a fake REST API, it won't store, it's not going to store the data under the post URL. What it will do instead, it will fake a response and it will send us a code which will indicate if the request was successful or not. And in this case, 201 means that the request was successful. But again, we're not sending data to the post URL, you're just faking a request here. And there is another way to send the post request, and that is by using what is called the form URL encoded. So I will go down here, I'll type form URL encoded, then I'm gonna type post. So post, I'm gonna pass the relative URL posts, and I'm gonna type here fun create post, and here I'm gonna type add field, and I'm gonna type user ID, user ID of type int, comma, so it should be outside the parenthesis, sorry. So user ID of type int, comma, let's press Ctrl D, not here, here. Let's change this now to title and body. Title, this to title and string, title, string, and here body, and here we're gonna pass text also of type string, text string. Now, what is this form URL encoded? What this form URL encoding is gonna do, it's gonna take our parameters defined here, and it's gonna encode them into an URL. So what you'll have at the end, it will be something like this. You have user ID equals to, and we have the user ID, then the title, then we have new title, then you have the body, and you have new text. So it will take those parameters defined here by using the field, and it will add those ampersand signs, and it will remove the spaces. I think this is what this is doing. So again, what the form array encode is going to do is going to take our parameters and it's going to encode them into an URL, which is going to look something like this. So this is what this is doing. Now, if I go in main activity, now I can, instead of passing a post, I can go here and I can pass them directly using our overloaded function. So post, it's expecting us something. Let me check what was the first parameter, ID, user ID. So let's type 224 fun.create post. So use this one, 24, let's say, or 25 field new title and new text. Alright, we have a problem here now. Alright, so the problem is that I forgot here to return a call of post. So call, this is why that got that error, call, and let's type here post. Now if we go in main activity, the error disappears. Now let's run our code. Alright, so we have our text and everything works. Actually, we have a problem because we have the same output. We don't have new title, new text, and 25. And I think this is the problem generated by the fact that we are using here append. So let's put text equals to content. Let's run our app now. Alright, so the problem is that we are calling here post, the post object that we created here, and this is why you're getting the same data. We don't get our updated data that we define here. So what we need to do is to type here val post response equals to response dot body. Now let's copy this post response. Let's paste it here, 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 and here. Now let's run our app. And now, as you can see, we have 25, we have ID 101, and we have new title, new text in uppercase like we passed here. So now everything works fine. So it was a mistake made by me because I was using the post object created here. Next, let's see how we can pass those properties that we have here more dynamic using a map. So let's open JSON placeholder API and let's type here form URL encoded post let's put post fun create post, and here we're gonna type at field map, and here I'm gonna type fields of type mutable map, which is gonna be string and string. Now let's go inside main activity. Now we can create here a map. So let's type here val fields equals to mutable map of string and string. So let's type here fields dot put key user ID We're gonna have the value, let's say 66, fields dot put key, let's say title. Let's type this is a new title, and fields dot put, here we're gonna put text, this is a new, I'm gonna type text, and let's pass this here. So I'm gonna type fields. Again, I forgot to return a call of post. It's gonna be an activity, and let's run our app now. But let's change this from put to more using the put assignment. So let's change those. Now let's run our app. And we have a problem. We have a problem because instead of clicking on the run button, I click on the apply changes. So let's run on the app. Click on terminate. And to get this new title and ID 66, like you pass here, and for the text, you don't get this new text because here you need to pass body, not text. Text is the name of the variable, so this is why you don't get, you get here null. Now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now it's time to look at the next requests that you can use in retrofit, and those are the post, patch, and delete. The post and patch are used for updating an existing resource, an existing element, and the delete is self-explaining. So let's add those below here. So I'm gonna type put, and those requests only apply to a single element and not to a collection of elements like our previous functions. So post, and here I'm gonna put a replacement block ID. Then I'm gonna type here fun, put post, I'm gonna put add, path, I'm gonna put here ID of type int. Then I'm gonna send a body, so I'm gonna annotate this with body. I'm gonna send the object which you want to be updated, and I'm gonna type here post of type post. And it's gonna return a call of post. Now I'm gonna add the patch now, so let's copy this, paste it here. So let's type patch, let's call it patch post. Now, what is the difference between those requests, because they are kind of similar. So both are used to update an existing resource with the one we sent over the request body, so with the one that is sent here. A put request will completely replace the existing resource with the one we sent over, whereas a patch request will only change the properties that we sent. So if our JSON objects only contains a title, for example, only the title will be changed and the rest will remain the same with a patch request. Whereas with a put request, it will completely override the object, which will result in having a post only with the title. So this is the difference between them. Now let's go inside main activity. Let's comment this. Let's create a function, private fun update post. It's gonna be, and I'm gonna create the post val post equals to post it's gonna have an ID of, let's say, 25, null for the title, and for the text, let's say, how are you? But our property is not nullable, so we need to make this nullable. So title, let's make it nullable. Oh, now it's working. Now I'm gonna go down here and I'll type val call equals to JSON placeholder API dot put post. So I'm gonna call that function and I'm gonna pass an ID, let's say 25, or let's put 5, and the body, which is gonna be the post. Then I'm gonna type call dot enqueue object extends callback of type post, curly braces, press enter. Let's copy this here, and here we're gonna have the same as in our post function, so in our create post. So we're gonna copy this and paste it here, but first let's copy with the if and else. So let's copy this and let's paste it here, and this has to be nullable, but let's delete those nullables here, so we don't need to use the Elvis operator there. Now let's go up and let's call our update post. So I'm gonna type here update post, and we have a problem. Alright, so now everything is fine. Let's press Ctrl Alt L. Let's go to device manager, and I like to wipe the data in case there is a problem, to make sure that our emulator is gonna run. And let's run our app. Alright, so we have the code to 200, we have the ID 5, user ID 25, like we passed here, and we have the text, how are you? So everything worked fine, and the code 200 means that it was a success. So, and here we have null for the title. Now let's use a patch to see what is going to happen. So let's type patch post. We wait for the suggestion. So patch post. Let's run our app again. So now we get title, and we have this text. We have the text, how are you? User ID 25, and the code is 200. Now if I open this post, this URL which has the post on, as you can see, we have the title, this title, and if you look at code, it's not the same title. But the idea here is that because now we're using the patch post, it's not gonna override completely the element, the resource element. Instead, it's gonna update only the properties that we are passing to it. So because JSON here is by default ignoring the null values, it will use the value which the post already had for the title. Even though we didn't pass one for the title, it will use the existing value for the title here. This is why we get here this. So this is the difference between the put and patch. Let's now see how we can delete an element from our post. So let's go inside JSON place order API. Let's put delete. So we type here delete, and we put post slash replacement block ID. I'm gonna type fun delete post. I'm gonna type add path ID of type int. Now let's go inside our main activity and let's create another function down here. And before we do that, let's also put here, because this is gonna return a call, but now it's gonna be of type unit, which means that it's not gonna return a specific value like post. It's gonna return nothing. So let's go inside main activity. Let's create a function here, private fun delete post, and let's type here. Actually, you don't need the post here. You're just gonna pass the ID. So I'm gonna type here val call equals to JSON placeholder API dot delete, and we're gonna pass the ID. Let's say 25. All right. Then I'm gonna type call dot enqueue callback. So object extends callback, and now I'm gonna pass unit curly braces and press enter. And now what we'll do here, we're just gonna display the result code. So let's copy this. So text view result.text, text view result.text equals to response dot code dot toString. So if let's put response that is successful, and let's get rid of those nullables. And here I'm gonna put also this toast. So let's copy this toast and let's paste it here. Let's go up and let's comment update post, and let's call delete post. Now let's run our app, and we got the response 200, and we got got nothing here because we deleted the post, and this means that everything was successful. So this is how we can use the put, patch, and delete with delete requests to put, to patch, and to delete elements from our posts. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. But before we end the video, let me show you a mistake that I did, and let's open the browser. And as you can see, now we have for the title this title. If you remember, this was the text that was shown for the patch request when we did our patch request, and when I opened this this window, it didn't show here. We have a different text. This is because I use ID 1 and not 5. So here I was passing the ID 5 here, and this window that is here, it had the ID 1, so it had a different text. This is why you saw me there with the different text. So this is what I wanted to say. So I'm gonna end this video now and see you in the next video. Right, so in this section we're going to build a chat application, and you can log in to the chat application, or you can register to create an account. So let's create an account. Let's call it Alexandru for the username. For the email, let's choose alex@yahoo.com. Let's put for the password ABCDEFG. ABCDEFG. And now you can click on the sign up, but you can also pick a profile photo if you want by clicking on this pick profile photo text. So if I click on that text, it takes me here, and I click on this image. I can choose an image as the profile image. Now I can go back to sign up, and now I can click on sign up, and the account is going to be created, as you can see here. We wait a little bit. It says account created, and we have our chat opened here. You can also sign out of the app. You can write messages. So let's write something. Hello, how are you? We can send the message and get hello, how are you, and have this bubble colored around the text. And now I can sign out. So let's sign out. Let's create another account. So let's click on register. Let's type a name here, Alexa around yahoo.com. Also ABCDEFG. Let's click on sign up. Now the user is going to be signed up. I didn't choose a profile picture for this. We have account created, and we have the message from the previous user. You have the image here, as you can see beautifully, and it says hello, how are you? And I can type a text here. I am fine. I am fine. How are you? Let's click on send, and I have the text send. I am fine. How are you? We can also send an image, so I can choose an image from here, and I can send this image if I want. Now we wait a little bit. And we have the placeholder, then we have the image sent. So this is what we are going to build in this section, a fully chat application. So I'm going to end this video here. So in this video I'm going to show you how you can use data binding as a replacement of the find view by ID function. So you no longer need to use find view by ID to connect to your widgets. You can use the data binding. And for this video I'm going to use the Firestore project, because here we have a lot of widgets to which you connect using find view by ID. And to use data binding, I'm going to go inside build.gradle, and we need to go inside Android, so inside the curly brace of Android. I will paste some code here. So I'll paste this code. So I have build features, and I have data binding equals true, and view binding equals true. And that is basically saying to Android Studio that we are going to use data binding for this project. Then we go up here inside plugins, and we type IDE. You put single quotation marks, Kotlin, dash, and you type capt. And you click on sync now. Alright, so now we go back inside main activity, and we go down here, and we type private latent it var m binding, and we're going to type activity main binding, and now I need to go. Actually, I will delete this set content view, and I will type here m binding equals data binding util dot set content view. I'm gonna pass this and r dot layout dot main. But now we have a problem, because in order for data binding to work, we need to wrap our all of our layouts with the layout tag. So what I will do, I'll go up here, I'll push this down, I'll put this, and I'll type layout. Then I'm gonna put opening, And inside this layout, we need to put all of our layouts that we have below here. So let's copy all of this. And we paste it here. Let's press Ctrl-Alt-L to format the code. Now if you go inside the main activity, the error disappeared. And what we can do now is we can delete all of those widgets. Also all the find view by ID you can delete. And what I can do now is I can type here, instead of save button, I can type mbinding, and I will use the ID of the button to reference the button. So I'm going to use mbinding dot load button set on click listener. Load button or add button, sorry. And here you need to use the load button. So here I'm going to type mbinding dot load button, because here we're going to load our nodes, as you can see, without using the find view by ID. And now if I will go here and I will type, as you can see, you have edit text title. I'll type mbinding. So now I have access to all the widgets in our because we wrap it in the layout. Edit text title. And here I'll do the same. I will type mbinding dot edit text description. Also need to change it here in all the places where you use it. Mbinding dot edit text priority. Also here. Mbinding dot edit text priority. And I'm gonna also type here mbinding dot edit text tags. Also here I need to change it. Mbinding dot priority, edit text priority, that takes that to string. Also here, text view data, I'm gonna change it to mbinding dot text view data that text. And look at this code now. So if you go up here, let's delete this. It's more concise. We don't have any kind of button declare. You use directly mbinding and the idea of the button, and then everything works fine. We have no problems. And this is more concise and more it's concise and beautiful, because you don't have to type find view by ID all the time. You can wrap your layouts into this tag layout, and you use the activity main binding. You inflate the layout using data binding util set content view, and then you can use that variable, that property, to reference every ID inside the layout tag that is present. So you have here edit description and edit text title, edit text priority, and this is more concise and it's beautiful to have this. So now I'm gonna end this video and see you in the next video. In this video and in the next videos, we are going to build a chat application using Firestore and Firebase authentication. Therefore, I'm going to create a new project. I'm going to select empty activity. I'm going to call it chat app and click on finish. Alright, so our program is ready, and the first thing that we need to do is to create the UI part of the login screen and the create account screen. So this is what we're going to do in this video. Therefore, I'm going to go to resources, layout, and activity main. And here I'm going to go to code, and I will delete this constraint layout as the root layout. I'm going to change it to a linear layout. I'm going to type linear layout. We choose that one. We give an orientation, vertical, and the padding of 16 dp. And I will delete this text view because I don't need this text view. Now, the next thing that I will do is I will type view flipper, and a view flipper is basically a layout which can switch between different layouts which are inside, which are put inside of it. And I'm gonna put as you'll see, the login layout and the create account layout in the same in the view flipper, so that I can switch between them. So I'm gonna type here view flipper. So view flipper, match parent for the width, wrap content for the height, and opening tag. And now here I will type linear layout. We choose this one. I'm gonna choose match parent, wrap content. I'm gonna put opening tag. And I will add the orientation, vertical, and the gravity center. Now down here I will type text input layout. So text input layout, match parent for the width and for the height, wrap content, opening tag. And inside this text input layout, I will put a text input edit text. This is basically a subclass of the edit text, but it's more powerful than the simple edit text. So we put a text input edit text, match parent, wrap content, and closing tag. And we choose for the input type text. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. And here I'm gonna type style, and I will type here material components, and we choose this one, text input layout outline box. And if you go to design, this is how that is gonna look. So let's actually create some strings. So I'm gonna go inside the values, strings, and I will type here string hint email string hint password and string hint confirm password confirm password. Now we'll go back inside activity main, go to code, and here I will type hint email, so hint email. Then I will go down here and I will copy this code. So I'll copy this code. So only this code. So I'll copy this code because you need to be inside the linear layout. And I'll type here again this, but now I'm gonna change the hint to hint password, and also in the input type to text password. And we can also add the icon at the end of the input edit text. So I can type here end icon mode and choose clear text for the email. And here for password, I will I change the hint, all right, and I will put here end mode, also clear text or password toggle. I'm going to choose password toggle. Go to design. So this is how it looks now, and it's beautiful. All right, now let's create another linear layout, but before we do that, let's add another widget here. So I'm going to add another widget, which is going to be a button. So Android X app button, match parent, wrap content, and it's going to have an ID. It's going to be called sign in button. Let's create a string resource, string button let's put text sign in button, sign in, and another string text sign up button, sign up. And I'll go inside activity main. I'll go back here and I'll type here text color Android color.white, text style to bold, and the actual text sign in button. So now if I go to design, now I have this button here. Alright, now I will copy all of this, so all that we have here from the linear layout. I will copy this, and inside the view flipper, but outside the inner layout, or the outside this linear layout that is defined here. So here I'm gonna paste that code again, and we'll make some slight modifications here. And we have input type text, okay. We have hint email, this is okay, but we need to give an ID. So let's give it ID. So let's give ID first to our first widget. So I'm gonna type here ID. Sign in input email. Also here, and I will go down here and I will type ID sign in input, and it's gonna be password now. Now we go outside. We have now this in red because we have 2 times. Now I'll go here and have text. I'll go down here. So inside the text input layout, inside this linear layout, now I need to give an ID to this. So I'm gonna type here ID. I'm gonna type here input. Let me go up to see what ID so I'm gonna type here sign up input let me see what input email. Here I'm gonna type again ID sign up input password, and this is gonna be changed to sign up button. And additionally I'm gonna add another text into input layout and text input edit text, because we're gonna also add a confirm password edit text. So I'm gonna go down here and I will paste that, and I will change the hint to hint confirm password, and here this is gonna have the ID confirm password. So another underscore confirm underscore password. Alright, so now everything looks fine, but we have a problem. I don't know what. So I have view flipper here, so I should delete this. Alright, let's press Ctrl Alt L. So now what I did here is I have 2 layouts. First is this layout, linear layout, and then we have this layout. And the view flipper is gonna switch between them when we're gonna write the code to do that. And I did this because it doesn't make sense to create 2 different activities for signing in the user and for creating account. It's better to put them in the same activity and use a view flipper to switch between them. But additionally, what I will do, I put here an image view, wrap content, and it's not gonna have an ID, and I will add an image. So I'm gonna go here to device, to resource manager, drawable, and I'll import an image. I can find the image for whatever reason. Let me try to add it directly. So go to project, drawable, because this is the image. So let's see if I can do that. So refactor. Alright, so now we have our image inside the drawable, but we have problem with the name. Refactor. Chat up. Click on refactor. Alright, now I'll go here and I will type src and I will put our chat up, but that covers the entire screen. So let's make it to, let's say, 100 dp. It's too small. Let's choose 300 dp. Yeah, now it looks fine. I'm gonna keep it as it is. So here we have it. Alright, and I will put all of this inside the layout, because I want to, inside the layout tag, because I want to use data binding. So I'll go down here, I will let this up here, and I will type layout, opening tag, and I will copy all of this code, all of this XML code, and I'll put it there, because I want to use data binding. Press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now I'll go in main activity and I'll type private latent it var m binding, and in order to use data binding we need to add some code in the Gradle, build.gradle, and the first thing is to add here ID, single quotation marks, Kotlin dash capped, and let's change this to 33, this to 33. I'll go down here and I will go down here, and inside the Android curly braces I'm gonna paste this code, and then I'll click on sync now. Right now let's go back inside main activity, and I'll type here main activity main binding. I'll delete this, and I'll type here m binding equals data binding util dot set content view this, and r dot layout dot main activity main. And what I'll do here, I'll type m binding dot sign button dot set on click listener. Here I'll type m binding dot sign up button dot set on click listener, and I will go inside the activity XML, and what I will do, I need to add also a text view. So let me see where. So below of our button, so inside the linear layout here, so inside that I'll add the text view. So I'll type text view, wrap content width and height, and it's gonna have a margin top, so it's gonna be I'm gonna type margin tab to push it down a little bit of 50 dp. It's gonna have an ID called text view register, and I'll type here background. I'll put question mark ATTR, and this is for having the ripple effect when you click on the text view. And type selectable item background borderless, this one. And I'm gonna put text color, and it's gonna be Android text color just type color blue light. And also need to add an edit text to the second linear layout. So now I'll go inside this linear layout, and I will go down here below of our button. I'll type text view, and it's gonna have a text view, and this is gonna be text view sign in. You'll see why I named it in this sign in. Alright, now let's go inside main activity. And what we need to do now is to actually give an ID to our view flipper, because we're gonna use it. So I'm gonna type here ID flipper. Then I'll go inside main activity, and I will type here mbinding dot register text view register dot set on click listener, and I will type mbinding dot text view sign in dot set on click listener. And now what we need to do is to add to make our view flipper to show the next layout and the previous layout. And for the next layout, I'm gonna use it on the text view register. So I'm gonna type here view. I'm gonna type mbinding dot flipper dot show next. So it's gonna show the next layout. And here I will type mbinding dot view flipper mbinding flipper dot show previous. And we also need to add some animation. So I'm gonna go to resource, go to new Android resource directory, and we choose anim, click OK. And here we're gonna add two animations. So I'm gonna go right click here, and I already have the code here. So I have slide in a right. So I'm gonna choose this one first. So I will copy this, slide in right. I'll go inside here. I'll go inside anim, and I will create an animation resource file. I'm gonna type it slide in right. Okay. And I will paste it here, that code, and then I'll create another animation resource file, and it's gonna be called slide out left. Click OK, and for this I'm gonna copy this code that we have here, and this is basically gonna take care of the animation. So paste it here, go to main activity. And what we need to do now is to go first and show next. And before we showing the next, I'm gonna add the animation. So I'm gonna type mbinding dot flipper dot set animation. I'm gonna pass this. And for the next, I'm gonna use the Android animation provided by Android. So I'll type Android r.anim.slide in left. Then I'll type mbinding dot flipper dot set out animation this, and I'll type Android dot r anim dot slide outright. So I'm gonna choose this one. And for the show previews, I'm gonna type here view flip binding view flipper dot view flipper dot set in animation this, and I'll type r dot anim dot slide in right. Let's press Ctrl D and set out animation r.anim. I'm gonna choose this now here, slide out left. Now let's wipe the data to make sure that we don't have any problems with the emulators. And now let's run our app to see how it looks and how it works. Let's actually take a quick look here. So if you go to design, it looks pretty well. All right, go to code. Now let's run our app and let's see how it works. Meanwhile, let's add some strings here. So I'm gonna type here string text view register I'll go inside activity main, and I'll go down here. I already have the text view, and I'll put text. I forgot to add the text here. Text. So this is for the second layout, for the sign in text view. Now let's go to the next one. So outside the linear layout here, I'm gonna type text view register. Again, we have two different layouts inside our linear layout, because I want to flip between those two layouts, between this layout, so this layout that contains all of this, and this layout that contains all the XML code. And I want to flip between them because this layout from above contains the XML code for connecting to the for signing in, and this one contains the XML code for creating a new account. And I want to switch between them using the view flipper. This is why I put them inside the view flipper. And of course, this is inside the linear layout, and everything inside is inside the layout because we want to use data binding like we did here. So now we wait a little bit until our project is created. Alright, so our app opened and everything looks fine. The only problem is that don't have the text view here. So let's run our app again, because I forgot to add the text there. But as you can see, it looks very nice, the UI part. Alright, so now we have the text view here. So now if I click on this, as you can see, we have this ripple effect, and it's switching to the next layout. So if I click on sign in, it takes me to the sign in layout. If I click on register, it takes me to the register. Here we have email, password, and confirm password. The only thing that remains is to add a background for this button that we have here. Alright, so we have a problem, as you can see, because it's not sliding as I want, because when I click on register, it's not, and if I click on sign in, it's not sliding. It's like it's kind of overlaps, and that is because I forgot to put here set in animation, not out. So set in animation. So now if you run this, Now if I click on register, as you can know, it's sliding now from the left, and if I click on sign in, it's sliding from the right. So now everything works fine. And because I had here set out 2 times, so I had that problem. And this works fine. You can type here, as you can see, text. You can click on this X button to delete all of this text. You can type for the password text. You can show it. You can hide it. Alright, the next thing that we need to do is to create a background for our sign in and sign up buttons. And to do that, I'm gonna go inside resource to drawable, and I'm gonna right click, go to new, drawable resource file, selector, let's call it button background, click on OK. Let's hide the emulator, and let's take this color that I have here, this darker blue. So I'm gonna copy this. I'm gonna go inside Android Studio. I'm gonna go to inside colors, and I'll type here color. I'm gonna type blue darker. So that is the color. And now we'll go back inside button background, and what I'll do here, I will put here an item. So I'll type here item, Android state that focused true, and Android state that press to true. So to true. Opening. Now here I'll type shape, rectangle, opening tag also, and I will type here solid, Android.color, and we have blue darker, but I want to change this color into a more so let's choose custom. Let's choose this one. Let's a little bit darker. So to custom, solid. Then I'm gonna type here corners. We have a little bit, so we have some corners to our button, and I'm gonna type radius to 15 dp, closing tag, and I will copy this one time and second time. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code, and now let's change this to state focus to false. And actually here I should copy this, because I want to have the darker color if the button is clicked. So here I'm gonna type darker, blue darker here also, blue darker, and here when both of them are gonna be false, so for state that press false, state that focus false, and state that press false, I want to have this color, which is not that dark. So now I'll go inside activity main, and where I have our buttons, I'll type here background, and I'm gonna type drawable button background, and for the second button also. So for this button, background. Now if you run this, so you have this, but the corners are too, and you also need to add a little bit of padding. So let's go to activity main, and let's put here margin top of 15 dp, and let's also do for the second button margin top of 15 dp, and let's also make the corners to 10 dp. So let's go to button background, code, and the radius for is gonna be 10 dp. So now if you run this, click on terminate. Now we have our button, we have our to edit text, and I'm going to type something here, something for the password, and you can click on the sign in. And as you can see, when you click on the sign in, the button is it's colored in a darker color. That's because when the state is focused and is pressed, it's going to use this background. You're going to use this item from here. When it is not, so when both are false, it's not pressed and not focused, it will have this color. But when you click, as you can see, you have this darker color. And the same is true for the this should say sign up, not sign in, so I should change that. And if you click on the sign in now, as you can see, it takes us back here. And this is our video. This is the video for creating the UI for signing in and creating an account. And in the next video, I'm gonna add the code to actually sign in a user and to create an account. We're gonna do that in the next video. And here, change the text to sign up. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. One more thing to do before you add the code to sign in or sign up the user is to get rid of the action bar. So I'm gonna go inside Themes, and I will type here style, and you can remove the action bar by putting here no action bar, and that is gonna be is gonna remove the action bar for the whole application and for implicitly for all the activities. Or you can remove the action bar for a specific activity. And this is the approach that I'm gonna use. I'm gonna remove the action bar only for the main activity. So I'm gonna type here my theme. I'm gonna type parent, and I'm gonna type team chat app. So we are inheriting, if you want, from this team chat app. But what we'll do, we'll override some things. So I'm gonna type here item, window, action bar, and we set this to false. Then I'm gonna type item, window, no title. I'm gonna set this to true. And now, very important, I'm gonna type here item, and here I'm gonna type Android status bar color, and I'm gonna use white. So I'm gonna type here Android color white. Now I'm gonna go in manifest, and here before the angle bracket, I'm gonna type theme or style, actually theme, style, and I'm gonna add my theme. Now if you run this, alright, so now we no longer have the action bar, and the status bar is white, as you can see, and this is beautiful. As you can see, the UI looks great. And I also changed the text here to sign up. So now I'm gonna end this video and see you in the next video. In this video, we're gonna see how we can sign in and create an account for the user. But first, let's create a new Firebase project, because we're gonna use Firebase, and we're gonna use Firebase authentication. So I'll open my browser, I will type Firebase, click on this link, click here where it says get started, and I already have two projects here. I'll create a new project. Let's call it chat app, click on continue, select an account, default account for Firebase, create project. Now we wait a little bit until it's creating a project. Now click on continue. Now it's going to open the Firebase, and we choose Android, and here we need to pass the package name. So I will go inside Android Studio, and I will copy this package name that we have here. Or you can go into manifest, and I think you have the package somewhere here, but I don't know where. Anyway, let's go back. Let's put our package. Let's call it chat app, and this is optional, so click on register app. Next, you click on next, choose Kotlin here. It's gonna have those dependencies. Click on next and continue to the console. Alright, so now we have our Firebase project ready. Now I'm gonna go inside Android Studio because you need to connect those two. So I'll go to Tools, Firebase, and first I'll use real-time, where is Firestore? So I will use Firestore. So get started Firestore, connect to Firebase, and now it's opening the console. We choose this one because I want to connect the Android project with this project. Click on connect, and our project was connected. So you can close that, click type again Firebase, and get started, and click on chat app. Alright, so now our Android project is connected to the so click connect to Firebase. It's already connected. Then we're gonna add the Cloud Firestore to our app. So that is gonna add some dependencies, so it will make available the code of the Firestore in our app. So click accept changes, and that is gonna add some dependencies in our Gradle. Alright, so now the dependencies were added, and now we can we can write code using Firestore. Next, we need to integrate the Firebase authentication. So I'll go down here. Let me see what it is. So here, authentication, and we choose this one, authenticate using a custom authentication system, Kotlin. So we choose this one. Click add Firebase authentication SDK to your app. Click accept changes, and it's gonna add this dependency. Alright, so everything is set up. Now we can use Firestore in our app, and also Firebase authentication we can use in our app. So let's close this. Let's go to main activity, and here I first create a function called, let's say so let me call it sign in. So type sign in, parentheses, and we go down here. And down here I'll type private fun sign in. It's not gonna take any parameters, curly braces, and here I'll type val email equals mbinding dot sign in input email dot edit text dot text dot toString and dot trim to remove the spaces. And let's also put the Elvis operator here. Then I'll type here val password equals mbinding dot sign in input password, so sign in input password, not sign up, dot edit text Elvis operator dot text dot toString dot trim. Then I'm gonna check to see if either of the email or password are empty, and if they are empty, I'm gonna leave this function. I'm gonna type if email dot is empty or password dot is empty. Then I'm gonna put a toast dot make text. The text is gonna be you should provide an email and password. Let's put and a password. Then I'm gonna put toast dot length long and dot show. And then we're gonna leave this function. We're gonna return, and that is gonna stop the execution of the function. If this is not the case, so if the email is not empty and the password is also not empty, what I'll do, I'll type Firebase authentication dot get instance, or getting an instance of a Firebase authentication. So we are connecting to the Firebase project that we created. Dot sign in with email and password, which is that one. I'm gonna pass here email and password. Dot add on complete listener, and we choose this one with the activity. So here we pass the activity, which is this, and next I'm gonna put curly braces because this is a lambda. It's a task which is gonna return if it's successful or not into authenticating our user. So I'm gonna type here if task dot is successful. I'm gonna show toast. I'm gonna copy this, paste here, and it's gonna say user sign in. Else it's gonna say couldn't sign in. Let's put a slash \n. Something went wrong. Alright, now let's create our second function for creating a user. So I'll go up here, I'll type create, not creating a user, creating an account. So we type here create account, and I'll go down here, I'll type private, create account, private fun, create account. It's not gonna take any parameters, curly braces, and I'm gonna type here val email equals, and we can copy this, but I'm gonna change it. Sign up is gonna be, but for whatever reason when I do that we don't, so let me type binding dot signing up input email dot edit text. So for whatever reason it's not let's text dot toString dot trim. So let's put it like this. For whatever reason it's not calling this edit text. Anyway, I'll type val password equals binding dot sign up with password, sign up input password dot, we have text dot toString dot trim to remove the space, and val confirm password equals binding dot sign, let's type confirm sign up input confirm password dot edit text, we can't call edit text dot to string dot trim to remove the spaces. And then I will check to see if first I'm gonna check to see if any of those are empty. So I'm gonna type here if email dot is empty, or password dot is empty, or confirm password dot is empty. So if this is the case, then I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna paste it here, and I'll type return, and that's gonna leave the function. It's not gonna use any code. Also, you need to check here if, so if we have the email and the password and the confirm password have they are not empty, but if the password is not equal to confirm password, that means that we have a problem, because we typed the password, and for the confirm password we typed another password, and for that we need to add a toast. So let's copy this and say, let's delete this, passwords don't match, and we also return here, because we're going to leave the function if the password do not match. Then I'll go down here and I'll type firebase auth dot get instance dot create user with email and password. I'm going to type here email, password, dot add on complete listener. I'm going to choose this one with the activity. I'm going to pass this. I'm going to put curly braces, task, and here I'll type if the task, so the task lambda from our lambda is successful, that means that the account was created. So let's see, let's copy this edit text, let's paste it here, and it's gonna say account created, account created. Else, if the task is not successful, I'm gonna say the account was not created. So I'm gonna copy this, paste it here. I'm gonna say account, the account wasn't created. Alright, so now we have our code, we have our logic for signing in and creating the account for our user. Now I'm gonna run this up. Now let's sign in. Let's try to sign in with a user that doesn't have an account. alex@yahoo.com. Let's put a password, and if you click on sign in, it says couldn't sign in, something went wrong. So it couldn't because the account doesn't exist. Alright, so let's delete this, and now let's go to the second layout to create an account. I'm going to click on register, and here I'll type alex@yahoo.com. For the password I'm going to type Alex, and for the confirm password Alex, and I'm going to click on sign up, and it says that the password don't match. Yeah, let me see, but they match. So there is a problem in our logic here, and I think I should call dot equals confirm password. Alright, so we should say if it's not, so if those the password and the confirm password are not equal, what I check there, if I check if they are equal, and they are equal, and that return true, and this way I get that problem. So now if I run this again, but let me delete the equals, and let's put not, or actually let me put if password is not equal to confirm password. So this is what we want to check. Previously I checked to see if the password are equal, and they are equal, and it returned and it said the password don't match because it was true that they're not equal. So my logic was wrong. So let's run this again. Let's go to register. I'm gonna type Alex, aron.yahoo.com, Alex for the password, and for the confirm password also Alex. Now if I click on sign up, now we get the account wasn't created, so we have a problem. But why? Alright, so the problem was because I had disabled here the email and password when I took a break and come back to the video. I disabled this and I enabled it back, and now if I go in Android Studio, let's run this again. Go to register. I'm gonna type Alex, aron.yahoo.com, Alex, and Alex. Let's see if they match. So we have the password matching. Now if I click on sign up. Alright, so I found what was the problem, and the problem was, let me first go down here. And in Firebase authentication, I get instance create user with email and password. I put it this those to be shown the exception. So what kind of error? And if you click on the emulator, and now if you click on signing up, you're gonna see the error, and look what the error is telling. So let's click, and it says Firebase authentication password. The given password is invalid. Password should be at least 6 characters. So that is the problem. We should provide here 6 characters, not 4 like we have here. So this is the problem. This is why it didn't work to create an account, because for this reason I thought that in the next video I'm gonna show you how you can use regex to check to see if email is valid, so if it's consistent with what an email looks, and also to check for other things. So I'm gonna show you how to do that with regex. Now let's put here for the password A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and here also A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Let's copy this in case that I forgot. So now if I click on sign up, you get account created. So now it's working, and I'm very happy that it's working. Now let's go to sign in. Let's try to sign in this user. So I'm gonna type Alex, aron.yahoo.com, and here I'm gonna type A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Now if you click on sign in, it says that the user is signed in, and what you now need to do is to take the user to the chat room. So you need to take the user to the chat room after the user is signing in. So we need to leave this activity. But we have those toast messages which are telling us that everything now works fine. And now if you go in Firebase, and if you look at authentication, you see that we have a user, we have Alex, and he has this unique ID. Now I'm gonna end this video here, and see you in the next video. In this video we're going to add another functionality to our app, and that is to pick a profile photo, and I will do that also in the main activity by adding another layout inside our view flipper. So what we'll do, I'll go here, and at the end here I'll type linear layout, choose that one, match parent, wrap content, opening tag, and now I'm gonna use a circular image which is provided by which you can get it from GitHub. So I'm gonna open my browser. So this is the one that I'm gonna use, this library. So just copy this implementation. We go in Android Studio and go in build.gradle, and we paste that here. So let's hide the emulator. So let's paste that here, and let's click on sync now. let's go back to our browser, and to create that circular image, just copy this, and I'm gonna put this inside our linear layout here. Now I'm gonna put that here, and I'm gonna change this to 150 dp, and this also to 150 dp. And we also need to add an image here, so I'm gonna create a vector asset. We have the profile, let's change it to profile, next, and finish. And now let's change the color. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code, and let's change this color to the darker blue, so to make it consistent with the rest of our app, so it looks like this. Then we go inside activity main, and as source here I'm going to use now our image. So I'm going to type here drawable IC profile. Now if you look at design, you don't see nothing, but as you'll see when I'm going to switch between our layouts, you'll see our image. Another thing to add here is to add a text view. So I'm going to copy this text view, and I'm going to put it here inside the linear layout. I should provide an orientation here, orientation vertical, and this is going to be called text view sign up. So it's going to take us to the sign up layout, this button. Let's close it with the closing tag. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now also need to go here in our layout here, because I want, let's go to design. Actually I can see let's go to emulator, and what I want to have two buttons here. So I want to have a text view which says register, and the text view which not here. So go to register. I want to have two text views. One for the sign in, so to go back to the sign in layout, and one for going to the profile layout. So I will go down here. So below of our text view, have our text view sign in. I'm gonna create another linear layout. Match parent, wrap content for the height, opening tag. So opening tag. I'm gonna hide the emulator, and I will copy this text view because we need this text view. I'm gonna paste it here, and it's gonna have an orientation center, orientation or gravity, orientation horizontal, sorry, and a gravity should be inside before the angle bracket, gravity center horizontal. So we'll have our and let's also add because here I'm gonna add another text view. So text view, copy this, I'm gonna paste it here, and it's gonna be called text view go to profile. So this is gonna be our second text view. And let's also add the margin left, margin start. So I'm gonna use margin start of 10 dp. Again, we can see nothing because for whatever reason it's not displaying, but this should work. Now what we need to do next is to create two functions which are gonna do this animation, because we'll have repeated code here. So I'm gonna create a function private fun show next animation so, or call it next animation, only next animation, it's enough. and I'm gonna copy this code. I'm gonna paste it here. Then I'm gonna type another function, private fun show previous let's copy this code also and let's paste it here. Now let's go up. Now instead of typing this code, I'm gonna call the function. So next animation and show previous animation. I should call it, it's okay, I'm gonna leave it like that. Or let's actually change the name. I don't like the name, so let's change it to, go to refactor, let's name it start previous animation, and let's also change this to go to refactor, start next animation. All right, now what I'll do here, I'll type mbinding dot, and now we need to reference our text view. Go to profile dot set on click listener, and I'm gonna call our start next animation. Then I'm gonna type here mbinding dot go, I don't know how that is called, text view, go to profile text view, go to text view. Let me see how that is called because I forgot. Text view sign up. So this is how it's called. Text view sign up dot set on click listener. This is gonna take us back to the sign up layout, and I'm gonna type here show start previous animation. Now let's go to activity main, and let's also add this to our to have a ripple effect to our image, and let's paste it here. Let's type clickable, true, and there is focusable also to true. All right, so now we have everything in place. Now if we run our app, so let's click on register, and now here you have two text view. You have sign in and sign in. This should say go to profile. So let's change the text. Sign in button, and let's go to strings, string text view, go to profile, go, or let's call it pick profile photo. All right, let's go inside here. Now let's reference our string, pick text view, go profile. All right, and let's also add let's go to activity main. Let's hide the emulator because I want to add something else here. I'm gonna go up in the second layout, actually, in the second linear layout, so not view flipper. So in the second linear layout, I want to add another text input layout and another text input editor. So I'll go down here, and we'll have another one. I'll put it here up, and it's gonna be, let's give it a string, and it's gonna have because it's gonna have input username, so this is gonna be responsible for the username. And let's create the hint, so not here, so we go here, hint username. I already have that hint, so I don't need to. Let's go back, hint email, and let's change it to username, and we have sign up input username. So if you look now, you can see nothing, but now let's run our app again. Let's click on register, and now I have sign in. So if I click on sign in, it takes me back to the sign in. Click on register. Now if I click here, pick a profile photo, as you can see we have this, but we should have it centered horizontally. So, but if you click on it, as you can see, it has this beautiful ripple effect. So let's go here, let's put gravity, center horizontal. Let's run our app again, and here it should say sign up. So I'm gonna change that. Let's change it now to sign up. Sign up button. Now let's run our app again. Now I think everything is fine. So let's click on register, let's click on sign in, takes us back to the sign in layout, click on register. Now let's click on pick a profile photo, and it's taking us, as you can see here we can click on this, and here I'm gonna add the code in the next video to actually get a picture and add it here. Now if I click on sign up, as you can see, it takes us back in the sign up, and you also have now the username here, because I also want to get the username of the user which creates an account on our chat app. Now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, we're gonna see how we can store the image that we got from our gallery in Firebase storage, and also gonna see how we can create a collection of users, and each user is gonna have a name, a profile image, and an ID. So I'll go down first, and the first thing that we need to do is to check if we have the permission to access the internal storage, because from API level 23 you need to explicitly ask the user if it allows you to access its internal storage of the phone. So what we need to do here, instead of calling upload image directly, is to check if, and we type activity compat dot check self permission. I'm gonna pass the context this at main activity. I'm gonna put a comma, and then I'm gonna type Android dot manifest dot permission dot read external storage. So I'm going to choose that one. And I'm going to check to see if that is not equal to package manager dot permission granted. So if that is not equal to this, then I'm going to call a function called request permission. I'm going to create this function below. Else, we're going to upload the image. We're actually going to get the image. We are going to upload the image in another place. So let's change the name of this function, upload the image, to get image. Let's call it get image, because this is not going to upload the image. It's only going to get the image. So let's change it. Now I will go down here and I'll type private fun request permission parentheses curly braces. Then I'm gonna type here if activity compat dot should show request permission rationale. So we choose that one. This I'm gonna pass at main activity. You can also pass only this. And permission, I'm gonna type Android dot permission dot manifest dot permission dot read external storage. So I'm gonna check to see if this. So I'm gonna put curly braces. So I'm gonna check for this, and what this function basically is doing is checking to see if we should show the user why you need this permission. And this happens if the user denied the permission before but tried to access it again. So what we need to do here, we need to create an alert dialog, and let me push this to the next line. Create an alert dialog. So I'm gonna type alert dialog dot builder. I'm gonna pass the context, this at main activity dot set positive button. I'm gonna pass the string here. I already created a string for the which has the name here, the string dot yes, dialog button yes, curly braces, and here we're gonna type this and this because we're not gonna use any parameters. So you just put that arrow, and we're gonna say activity compat dot request permission context this at main activity. And then I'm going to pass what permission we want. So I'm going to type here array of, and I'm going to type here Android dot manifest dot permissions dot read external storage. And now we need to create a code, a request code. So I'm gonna go up here, and here I will try private val storage request code equals an arbitrary number. Then we go down here, and here I'm going to pass that request code. So request code, storage.request code. Then I'm going to put dot set negative button, and here I'm going to type also r.string.no, dialog button no. I created a string. And here I'm going to put lambda, curly braces. I'm going to type dialog this arrow, press enter, and I'm gonna say dialog dot cancel. Then I'm gonna type dot set title. I'm gonna type permission needed. Dot set message. I'm gonna say this permission is needed for accessing the internal storage. Then I'm gonna put dot show. Else, if the permission wasn't denied, I'm gonna type else, and I'm gonna copy this this code. So I'm gonna copy this code and paste it here. All right, now we also need to get back. We need to so here it should say permission. Now we need to call a function, because this function is gonna be called when we get the result. So if the user allows us or not allows us. In order to check for that, we need to call a function, and that is on request permission result, this one. And this function is going to be called after the user clicks clicks on the yes button or on the no button. So we need to override that, and we need to check for our request code here. So I'm going to type if request code is equal to the request code that we pass, so our storage request code, and I'm gonna type grant results dot size is greater than 0. Then I'm gonna put another and grant results at the position 0, so it equals package manager dot permission granted. If this is the case, that means that we have permission to access the internal storage, so I'm gonna call our get image function. Else, I'm gonna say toast dot make text this our own main activity. I'm gonna type permission not granted. Toast dot length dot long dot show. Now the next thing that we need to do is to go inside the Android manifest and also declare here the permissions that we're gonna use. So I'm gonna type here uses permission, and I'm gonna choose and I'm gonna choose the first one, permission internet, because we are using internet, and uses permission read from external storage. So we need to add those two here in order for our code to work. Now let's go back in main activity. I will run this app. Now our app opened. Let's go to register, pick a profile photo, and we have this text optional. I added a text there, and let's click on the image, on the image button, if you want to call it like that. So let's click on this image button, and now it's asking us allow chat app to access photos and media on your device. And if I click on deny, it didn't open the gallery for us because we don't have access. Now if I click again, now we have our alert dialog, and it says permission needed. This permission is needed for accessing the internal storage. And here you can click on yes or no. So let's click on no. Now if I click again, if you click on no, it's gonna show this dialog and again, and it's gonna say to you why it needs this permission. So now let's click on yes. Now let's click on allow, because now it's asking us if allow chat app to access photos and media on your device. Now let's choose a picture. Let's choose this one. Alright, so now we have our image added here, so the code works fine. But I'm gonna end this video here, and in the next video I'm gonna see how we can store the image in the Firebase storage. So see you there. In this video we're gonna see how we can store the image in Firebase storage, and we're also gonna see how we can create a collection of users. And every user is gonna have a name, a profile image, and an ID. But first, let's add another if here. So I'm gonna type if, and I'm gonna check if password length is less than 6 characters. So password dot length is less than or equal to 6. Then I'm gonna leave this function and I'm gonna say that the password should have at least 6 characters. So I'm gonna put this toast and return here, and it will say password would have at least 6 characters. I have a typo here. So another thing that I want to check and I want to get is the username. So val username, because we added this binding dot username dot text dot toString dot trim. And we're also gonna check down here if username dot it's empty. I'm gonna say copy this toast, paste it here. You should provide an username, and we're gonna return to leave this function here. Alright, so I'll go down here. Now what I'll do first, I'll go up here and I'll create a variable private val private latent it var, and it's gonna be called URI. It's gonna be of type URI. Then I will go down here and what you need to do here, I'm gonna type if, and I will type this colon is initialized. So if this URI dot is initialized, then I'm gonna add the image and the information about the user in our Firestore database. Else, not gonna do that. So I'm gonna take care of this image first. But first, let's go to Tools, Firebase, and let's integrate Firebase storage in our program. So go up. So cloud storage for Firebase. So click on here where it says get started with cloud storage, Kotlin. Click on this, add the cloud storage to SDK to your app, and that is gonna add this dependency, AppSec changes, and that is gonna add immediately our code. Alright, dependencies are set up correctly. Now let's close this. The next thing that we need to do is go to inside our model package, go to new, and let's create a new Kotlin class file. Let's call it user, and I'll type data class user val name of type string val image, let's call it profile image of type string, because we're going to store this as a link. You'll see immediately how. And val ID also a string. So this is going to be our class, which is gonna model an user. We go back inside the main activity, and the first thing that we need to do is to create a storage reference. So I'm gonna go up here. I'm gonna type private later init var storage ref storage reference, so Firebase storage, I don't remember how it was, so Firebase dot storage. For whatever reason the storage reference is not showing here, so let me try again. Storage, now we have it, and I will go down here and what we need to do here is type val file path, so we're gonna get the path of the file, equals storage reference dot child. So what we are doing now, let me open the browser. So let me open the browser to show you what we're trying to do now. I'm gonna type Firebase, go to Firebase, get started, chat up, and what we're trying to do now is to get inside this storage, and we need to get here where we have this link, and we want to go inside and create a folder here. So this is why we're typing storage reference.child, and now we can give a name, let's say profile images, and then I'm gonna put again dot child. Now I'm gonna pass I'm gonna type here URI dot last path segment, and we have a problem. Alright, so that solved the problem, and then I will go down here and I will type file path dot put file, so put file. I'm gonna type URI dot add on success listener, and here I will type, let's call this task and arrow, and here I will type val result equals, I'm gonna put here for the type task. So now we're trying to get the address of the file which was added to Firebase storage, and we're trying to get that address to add it now in our Firestore database. So what we're trying to do now, let's open my browser. So what you're trying to do is to get, let's say that here we're gonna have an image. We will try to get the path of that image, which is gonna be here, and we're trying to add that path in our Firebase database here. So this is what we're trying to do. So I'm gonna type here val result task, so task of type URI. Let's import that. And I'm gonna put equals task, so our lambda, dot metadata, Elvis operator dot reference, Elvis operator dot download URL. Let's put this at the end. And what I'll do now here, I'll go down here and I'll type result, because now what this is gonna contain, this task URI that we have here, task metadata that reference that download URL. And if we click result dot add on success listener, this is gonna return a URI. So what we can do now here, I can type URI equals it. So the URI, so I'm gonna pass it. So that's now the URI that we created as a property is gonna have the URI, this URI, which is the specific URI which is added in our Firebase storage. Now let's create our object now. So I'll go down here, but inside the file path, I'll type here. Let's create a reference to our Firebase database. So I'm gonna type here private latent var fire m users ref collection reference equals, and down here, up here, I'll type private latent var db equals Firebase firestore that. Alright, and to save time, I'm gonna delete this and I will paste some code. So we have val db Firebase firestore, Firebase firestore.get instance, and then we have here we have the notebook because I copied this from our previous project. Let's call it users ref, but we have a problem. Also, I need to delete this. Right, so now everything works fine. Now I'll go inside our app here. Let's change this to, so I deleted the storage reference. What? Yes, I deleted the storage references. Sorry. Private latent var storage ref storage reference. Sorry for that. And I'm gonna go here and I will type first val email equals, actually I think we have those from up here, email, so we have them. So we have val, and I want the username. Let me see if I call it here. So I can use it here. What I can do now here, I type val user equals user and here I will type username. Now for the profile image, I'm gonna type URI dot to string, and for the ID I'm gonna pass firebase auth dot get instance dot current user dot UID, so that the unique ID for this user. And we have a problem. Okay, so let's put this here. All right, now what you need to do now here is to type users ref dot document dot set user dot, and you can add on success listener, add, so I'm gonna put again dot add on success listener and dot add on failure listener. I'm gonna show toast here, toast that make text this at main activity. Let's say user to have some feedback. User, actually let's say account created, toast that length, toast that length that long that show, and let's copy this, let's paste it here, not there, here, and gonna say account wasn't created. Another thing that we need to do is create another activity, and this activity is gonna be the chat activity. So I'm gonna go inside UI, go to new, I'm gonna choose activity, I'm gonna choose empty activity, let's call it chat, because this is gonna we're gonna have our chat activity. Click on finish, and down here I'll create a function, because I will use this code in multiple places. Private fun send to activity, and I will type here start activity, intent this at main activity, and chat activity that class.java, and I will go here, and after, let me see, go up here. After this is successful, I'm gonna call our function send to activity, and we're gonna take care of the else part in this video or in the next video. Let's go in chat activity, because we have a problem. The R is not imported here, so let's import the R. Now another thing that we need to do is to go inside our get result, because here we're gonna get a result for our URI, and I'll type URI equals to it dot data Elvis operator dot data, and we have a problem. Okay, so let's put this. All right, now let's run our app to see how it works. So let's go to register, pick a profile photo, let's choose a profile photo, let's go to sign up, let's enter a username, Alex, email, Alex Aaron yahoo.com, let's type A, B, C, D, E, F, G for the password, and here also A, B, C, D, E. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Let's click on sign up, and our app crashed. So let's see why. Alright, so it says that the latent property storage reference has not been initialized, but we have initialized it, as you can see here. But why is saying that it should be initialized? So let's run this again. So our app open. Let's try now. So let's try to pick an image. Alright, let's go back. Not this. Let's go back to register, pick a profile photo. Let's pick a profile photo again, this one. Let's go to sign up. Let's provide a username Alex, email Alex Aron yahoo.com, password. Let's choose A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So now if I click on sign up, again the app crashed. And if you look at run, it says that the latent property storage reference has not been initialized, but it is initialized. So why I get this? Let me think a little bit. Alright, so I found what was the problem, and as the compiler said, I forgot to initialize storage reference. So I'm gonna go up here inside the one create, and after data binding, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna paste this code. So we type storage reference equals Firebase storage get instance, and that is gonna get a reference to our Firebase storage. So it's gonna get a reference to this thing here. So I forgot to add that line of code, and this way I got that error. Now if you run this, right, so our app open. Let's go to register, pick a profile photo. Let's click here. Let's pick a profile photo. Let's go back to sign up. Let's type here Alex, email Alex Aron yahoo.com, password, let's say A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Now if I click on sign up, get account created. So everything worked fine. The code is doing its job. Now let's go inside Firebase Firestore to see how and what we have here. So let's refresh this. So now we have profile images. So the child that we created. Then we have child that you have URI that last pass segment that is also going to generate an URI. So if you click on this, we have 34 and we have an image. And if you click on the image, as you can see, we have our image uploaded here. Now, if you go in Firestore database, here we also should have something. And Firestore database, for whatever reason, the user is not added here, even though the account was created. So I don't know why. Let me check. Let me check the rules. Right, so I solved the problem, and the problem was that the rules that were set here, we have this allow read and write set to false, and this is the reason why we didn't see our user in our users collection. So you change this to true. So go to data, go to file restore database, go to rules, and change that to true. In this way, you can write to the database. Because it was set to false, nothing could be written here. Now let's run our app to try again. So let's go to register, pick a profile photo. Let's click here. Let's choose this picture now. Let's go to sign up. Let's type here Alex, email, and it's very important to have a different email, an email that doesn't already exist. So I'm gonna type here Alexandru Aron yahoo.com. The password also A B C D E F G and A B C D E F G. Now if you click on sign up, it says account created, and now if you go in our file restore database and if you refresh this, have notebook, and why I call it notebook, it should be users. So let's go here. It should say users, not notebook. So user reference, here it says notebook. Let's change this to get string r.string.users collection. I created a string there. Users collection. Let's run this again. Now we have a problem. Let's see what. So it says attempt to invoke a virtual method. Alright, what I did, I changed get string and r.string.users collection. I put directly here users underscore collection. So now if you click on register, pick a profile photo. Let's pick a profile photo. Choose this one. Go to sign up. Let's give it a username, Alex. Let's type Alex y@yahoo.com. Alex. Let's type also A B C D E F G and A B C D E F G. So now if I click on sign up, account created. So we have our account created, everything works fine. If you go here and if you refresh this, we have users collection and notebook. Let's delete the notebook because we don't need that. Notebook, and we have users collections, and we have ID Alex and the profile image, which is a link to our storage that we have here. So that is the link for getting the image from here. Now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In the next video, I'm gonna take care of the else part here. So if the user doesn't provide the profile image. Alright, a quick video now, and the video is about the fact that when we added our user in our Firestore collection, if you look at that code, you'll saw that I call this send to activity, and for whatever reason the activity does not started. And that is because if you go inside Android manifest, you can see that this is in red. So what we need to do is to reference this package UI and chat activity to work. So I'm going to type UI dot chat activity. So make sure that we have those here in place, so everything is fine. So now if I click Alex and I type Alex around yahoo.com, now I can use this email because I deleted all the accounts. And password also A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Let me see if E, F, G, and let me see there. Let's pick a photo. So let's pick this photo. Go to sign up. Now if I click on sign up, and also let me show you how you can add a progress dialog, so to get that effect that is loading. And for that we need to create a layout, so let's create a layout. But first let's click on sign up to see that it's taking us to the next activity. So sign up, account created, and it's taking us to the chat app, which is going to be this activity is going to be the chat activity. So account was created and now we're here. So everything works fine now. As I said, we need to create a progress dialog to see that something is working in the background while the user waits. We need to show a progress dialog, and we're gonna do that now. Or instead of creating a progress dialog, we can simply show a progress bar. And I'm gonna go inside activity. I'm gonna go inside activity main. So activity main. And what we need to do is to go down here. Let me see where we are. Before the button of the first linear layout, I'm gonna type here progress bar, wrap content, width and height, ID, progress bar 1, visibility, invisible. Let's copy this. Let's go in our next linear layout before our button. So not here. So up here, and progress, let's call it progress bar 2. Let's go inside the main activity, and what we will do is to have a problem here, is to go up here and to type m binding dot progress bar 1, actually this is for progress bar 2, dot visibility equals view dot visible. And after we finish, so after we successfully added to the user, I'm gonna type here progress bar 2, progress m binding dot progress bar 2 dot visibility equals view dot invisible. And we need to do the same thing for our login. So let's go inside our login function. I'm gonna type here m binding dot progress bar 1 dot visibility equals view dot visible. And after we authenticate successfully the user, I'm gonna type, let's copy this, progress bar view dot visible to invisible, and also in the here we need to add it, and down here also. So add on success listener. Alright, so everything looks fine now. Let's run our app, and let's also, if the user is authenticated with success, let's send the user to the next activity. So I'm gonna type here send to activity. So let's run our app. So let's try to connect our user Alex @yahoo.com, and the password ABCDEFG. Let's click on sign in, and now we have this loading, user sign in, and it's taking us immediately in the chat room. Alright, so this is our video now, and see you in the next video. Alright, so I discovered a problem in our app, and if you don't provide any value for the input fields here, so or if you provide the value only for the password or for the email, and you click on the sign in, the progress bar is being shown, but it's never disappearing. And if you go to register and you do the same thing, also gonna see the progress bar, but it's never disappearing. And that is because when we check here if email is empty, password is empty, confirm password is empty, we simply show the toast and we return. So we leave this function here, and the progress bar visibility remains visible. What we need to do is to hide the progress bar here, and I'm gonna create functions for this because we're gonna have repeated code. So I'm gonna type here private fun show progress bar 1, because we have two progress bars, and I will type here m binding dot progress bar 1 dot visibility equals view dot visible. Then I'm gonna create another function, private fun hide progress bar, and I will type here m binding dot progress bar 1. Let's also call this progress bar 1 dot visibility equals view dot invisible. And I'm going to copy those functions, and I'm going to create two more separate functions for our progress bar 2. So let's change that to 2, also 2 here, so 2, and let's change this to 2, and also this to 2. Alright, so now we have our functions created. Next, what we need to do is we simply just need to call those functions in our code. So I'll go up here, starting with the sign in, and if the email and password is empty, first I'm gonna call the function here. So I'm gonna type show progress bar 1, and here before the return I'm gonna type hide progress bar 1. Alright, then I'm gonna go down, and here it's okay. Here I'm also, but here also gonna call the progress bar function. So show progress bar. Actually, we need to call hide progress bar here. hide progress bar. Also here, hide progress bar 1. Here I'm gonna show the progress bar 2. Show progress bar 2. And here you need to type hide progress bar 2. Also here, hide progress bar 2. Also here, hide progress bar 2. Also here, hide progress bar 2. And also gonna call the function here, hide progress bar 2, hide progress bar 2, and hide progress bar 2 here. And we type here hide progress bar 2. That's important. Now we're gonna take also care of the else part here, and for the else part I'm gonna copy this code, and we're not gonna add an image in our Firebase storage. And for the URI I'm gonna pass an empty string here because we're not gonna provide an image. So this is gonna be the else part. So we're creating a user. We use our collection reference, we create a document, we set on the document the user, and then we add on success listener and on a failure listener. So this is gonna take care of the else part. Now if you run our app, and the else part is going to be initialized if the URI is not initialized, so if the user doesn't provide an image. So this code here is not going to be called, which is going to assign the URI to the URI which of the photo that the user chose. Now let's click on sign in to see what happens with the progress bar. As you can see now, it appeared, but disappeared immediately because we added the code. And if I go to sign up, the same is here. It's through here. So it should provide an email and the password. Let's go to sign in, and let's go to register. And let's say that we don't pick a profile photo, and I create a user here, Alex. Let's call it Alexandru aron yahoo.com, and here you're gonna say for the password A B C D E F G, A B C D E F G. Now if I click on sign up, and I didn't pick a profile photo, so let's go back to sign up. If I click on sign up, it crashes. So why it crashed? Alright, so I found what was the problem, and the problem is generated by this Firebase authentication.getInstance.currentUser.uid. And when we try to create a user and add that user to the users collection, we can't, because this is gonna return null because after we create the account, so after this part is executed, we need to also sign in the user. So in the else part we need to type sign in, but first I'm gonna go inside the sign in function to change it a little bit. So I'm gonna go inside the sign in function, and I'll delete those two that we have here. I'll delete those two parameters, and I'll type here email of type string, and gonna have a default value, and the default value is gonna be mbinding dot sign in input email dot edit text dot text dot to string dot trim. Let's put the Elvis operator here. Then I'm gonna put a comma, and I'll define the next parameter, password. I'm gonna explain immediately why I'm doing this. String equals mbinding dot sign input password dot edit text dot text. Let's hide the emulator because to see text dot toString dot trim. Alright, so now when you call the sign in function, I'm gonna pass the email and the password. And if you don't pass the email and the password, that means that you're gonna pass the email and the password by the input password and by the input email. This is what we're doing here. So what I'll do here, down here, inside the else, so if the URI is not initialized, I'll type sign in, and I will pass the email and the password. Because if I don't do this and I call the sign in function, when the sign in function is gonna be called, so let's go sign in function, the email and the password are gonna be empty, because as you saw the code how it was previously, we didn't pass any email and password to authenticate the user here. So this is why we're using that, and we're using this thing that we have here if we calling the function without passing parameters to the function. So in the case in the case that you are here, let's say, and you type here the email and password, in this case it's gonna use this mbinding sign input edit text, and it's gonna take the password that we type there. So this is what that is doing. So this is why you need to do that. But first, if you don't, if you feel confused by this part, because I feel that it's a little difficult, let me show you how this will look if I don't put the mbinding there. So let's undo our code. Let's undo our code. Let's undo the code. Let's press Ctrl Z multiple times. So I'm gonna press Ctrl Z again. Now I'm gonna call the sign in function without passing the default values, which is gonna be the values passed from this from the after we create the account. So if I type here sign in, just sign in, so sign in. Now if I run this, let's delete some accounts that we have here. So they are deleted. Right, so you also have these spaces because here I put the progress bar, and I should set the visibility in the XML to gone, not to invisible. So because it adds this space here. Now let's click on register. Let's type here Alexandru. Let's pass an email, alex@yahoo.com. Let's type a password, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Another password, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Now, if I click on sign up, look what happens. It takes us to the chat activity, and it says account created, but our code here is our user is not authenticated, because now the email and the password that are here are empty. We didn't pass any value for them, so this is why we need to put them inside here. So let me undo the code that I undo. So let's press Control I think it was, or I need to type the code again. So let's type the code again. So I'll type here email of type string, password, email of type string, equals mbinding dot sign in input email dot edit text dot text dot to string dot trim. And I'm gonna put a comma. I'm gonna go down here and I will type password of type string equals mbinding dot sign in input password dot text dot to string dot text dot edit text dot text dot to string dot trim. And here it should be sign in input email, not sign up. Sign in. Need to pass also dot edit text dot text, and let's put the Elvis operator also here. Let's hide this. So now we are passing the values to our, because if you don't do that, it will say that you should provide an email and a password because they're going to be empty. Now let's run our code. Click on register. Let's type here. Let's type Ioana Aron yahoo.com A B C D E F G A B C D E F G. Now if you click on sign up, you get you should provide an email and a password. Account created. Alright, so as you saw there, the user, if you go back and click on sign up, you should provide an email and a password, because it didn't pass any value here. And because of that, where is our sign in function? So because of that, it checked to see if the email is empty and the password is empty, and they are empty, and it says you should provide email and a password, and the user wasn't authenticated. But if I now pass the email and the password from our create account, so from here, and if you run our app again, so now we're passing the values. Click on terminate. Let's click on register. Let's type John. Let's type John Aron at yahoo.com. Also A B C D E F G and A B C D E F G. So click on sign up. Couldn't sign in, it said something went wrong, and it says account created. So we have a problem. Alright, so now I don't get the null pointer exception, and I probably got the null pointer exception because when we click on our create account, when we click on sign up button and our create account function is called, if you try to access the Firebase.get instance.current user.uids, or you try to access the current user while the creation of the account is happening, it will throw a null pointer exception because the account was not yet created. And what I try to do with this sign in function is to force the authentication. So to make sure that the user is authenticated, is signed in before we call this Firebase authentication.get instance.current user.uid, which is going to return the unique ID of the user. So this is why we got that null pointer exception. And also I added in this chat activity Firebase authentication.get instance.current user.uid to see the UID of the user. And also I should say that you don't need to sign in the user after you create the account, because after you create the account and if it's successful, the sign in is implicit, so it signs in automatically the user. So if I type here Alexandro, not here, so if I go here, if I type Alexandro, Alex Aron yahoo.com, and let's say A B C D E F G, A B C D E F G. Now if you click on sign up, and also we have this space. I'm gonna remove this space by changing the visibility of the progress bar to gone, not to invisible. So click on sign up, we get account created, and then we get this ID. This is the unique ID which is from this chat activity. Alright, now if I go back, let's see how we can change this to don't have this space. To don't have that space, we need to go inside our activity main, and we need to go where is our progress bar and change the visibility to gone, not to invisible. So change the visibility to gone, and also for the next progress bar, visibility, change it to gone. And also in our functions. So let's go here, instead of invisible, I'm gonna type gone. So now if you run this, alright, so now we don't have that here, but if I click on sign in, it should provide an email and a password. And if I go to register, let's register another person. Let's type Ioana here. Ioana Aron yahoo.com. For the password also A B C D E F G and A B C D E F G. So now if I click on sign up, also I should put a margin top of 15 dp because it's too close now, the button. So let's go inside activity.main and let's change this to 15. And for the next button also, so let's find the next button. So let's change. So here you have 16 dp. Let's run this again. Alright, so we have our button, go to register, and we have our button sign up here. And if I type here Ioana Aron yahoo.com, password A B C D E F G, A B C D E F G. If I click on sign up, now as you can see the progress bar showed, push the button down, and then it took us in the chat activity. And here we're gonna have our messages. Here we're gonna add the logic to, in this chat activity, we're gonna add the logic to send messages and to retrieve messages. So we'll do this in the next video. Now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Alright, so in the previous video I showed you a solution to our problem, which is the null pointer exception, which we got from this line of code right here. And the solution was to sign in the user, to make sure that the user is signed in before we attempt to get the UID. And this seems logical, but it turns out that this will still throw a null pointer exception if you run our code now. And it throws a null pointer extension because we don't know which line of code is executed first. It may take some time before the user is authenticated, but the compiler will reach down before the user is authenticated. And also the sign in, when you call the sign in, it will take some time until it will sign in the user, and it will proceed to execute in the next line of code. And if the user is not already signed in, it will throw null pointer exception. Now, to solve the problem, you just need to copy all of this code, so the if and the else. So need to copy all of this, delete it from here, go up, and inside our add-on complete listener of our create user with email and password, we type if. So this is the solution, task. But first let me show you without the solution that we still have the problem. So let me show you. So let's run our app in this way first, and then I'm going to show you the solution. Alright, let's go to register. Let's type Alex Aron yahoo.com A B C D E F G and A B C D E F G. So if you click now on sign up, as you can see the app crashes, and if you go to run, it says that you have a null pointer exception. You have on line 164, so that line. So the error is still appearing, so we didn't solve our problem. And what we need to do, as I said, is just press Ctrl Z. So Ctrl Z. And we paste all of that code here. So we check to see if task is complete, and only if the task is complete the user is authenticated, and then we're gonna try to get the UID. So now if I run this, so I put all of this code, I put it inside the if task on complete, which is inside of the if task is successful of the add-on complete listener of this line of code. Alright, so if I go down here you have the else part. Now if you run this in this way, let's go to register. Let's type Alexandru Alex Aron yahoo.com A B C D E F G A B C D E F G. Now let's click on sign up, and look now. Now we have no problem. The only problem is says that the user is already in. So let's change this to Alex with 2 X's. Let's click on sign up. We have the progress bar, and it says account created. So now everything was fine. This is because we check to see if the task is complete. So if the user has the task of creating the account for the user is complete, only then we're gonna check to see if the URI is initialized, and we're gonna proceed adding the picture if we selected the picture. And if it didn't select an image, we pass an empty string and we execute the else part, and this was the one who generated that error. So now we make sure that the task is complete before we attempt to get the UID of the user. So this is the solution. I'm gonna end this video here, and see you in the next video. Alright, so in this video I'm gonna take care of the chat activity, because here we're gonna send and also display our message. And I'm gonna start with the activity underscore chat.xml layout, and I'm gonna change this concern layout to a relative layout. Then I'll go down here. I'll create a linear layout. It's gonna have match parent, wrap content, opening tag. And it's gonna have a weight sum. So weight sum of 10. You'll see immediately why I put that there. ID is gonna have the ID linear underscore L for layout, and down here I'll type edit text, wrap content, it's gonna have an ID, input underscore message. It's gonna have a hint, type a message. Let's extract the string resource for that. And for background, let's choose Android.color transparent. Alright. Next, we need to put here weight sum. So weight, layout weight, I'm gonna put 9. You see immediately why. And I'm gonna give an orientation of our real layout to horizontal. Orientation, horizontal. And I will put here a button. Wrap content for the width and height. ID is gonna be called ID. Send button. Let's call it send message button. It's gonna have a text, send. I already have the string resource for that. Text color, Android color.white, and I'm gonna put background, and it's gonna have the button background. So let's look at the design now. So I have those on the top, but I'm gonna go here and I'll type align parent bottom to true, and now it's at the bottom. And here I'm gonna put weight sum 1. So what is this weight sum is doing? So we define the weight sum of 10, and that is the amount of space that is gonna be available for the widgets which are gonna be inside the linear layout. And from that space of 10, we give 9 to the edit text and 1 for the button. So the edit text occupies, if you want, 90% of the space, and the button only 1%. So this only 10%, sorry. So this is what that thing is doing. So as you can see here. And let's go above our linear layout and let's create a view, because I want to add a line there. View, general view, match parent 1 dp for the height, background is gonna have gray darker, and this is the hex code if you want to use this code, this hashtag, and you have E0 E0 E0. Let's go back, let's look at the design, but let's put here above ID linear layout, so it's gonna be above the linear layout. And if you look at design, we have this line, as you can see here, this line there. All right, next we need to put a recycle view. So recycle view, match parent, wrap content. It's gonna have an ID. Let's call it message recycle view. Let's look at design. So we have our recycle view. Alright, so now everything looks fine. The next thing is to create an adapter. So I'll go, let me look at design actually again. Let's give an ID to our view. Let's call it view, And let's put our recycle view above the view. So above view. So we have it there. Let's look at design. All right, now let's create let's start with the first we need to create some speech bubbles. So if you know those from your experience with chatting apps, that when you type text, the text is shown in a beautiful speech bubble. So this is what you're going to create first. And to do that, I already have the code for that, because I took the code from the internet. So I will bring it here. So we have chat sender. So let's copy this. So let's bring it here. So we copy all of this, Control C, and we go in Android Studio. We go in Drawable, New, Resource File, and this is going to be the sender. So the chat bubble of the sender, this is going to be. So just paste it here, and the only thing is to change here that color to darker gray, darker blue. And if you look at design, now we have this, as you can see. Next, let's create a new drawable resource file. Let's call it me. Click on OK. Now let's bring the code for this one. So I'm gonna bring this code here. We'll open, we'll copy this, and this is gonna be the bubble for the receiver, for the one who receives the message or who sends the message. So only for the one who receives the message. So inside me, I'm gonna paste that code here. Let's change this to darker blue, blue darker, and we wait a little bit, and we have this now, as you can see, with this corner now beautiful here. All right, next we need to create an adapter. So we go inside adapters, go to new, Kotlin class file. Let's call it messages adapter, and let's create another class called let's do Kotlin class file chat message, which is gonna represent a chat message, and it's gonna be a class chat message, and it's gonna have only one S. I hope that we don't have problems. Rename this to. Let's rename this to rename chat message with 2 S's. Refactor, and it's gonna have a val sender, so the user who sends this. So I'm gonna type user val message, and this is the only thing I can actually put here also the ID of the message, but because we are passing the sender, so which is the person who sends this message, this also contains the ID, so we don't need to use the ID here. Now we also need to create a no argument constructor for our Firestore. So I'll type here constructor, and for the sender I'm gonna put here colon this, and here I'm gonna type user with no arguments. Then I'll type an empty string, and we have a problem here, no value false. So let's make also this let's create for this also no argument constructor. So let's put curly braces, let's type here constructor colon this, and I'm gonna pass an empty string, comma, an empty string, and an empty string. So now if you go inside chat message, now we don't have that error. Alright, so now we have this. Now let's go inside our message adapter, and here I'll type class message adapter. is going to have a private val context, a private val messages of type mutable list of chat message. Let's import the context. Let's import, and I'm gonna put here extends. I'm gonna push this on the next line. Then I will type here recycle view dot adapter, and here I'm gonna type recycle view dot view holder parentheses curly braces. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format this, and let's put here implement members, choose all of them. Okay, we go down. Now let's create the layouts for our messages, because we have one layout for the person who sends the message and one layout for the persons who receive the message. So we'll have a layout for me and a layout for the others. So this is what we want to do. So I'll go inside here, I'll right click on layout, go to new layout resource file. I'm gonna call it simply me, and let's select constraint layout, even though I'm gonna change that. Ctrl Alt L. So Ctrl Alt L. Let's change this to a linear layout. Let's change this to wrap content. And it's gonna have a text view, wrap content for the width and height. A text size of 25 SP, text style, bold, and the background I'm gonna choose, and this is gonna be the me, so drawable me. So now if you look at design, you have that, but it's not looking like I want. And let's put gravity end, so this is gonna be at the end. And let's put a text to see how it looks. Text, how are you? So we have a hit. Let's change the text color to white. Alright, let's add a little bit of padding. Let's increase the text size to 30 SP. So we have how are you? Actually, I'm gonna change this bold to simply that way. Let's add a padding. So padding, let's put 10 dp. Now let's look at design. So now it looks fine. Let's go to code. Let's create the second layout, which is gonna be the sender layout. Layout resource file, sender. Okay, and I'll go here, type linear layout, orientation vertical, and I'll put another linear layout here, linear layout, match parent, wrap content, and you'll have an orientation of horizontal. And here I'm gonna put our circular image. So I'm gonna go inside the activity main, and let's find our image. Also this image. Let's copy this. Let's go back inside the sender, not here. So sender here. So let's paste that here. Gonna be called sender profile image. Now I'll copy the text view from the me layout. Let's copy this, the text view, not the entire layout. Copy. Let's go inside sender, and here I should put gravity start. So gravity start. So to have the messages which are not sent by me on the left hand side, and to have the messages which are sent by me on the right hand side. That's why we put it here gravity end. So this is why I did that. Alright, so let's import those here. So imported that, sender profile image. We can delete this. So or I can let it to see how it looks. So we have here, but let's change the size to, let's say, 90 dp. Now we're gonna add our text view, and it's gonna, let's look at design. How are you? Let's change it to sender. So let's look at design. So now this is how it looks, and it looks beautiful. Now let's go back inside our message adapter, because here we have some work to do. First is to create two view holders, because we're gonna have two views, one for the sender and one for the receiver. So I'm gonna type inner class me view holder view. I'm gonna pass that view, and let's import that. It's gonna extend the recycle view dot view holder. Gonna pass the view, and here I'll type val text view message of type text view. I'm gonna choose this one, equals find view by id, sorry, view dot find view by id r dot id dot text view let's see what ID I gave it. I didn't give an ID, so let's put an ID here. Text view me, and let's go to code ID text view sender text view. Let's call it sender text view. All right, let's go back here. ID, so I'm gonna type text view me. Then I'm going to create another inner class sender view holder. It's going to have a view holder, it should be there. It's going to extend recycle view dot view holder. It's going to pass the view to the constructor, the super constructor. And I'm gonna put curly braces, and I will type val text view sender of type text view equals to view dot find view by id r dot id dot text view sender text view val sender profile image. We're gonna be a circular image view equals to view dot find view by id r dot id dot sender text view. All right, here I'm gonna return the size. I'm gonna type here return messages dot size, and here on the on by view holder we have something interesting to do here. But first let's create two constants. I'm going to go up here. I will type private val, let's say receiver type holder, type underscore holder equals 1. Then private val sender type holder equals 2. So we're gonna declare those there. Then we'll go inside we are going to override the function now. So I'm gonna type get view type item view type, so this one, and we're gonna type here val message equals messages that I'm gonna put square brackets position, and here I'm gonna type if Firebase authentication dot get instance dot current user dot UID is the same as the message. I'm gonna type message dot sender dot ID. So if the ID of the message and the ID of the person who is currently logged in are the same, that means that this is the person who sent the message. Then we're gonna type here return. Actually I can put here return if, and I can type here receiver type holder else. I'm gonna type sender type holder. Alright, so let's press Ctrl Alt L, format the code. Now let's go inside on by view holder, and here I will type val message equals messages dot position. So what you are doing now, you are basically creating two view holders, because we have two layouts, for one for the sender and one for the receiver. And here I'm gonna type if holder is me view holder, then I'm gonna type here holder dot text view message dot text equals message dot message, else if holder is sender view holder. If that is the case, we're gonna type here holder dot text view sender dot text equals message dot message. And now we're gonna use a library called Picasso to load our image into our profile image, and I already have that added here. As you can see, we have this square up Picasso, but to have this you just simply open your browser. So you just simply open your browser and we'll type Google, and I will type here Picasso. Picasso library. Let's click on this link where it says GitHub, and we take this implementation that we have here. After that, we go inside Android Studio and we paste that here. So let's say you delete that and paste it here. So this is what we do, and then you click on sync now and everything will work fine. Now let's go back inside message adapter, and here what I will type Picasso dot get dot load, so it's gonna load, and I'm gonna type holder dot, so it's gonna be not holder, message dot sender dot profile image dot placeholder. So in case that there is no photo, it's gonna be a placeholder. IC profile dot into, so I'm gonna load this image into, I'm gonna type here holder dot, I'm gonna type sender profile image, and that's all. This is gonna take care of that. Let's put also an else part, even though we're not gonna type anything here. Alright, so this is the onBinary holder. Now here we need to also type return if view type equals receiver type holder. I'm gonna type here me view holder. I'm gonna type layout inflator dot from, pass the context dot inflate r dot layout dot me, so the layout me. I'm gonna pass parent and false. Alright, so then I'm gonna type here else. I'm gonna type sender view holder, again layout inflator dot from context. The context is going to be passed when you create the message adapter dot inflate r dot layout dot sender parent and false. Alright, so this is it with our message adapter. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format everything, and I'm gonna end this video here and continue our discussion in the next video, where we're gonna set up our message adapter with our recycle view, and we're also gonna display our messages. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. So in this video, we're gonna send and display our messages. So let's create first a few variables. Private val db equals firebase firestore dot get instance. Then I'm gonna type private users ref, gonna be a collection reference, private val users ref of collection reference equals db dot collection users collection. Then I'm gonna type private messages, private val messages ref, also collection reference. It's gonna be equal to db dot collection messages collection. Then I'm gonna type private send private val send button of type button, private latent init, this should be private latent init var, then private latent init edit text message of type edit text. Then I'm gonna type private latent init var message adapter of message adapter, private latent init var recycler view, let's call it messages recycler view of type recycler view, and private latent init var messages of mutable list of chat message. Alright, then I will go down here, I will type send button dot equals, no dot, find view by id r dot id dot send button, send message button, then edit text message equals find view by id r dot id dot edit text id dot input message. Let's see what we have next. Alright, so now let's create a function init recycler view. Let's go down here, private init private fun init recycle view, and gonna have here also need to reference the recycle view, so recycle view equals to find view by id message recycle view. Then I'm gonna type here messages, let's choose messages first, equals to mutable list of. Then I'm gonna type message adapter equals message adapter. I'm gonna pass this and messages. Then I'll type recycle view, message recycle view dot adapter equals adapter equals message adapter. Then I'll type recycle view, message recycle view dot layout manager equals to linear layout manager, and we pass this. Then I'm gonna type recycle view, message recycle view dot set has fixed size to true. Alright, next let's add the function to get the current user. So let's type here private latent var current user of type user. So I'm gonna type here private fun get current user, and I will type here users ref dot where equal to, I'm gonna put here ID. So we're trying to get the current user that is currently logged in here, and ID, and the value is going to be firebase out dot get instance dot current user dot UID. And let's put the Elvis operator there. So trying to get this current user dot get, so dot get dot add unsuccess listener for, I'll type here snapshot in it. I'm gonna type here current user equals to snapshot dot to object, and it's gonna be user colon, so user colon java.class, and that is gonna get us the current user. So let's go here, let's call this function. Next we need to override the onStart function and to add a snapshot listener on start, because we're gonna wanna get the information. So I will type here messages ref dot add snapshot listener, which is this one. Let's change to snapshots, and I'm gonna type here error let return, and then I'll type snapshots dot Elvis operator let, and I'll type for snapshot in it. Then I'm gonna type here val message equals snapshot dot to object chat message at class.java, Then I'm gonna type messages. Now I'm gonna add this message inside our messages list. Dot add message, and then I'm going to use our message adapter to notify that a change was happened. So notify item inserted, and we pass the position, but I should use for snapshots in it.document changes, this one. So let's delete this. Let's type here val old index equals, let's delete this, I'm gonna come back to this immediately, equals snapshot dot old index val new index, because we need the index in order to add that animation. Snapshot dot new index. Then I'm gonna type when, and let's change this to DC, not to snapshot. Refactor, let's change it to DC. Document change. If when DC dot type document change dot type dot added document change dot type dot removed document change dot type dot modified. And here we're gonna type val message equals dc dot document, or let's call it this snapshot. Then I'm gonna type val message equals snapshot dot to object, and I'm gonna type chat message colon class dot java. Then I'm gonna type messages dot add message, and I'm gonna type message adapter dot notify item inserted, and the position. And the position is gonna be the new index. Alright, and this is gonna add the animation when you add the new message. So this is why we call this notify item inserted. And let's also add the function to insert the message. So I'm gonna type here private fun insert message val message equals edit text message dot text dot to string, and I'm gonna type here if message is not empty. Then I'm gonna type messages reference dot document dot set, and here we're gonna type current user and the message. But we have a problem. So here I should type set user so here you need to pass the current user and the message. Alright, so here it should be chat message. So chat message, current user, and message. I'm not gonna add unsuccess listener and unfollow listener because we're gonna see this in our app if the message is added or not. Now let's run our app. So let's run our app. Alright, but we need to go down here and type send button. That's set on click listener, and I'm gonna type insert message. So let's run this again. Right, so let's go to register. Let's create a user. Let's say Alexandru. And for the email, alex@yahoo.com. For the password, let's say ABCDEFG and ABCDEFG. Let's also pick a profile photo. Gonna choose this one. Go to sign up. Now let's click on sign up. You're signing up. It says account created. You still have this progress bar, and it's taking us inside the chat activity. Now if I type here a message like hello, how are you, and if I click on send, you can see we have the message, hello, how are you? So everything works fine as expected. Now let's add a new user. So let's go back. Let's call it me at yahoo.com. We're gonna keep the same password, but we're gonna change here. So I'm gonna change this to me. So let's me at yahoo.com. Let's click on sign up, but let's pick a profile photo. Let's choose another one. And if you wonder how I got those pictures here, you can take the pictures from your computer and simply drag them inside the emulator, and they're going to be added in your files, and then you can move them from files to gallery. So let's click on sign up. Signing up. This is account created. And have hello, how are you? So this is the previous user, and it has the profile image, the message that he sent. Now let's type a message. I am fine, thanks. Let's click on send, and you get immediately I am fine, thanks. So everything now works fine. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video I'm gonna show you how you can add a sign out functionality to our chat app, and for that I'm gonna create a menu. So I'm gonna right click on resource, go to new, choose Android resource directory. From this drop down menu choose menu and click on OK. Now right click on menu, go to new, menu resource file, and let's call this chat menu. Click on OK. And here I'm going to create an item. Item is going to have an ID. Item sign out. We're going to have a title, string, sign out. I created the string, and show as action is going to be never, and close with the closing tag. Now we go inside chat activity, go down here, and we type on create options menu, override that function. So on create options menu, and we type here menu inflator dot inflate r dot menu dot chat menu, and we pass the menu here, and here we're gonna return simply true. Next we're gonna override the on options item selected, so no options menu item selected, this one, remove the super, and I'm gonna type here when item dot item ID r dot ID dot item sign out. Now what we're gonna do here, we're gonna type Firebase auth dot get instance dot current user dot get instance dot sign out. So sign out, and that is gonna sign out our user. And here you can return true, and down here you're gonna type return false. Right, now let's run our app to see how it looks. But I should do something else here, and that is to take the user to the login activity after I sign out. So I'm gonna type here intent. I'm gonna pass here this at chat activity. Let's import the intent. So let's wait a little bit. Let's pass the destination, main activity, colon class Java dot also start activity it. So I'm gonna pass this intent to the start activity. Alright, now we wait a little bit. Click on terminate. And let's run our app again, because we added this code while the app was building, so it probably doesn't have this line of code. So let's run our app again. Click on terminate. Let's go to register, because there are no users registered. So let's type Alexandru Alex Aron yahoo.com for the password ABCDEFG and ABCDEFG. Now let's click on, let's pick a profile photo. So let's pick a profile photo, but I have no photos in this emulator, because I wiped the data. And to add the photo, I'm gonna simply go to the sign up back, and I'm gonna close this this activity, and I'm gonna go inside downloads. So I'll go inside downloads, and to add a picture, simply I'm gonna go down here. We have here this download one. I'll take this download one and move it here. Now that's now inside the file, so I'm gonna go inside files, click on this, select move to, and we select Android SDK, and we choose pictures and click on move. Now the image was moved. Now if you go back in our app now, let's go to pick a profile photo. Let's click here. It's asking us if you allow this app to access your internal storage, and we have the picture added here. Let's choose this one. Let's go back to sign up, and let's sign up the user. It says account created, and now we are inside the chat activity. And here now we can type a message like hello, how are you? Let's click on send, and we get immediately hello, how are you? Now if you want to sign out this user, you simply click on this button, and we have our sign out menu that we created. So if you click on sign out, it's gonna sign out the current user and it's gonna take you to the login activity. So click here, it's signing out and it's taking us to the login activity. So it's working as expected. Now let's go to register. Let's register another user. Let's call it me. Let's type here me at yahoo.com. Should be .com there. .com. Also A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Let's click on sign up. It says account created, but I pressed the back button, so let's click again. So I'm already signed in, and this is interesting. When the user is already signed in, you should have a way to take the user to the next activity. So this is what we're gonna do next. But first, let's go to sign in. Let's type here Alex, or let's type here me at yahoo.com, and let's type here A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Let's click on sign in, and we have a problem because that user probably wasn't registered. So me at me.com, let's change it to a different. Let's type here John at yahoo.com, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Let's click on sign up, and we have here the previous user which typed this message. We have the profile photo here. Now I can type a new message here. I am fine. How are you? Click on send, and you get immediately I am fine, how are you? So everything works fine. Now one thing to do is that if I click on the back button, as you can see, I am taking back to the login activity, and we don't want to take the user back to login activity. You want to take back to the sign up activity or the login activity only if the user is signing out, not if it clicks on the back button. And in order to do that, you go inside our main activity, and we go down here. We have our send activity, and here we're gonna type finish after starting the activity, and that is gonna get rid of the activity that is currently starting the next activity. So I'm gonna type here finish. Alright, so now if I run this again, click on terminate, now let's type John Aaron yahoo.com, and as you can see here, we are logging the user again, but the user was logged in previously, so it doesn't make sense to log in again. So, but we'll take care of this immediately. And here I'm gonna type A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Click on sign in. We have a problem. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I wonder what is the problem. john@yahoo.com. Sign in. So it's not working. Let's try alex@yahoo.com. alex@yahoo.com. Sign in. So now the user is signed in, and don't have here now the photo showing, because and this should be here for whatever reason. It's on the left hand side. And anyway, Actually, this is okay. This is hello, how are you? This is my message, and this is I'm fine, how are you? Is from the previous user, which didn't have for which you didn't select a profile photo, so you have this default photo. So everything works fine. Now if I click on the back button, because here inside the main activity I call the finish, so get rid of the activity. When I click on the back button, it's taking me out of the app. So this is the behavior that you want. And now when I open the activity again, if the user is already signed in, we need to take the user inside the chat activity, not to force the user to type again the sign in information. So this is what we're gonna do next. One quick video now, and what I want to do is to add this line of code messages.add, and not simply add the message, add the new index and the message. So in this way you'll have the new index of the message that was added by the user, and you will add that new index to your messages list. So this is what I wanted to show you. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video, I'm gonna add a date to our chat message, and also gonna order our chat messages by that date, because there is a problem with our messages, and the problem is that if you type multiple messages here, sometimes the message that you type is not added after the last message. So this is why I want to order them by the date by the date when they are added. So I'm gonna go inside chat message, and to add a date, I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna create another property, val timestamp, and it's gonna be of type of date, that one, Java UTL, and I'm gonna annotate this with server timestamp. And this is a Firestore annotation, which is basically gonna say to the Firestore when you add this message, add the date when the message was added, when the message was sent. So this is what this annotation is gonna do. It's gonna add let's make this nullable, because this is gonna be generated by the Firestore, so we don't need to get the data ourselves. So let's put this on the next line. And now here the super constructor waits for a property here, and I'm gonna pass null here. As you can see, I made this nullable to pass here null. Let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Now let's go inside chat activity, and let's go down here, because now we have a problem, and we have a problem here for chat message, and let's pass here null for that parameter, because as I said, because we put the annotation server timestamp, this is gonna be generated automatically when you insert the message. So this is not gonna be null, it's gonna have the date when the message was sent. Now let's go inside our add snapshot listener, and before adding the snapshot listener, I'm gonna type order by, and I'm gonna type here timestamp. So now our messages are going to be ordered by this timestamp. So now another important thing to do here is to always have the recycle view go to the last message. So if you have hundreds or thousands of messages, you want your screen to be at the last message, and you want your recycle view to be at the last message. In order for that, I'm going to type here message recycle view dot smooth scroll to position. So it's going to scroll to the position, what position? Message dot size. So message dot size -1. So that is going to scroll always to the last position in our recycle view. Is going to make that. Now let's run our app, and let's run it on the first emulator. So let's run it here. Let's bring this here. So have our first emulator here. Let's take this view mode. Let's choose float, and let's put it here. Actually, let's put it back. Click on terminate. And let's type here Alexa. I already created 2 accounts. Let's click on sign in. So now the user is signing in. So let's type hi, how are you? Let's click on send. So our message was sent. Now let's click on sign out. Actually, I should instead of signing out, let's sign back. Let's sign back. Let's click on sign in, and let's go to the second emulator. So let's go to the second emulator, and this, as you can see, is also having this message. But let's sign out from the second emulator. So click on sign out, and let's type here Alex Aron yahoo.com and the password. Sign in. As you see, now we have the message on the left hand side because this is from this user. So we have 2 users here. Now let's add the message here. Hi, how are you? I am fine. Recording programming tutorials. Let's click on send. I am fine, recording programming tutorials. How are you? Let's click on send. As you can see, it was inserted above our messages, and that should not happen because we order here by the timestamp, so there is a problem with our code. Let's add another here, and let's type here. Right, so I solved the problem by adding here query the direction ascending, and now when you type the messages, everything works fine. So let's go here. Let's type Alexa yahoo.com. Sign in. Now I have the message. Hi, how are you? I'm fine. How are you? And I'm gonna type here I am fine, recording programming videos. Let's click on send, and now we have I am fine, recording programming videos. And let's add some new messages here. And as you can see, they are added after the last message. So if you add here messages, everything works fine. Now if you go here, as you see, we have the messages here sent, and they are on the left hand side. So now I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. And in the next video, I will add the functionality to send an image in our chat activity, in our chat app. So see you in the next video. Now what I want to show you is that I have this property here inside our chat message called image, and it's of type string, because in the next videos we're gonna see how we can send images, and I'm gonna store the link as a string in our chat message database. So make sure that you have this property here, because in the next videos I didn't show you how to add this. So simply add val message or image of type string, and everything will work fine. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. In this video I'm gonna show you how you can send images in our chat app, but first let's create a few properties. The first one is gonna be a storage reference. So private latent var storage reference, then private latent var URI of type URI, then private latent var get result, because we're going to use the intent of activity launcher of inside the angle brackets, type intent. Then I'm gonna type private latent var progress bar, because we're gonna use the progress bar to show the progress while the image is being added. Then I'm gonna type private val storage request code equals random number. Now we need to go down here, and I'm gonna type here first storage reference equals firebase storage dot get instance dot reference, and that is gonna get a reference to our storage. So that is gonna get a reference here to this storage that we have here. Now let's go down here, and now the thing that we want to do is to add an icon to our edit text, which is used for sending messages. To add at the end here an icon, which one click is gonna open the gallery and is gonna send an image that the user selected in the recycle view. And to add the icon at the end of the edit text there, we just simply type here drawable end, and I already create a vector asset, and it's gonna be IC send image. Now if you look at design, now we have this image, this icon here. Now how we can handle a click, because you need to click on this, and this, when clicked, is gonna take the image and it's gonna send the image inside the recycle view. So there is no way to actually to handle clicks on this, and to solve this we have a workaround, and I found this code on Stack Overflow. So I'm gonna paste this code, and this is gonna take care of adding the making sure that when you click on that icon, is gonna capture that click, is gonna listen for that click. So now let's delete this. I have a few problems here. All right, now let's create this function, but let's copy this function because the request permission is the same like the one inside the main activity. So I'm going to copy the code for that. So let me just search for the code here, because I have the code on another screen. So let's copy the code, let's go down, and let's paste the code here. And this is going to ask for permission if the user doesn't have the permission granted. Then I'm gonna create the get image function. I'm gonna copy that because I already created this. So I'm gonna paste it here, delete this. Next I'm gonna copy the function for the get result. So I'm gonna go up here on our second screen. I'm gonna copy and I'm gonna bring it here. So I'm gonna go up. Let's first do something about this, suppress with this, to don't have that color highlighted. Now I'm gonna paste here the get result, and the get result, it's working like the previous get result inside the main activity. It simply starts activity for result. It uses the URI of that image by it.data is going to return the URI, and then we have that URI ready to be uploaded. Next we're going to copy the upload image function. So I'm going to search for the upload image function, and that is going to be similar to the function from the main activity. So I'm going to go down here, and I'm going to paste the code, and I'm going to explain the code to you. I have this show progress. Let's delete this. Let's create two functions here. Private fun show progress bar dot visibility equals view dot visible. Then private hide progress bar private fun, hide progress bar dot visibility view dot gone. Right. Right, now let's take a look at the code inside the upload image, and let's change this to storage reference. So what we are doing here, we using the storage reference .child, and we create a folder called chat messages. Let's open the browser to show you. So it's gonna create a folder like this called chat messages, and after that we're gonna add again another child, which is gonna have the name system.current time in milliseconds, that image. In this way we make sure that every image that we add in this folder chat messages, so in the folder that's gonna be here, we make sure that every image has a different name, because if we end up with names which are the same for our images, they are going to be overwritten by that image which has the same name. So to avoid that, we make sure that every image has a different name, and by typing system.current time in milliseconds, that is going to give a different name every time this function is called. Next, we type file path.put file URI, and that URI is going to be added inside this, is going to have this name that is defined here, and it's going to be added inside this chat messages folder. Then we're going to use val result task URI, and you have the same, we have here the same code that we have in main activity, and we get the URI, sorry, and we type result add-on success listener, we get the URI and assign it to the URI. Then we show a toast, but I'm going to delete this toast, and we create a chat message, and we add the message to our message reference. Now let's look at another parts of our code to see what we have. Here we have the get image. This is similar, this is exactly like the function from the main activity. We have an intent to action.pick, we have the type image slash asterisk, then have flags, flag grant URI permission, and then we get result.launch. So we have our get result. Now next we have request permission, and this is like the function from the main activity, no difference, but the only thing that actually there is no difference. This is going to make sure that we have permission, and it's going to ask for permission if you don't have permission for accessing the internal storage. Then we have the insert image the message. This is the same, we didn't change it. What we need to change now, we need to change this this code here, because here I'm gonna type first messages dot clear, so that we have we have an empty list every time this function and every time this code is called. And another thing that we need to do, instead of message adapter notify item inserted, I'm gonna use message adapter that notify dataset change, because if you use notify item inserted, you'll have actually I have an error with that, and the only way to make it work is to use notify dataset change. So this is basically it. And here have get result, we have it that result code equals result okay, URI equals it that data. Here we get the URI, so getting the result from the intent that is starting the action, and then we get that URI, and we call upload image to upload the image inside our Firebase storage. Then we have here message reference ordered by timestamp, query snapshot, and we getting our snapshot document, we get the message, we add a message inside our messages list, we call our message data notify dataset change. So this is what you are basically doing here. So this is the first part, and it's okay, the code looks fine. The next thing that we need to do is to add code inside our messages adapter. But first let's create a few drawable files. I'm gonna go to new layout resource file. This is gonna be called me image, because we're gonna have different layouts to inflate. One for the image which was sent by me, which is going to be on the right hand side, and one which is sent by the sender, which is going to be on the left hand side. So I'm going to type here sender image, and I'll go here, I'll type here linear layout, let's add an orientation, even though we're gonna have a single widget, gravity, and this is gonna have because it's the sender, gravity start, and here I'm gonna put an image view. I'm gonna put 200 dp for the width, and for the height the same, 200 dp. Let's give it an ID me image. Let's copy this, let's create a new, actually we have it here, me image. Let's go to code, let's paste it here, and this the only difference is going to be that this is going to have it's going to be at the end, so end, and let's add the src to see how it looks, chat up, and let's look at design. So this is, as you can see, it's on the right hand side. Alright, so let's delete this because we don't need this. Now let's go inside messages adapter, and we're gonna take care of the messages adapter in the next video. So I'm gonna end this video here and see you in the next video. Now it's time to add the code inside our messages adapter to deal with our sender image layout and the me image layout. So we need to take care of those two. So we need to inflate those two in our messages adapter. And first I'm going to create here a private val image type holder me. I'm going to have a value of 3, and private val image type holder sender, and I'm gonna assign 4. Next, we need to go inside our get item view type, because here we're gonna define what kind of types of view we have. So first let's create the classes. So I'm gonna go down here, I'll type inner class image holder me, a view type view, it's gonna send recycle view dot view holder. I'm gonna pass the view, and I'm gonna have here a private me image of type private val me image of type image view equals to view dot find view by id r dot id image me image. Now let's create another inner class image holder sender. We're gonna have a view is gonna extend recycle view that view holder like we did above, and we're gonna pass the view. Let's put curly braces, and here we're gonna type private val sender image equals, let's put the type image view equals view dot find view by id r dot id sender image. All right, now we need to go inside our get item view type, and here I'm gonna type return if, and let's put here else if, actually let's delete all of this and let's type it again. So I'm gonna type here return if, and I'll type here Firebase authentication dot get instance dot current user dot UID, and we need to put here this equals message dot sender dot ID, and gonna check also for if the message, so the message from above, message dot image is not empty, that is not empty. So this is what we're doing here. Let's put curly braces. In that case, we're gonna return image type holder me, image type holder me. Else if, I'm gonna type Firebase again authentication dot get instance dot current user dot UID is not equal, let's say, to the message dot sender dot ID, and I'm gonna type not message, but the message is dot image, so the image is not empty. It's not empty. So if that is the case, so if the current user UID is not equal to image sender, then I'm gonna return the image type holder sender, because this is the one which sent this image. So you choose this one. Then I'm gonna type else if parentheses. I'm gonna type Firebase authentication dot get instance dot current user dot UID equals to message dot sender dot ID. Then I'm gonna return receiver type, and else I'm gonna type here sender type holder. Now we need to also inflate those holders that we created here. So again, I'm gonna delete this because I'm gonna type again. So if holder, so let me go up a little bit. So if holder is, so I'm gonna type here view type equals image type holder me. If that is the case, then I'm gonna type here image holder me, press enter, layout inflator dot from context dot inflate r dot layout dot me image. I'm gonna pass here parent and attach to root false. And here I'm gonna type else if view type equals image type holder sender. So if there is the sender with the that sends this message, I'm gonna type here image holder sender layout inflator dot inflate dot from context dot inflate. So I'm gonna inflate the layout here, r dot layout dot sender image parent and false. Else if view type equals receiver type holder. Then I'm gonna type here me view holder layout inflator from context dot inflate r dot layout dot me parent and false. And else I'm gonna type sender view holder layout inflator dot from context dot inflate r dot layout dot sender parent and false. So this is gonna take care of inflating the layout. Now we need to go inside on bind view holder because we need to bind our new view holder that we added here. So this is what we're gonna do here. So I'm gonna type let's actually delete all of this and I'm gonna add all of the code here. I'm gonna type here first if holder is image holder me. So if that is the case, and I'm gonna type here if message dot image dot is empty, then I'm gonna show toast that make text context, and we're gonna say message, gonna say no image toast that length that long that show. Else I'm gonna type Picasso dot get dot load, and here I'm gonna type message dot image dot placeholder dot here I'm gonna type r dot drawable dot chat up dot into holder dot so else. So I'm gonna type here holder dot, so for whatever reason it's not working. Alright, so the problem is that I made those private, so let's delete the private here and also here. So let's go up, holder me image, so now it's fine. Then I'm gonna go down here, I will type else if holder is sender image sender image holder sender. Then I'm gonna check again if it's not empty, so let's copy this if, let's paste it here. Else I'm gonna use Picasso, I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna paste it here, and this is gonna have sender image. Else if holder is me view holder, I'm gonna type here holder dot text view message dot text equals message dot message. Else if holder is sender view holder, I'm gonna type here holder dot text view sender dot text equals message dot message. Then I'm gonna type if message dot sender dot profile image dot is empty. So if it's empty, then I'm gonna type here holder dot sender profile image dot set image resource r dot drawable dot ic profile. Else I'm gonna type Picasso dot get dot load message dot sender dot profile image dot placeholder r dot drawable chat message chat up dot into holder dot sender profile image. Alright, so now we're done. We typed a lot of code here, and this is gonna take care of inflating those sender image and me image, and the logic that we added here is gonna make sure that is if I send the image, it's gonna be on the right. If the sender send the image, is gonna be on the left hand side. So let's press Ctrl Alt L to format the code. Let's go inside chat activity. Now let's run our app to see if it's working. Alright, so our app opened. Now I'm gonna add an account here. I'm gonna log in because I created already an account. And if you don't have an account, just create an account and it will log in. I'm gonna click on sign in this user. And we have a message, hi, how are you? This is because I stopped the video and I tested the code to see if it's working. And now let's click on this icon. It's asking us if you're allowed to access photos and media on your device. Click allow. Now it opened the gallery for us. Let's click on camera. Let's click on next while using this app. Let's take a photo. Let's click on the back button. Let's wait a little bit. Right, so we have the image. Let's click on the image and let's click. Now we wait, and as you can see, we have our image added here. Now if you're not satisfied with this, let me open the downloads, because I have an image there to show you that this is indeed working. Let's go down here. Let's bring this here. Let me see what I also have here. Alright, let's go to files. let's hold click on those items. Let's click move to, and we're gonna move those images in our gallery. We click on this hamburger icon, we click here on Raid SDK build, and we select pictures, and we click move. Now our images are gonna be moved in our gallery. Now let's close this, let's open our app again. So let's run this again. Alright, now let's put the email again. Let's click on sign in. So the user is signed in, and we have our image here. Let's click on this button now. Let's add this image, let's say. We wait a little bit, and the image was added, so everything works fine. Let's click again. Let's add this image. As you can see, the image was added, so the code works fine. Now I'm gonna end this video and see you in the next video.